After 5 days and after 22 matches here in Bologna, we are searching for our fourth Super Series team. We have narrowed it down to 4 here, and I think all of these teams have a chance. They're going to compete. It's going to be some hot and spicy action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Bologna, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is day 6. It is finals day here in Bologna, the end of week 3 of our Italian summer adventure. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we are going to have 4 matches today. And well, ultimately we are going to lose a couple of teams through the morning session, and by the end of the day we'll know exactly who will be representing this region in the Super Series in just over a week's time. The winner of that Super Series, of course, will go to the ECL in 2023. So we are starting with the Eliminator. It's a 3 versus 4 matchup. 2 teams arrive, only one will survive through to go to the qualifier number 2 later on this afternoon. It's Bologna versus Venezia in this one. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, for the coin toss for match number 23, the Eliminator.
Heads. Tails the goal. Heads. We'll both first. Okay. All right, guys. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best.
So it is Malik Safraz who wins the toss for Bologna, and he's elected to bowl first. No Kaya Abul in their lineup, the captain relegated to 12th man for this one, so they will be led by Safraz. And look, a little bit of a risk, I think, to bat second. We know that sometimes, especially in finals, runs on the board can stand up, and statistically this week we have seen more teams winning first than second. But he obviously feels like he has the chasing power to do it with Umar Gujar. He has been incredible for Bologna this week. No Rashid, that hurts them a little bit in the chase, no doubt about that. But I've also really liked the leg spin of Huzaifa Mahmood, and maybe they want him to certainly bowl a bit earlier. We only saw him getting one over in the match last night, and I think that could have made the difference. And look, they only just missed out on the double chance. They had a 3-1 record in the Super 5s, Bologna. So I mean, they'll be a little bit annoyed. They were just 9 runs short of where they needed to be on net run rate. So they do find themselves in a do or die situation this morning. Let's talk about Venezia though, and their captain Nazmul Haq is back. I know he's got a slight leg injury which kept him out of yesterday's match, the second match anyway yesterday. And Venezia, they did underperform in that Super 5 stage, but remember, they didn't have any cricket leading into that. So a bit of a disadvantage. I think they found themselves with only 1 win out of their 4 games, and they have not beaten any of the teams that they will meet potentially today. But I do think that Hassan Ahmed is probably going to go up to the top of the order, the left-hander. And look, they are a pretty good defending team, so it's just a matter of whether their batting clicks or not, and they will have to bat first. So we'll have a really good idea of where they're at, I think, after 10 overs in this one. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, yesterday was one of the hottest days we've ever had on ECN. It got up to about 38. Still pretty hot today, expecting 36, and probably hotter out here in the middle. This pitch, it's interesting. It seems to have livened up a little bit since last year, and some of the bowlers that are prepared to bend their back, they're getting a bit of extra bounce, and they're getting a bit of seam movement, and we have seen the ball swinging around. So I think because of that, the scores in this Bologna tournament a little bit below what we saw last year, but I do think 100 plus, especially in a final, it does put pressure on the team batting second, especially when you have to chase it to survive. And that is the situation that Bologna find themselves in this morning after sending in Venezia and winning the toss. Well, let's go over to Corey Ruckers. I know that you're excited for finals day as well. We have quite a few interesting stories for you as well as the game goes on. The story from out here in the middle is that Bologna, they've won the toss in the Eliminator. They're going to field. Over to you, and let's get finals day started.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. And let's get the recap started first. This was yesterday. Trentino Aquila, 147 for 6. They absolutely battered Baraka Prado. And a 54-run win there. Really impressive display. Maruf Kell picking up another 2 wickets. He's been one of the stories for them with the new ball. And I tipped Trentino Aquila today to get very close to winning this group in Bologna. This was match 19, game 2 yesterday. It was Venezia. Well, they were dominated by Cricket Stars. 98 for 7 just felt like they didn't get enough on the board. Safi Sajidullah 28 off 15. Sukhpal Singh took 2 for. And Baba Hussain played one of the great innings that we've seen this week. And he was well supported by Abdul Rahman. And they got there in a canter. 8-wicket win. We go on to the next one. And, well, if you like a shellacking, you'll enjoy this. Bologna, 148 for 4. Really impressive. Again, Gujar, 79. There was chance of 100 at some stage. People in the chat started talking about. Unfortunately, he was dismissed, but for the highest score this week. And Baraka Prado, they gave it their all. Gulam Dustigout batted through the innings for 31 with no kneecaps. Pretty impressive effort. We go on to the next one. And, well, many were tipping Venezia to maybe get up in this. But once again, Trentino Aquila dominated. They had 137. And those 3 people, Assad Tanvir, Lovepreet Singh, Mohammad Kashif, 28, 25, 25. And there was another 3 batsmen in that order that also hit 20s. Quite well spread out batting lineup. And I'm sure they all feel like they're getting into form. And then this was the shock result right at the end of the day, not because of what the score is, but because of the net run rate permutations. Bologna, they needed to get to 103 only to guarantee the second spot. They choked. They lost by 57 runs. All they had to do was not lose by more than 52. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. Credit to Cricket Stars, Rajmani Sandhu with 53 of 26 in that one. And that summed up a pretty hot day yesterday. We look at the table, 3 teams on 6. It shows how even it is. And you can see how close the net run rates were. Cricket Stars ended up getting above them. And Trentino Aquila, well, they really have impressed everybody. Baraka Prado, goodbye to them. Sad to say goodbye. And it is goodbye this time. It's not like the ex that's going to ask you back once more. They have left the building after being welcomed back once already. Oh, what a start to today. It's Super Saturday. It's finals day. And at the end of it, we will have one team that will go through to the final week in Italy to maybe win that ticket for the ECL 2023. Bologna versus Venezia. And the big thing about this match, it's an eliminator. You don't get a second chance after this. If you can't turn up now, it is all over. Bologna, well, 5-2. Venezia, 1-3. Don't count them out just yet. They're Vinny's tip to cause a surprise. And Gujar at the top there, 722 fantasy points. He is the key. You sort of feel that with the ball and bat in hand. If they don't get Gujar early, they're in trouble. And plenty of other names on those lists that'll be looking to have a good day. And if the supercomputer's anything to be correct by, well, 2 runs. We might be on for a bit of a doozy. We know the golden ball count is almost broken in half. And good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, and, well, he's recovered from last night. One of the most fun adventures the ECN crew's ever had. Vinny Sandhu, how are you?
Yes, I'm well. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we'll talk about that a bit more as the day goes on. But yeah, Venezia haven't really turned up yet, if I'm honest. 1-3 record. The fact that they won all 10 games last year that they played, but that wasn't a different series. It did have Trentino Aquila in it, so they did beat Trentino Aquila twice last time in the Venice leg of the ECS, but yeah, finding it a bit tough to get going. So it's now or never, basically. And you can see the supercomputer thinks there's not too much in it. Having a look at around this ground, we can expect it to be pretty hot again. No doubt about that. I mean, 2 teams will be annoyed for different reasons. Venezia will be disappointed that they haven't really put anything together, particularly with the bat so far. You see they're only averaging 90 per 10 overs. And Bologna will be annoyed. They were 9 runs away from the double chance. So they find themselves, I'm going to say unnecessarily, but in a situation that they'll feel they shouldn't have been in, where they have to win. So you know, I really can't tell you what's going to happen here. I don't even really have a tip. Nazmul Haq is back. He missed yesterday's afternoon match with a slight leg injury. He was saving himself for this game. I think he knew they were no chance of getting the double chance. So he is back. He's at the non-striker's end. It'll be Hassan Ahmed who's going to face up to Gujar. Here's the first ball of finals day. And there's a big wide. How often do we see that?
Probably a little bit too often, Vinny.
Anyway, we will talk. We'll have to wait a little bit. Otherwise, we'll probably not talk about anything else. But we will probably end up talking about our adventures last night at FICO World Italy.
The greatest place in the universe.
Basically a Disneyland for adults, if you like food. But we'll talk about it a bit later. Let's concentrate on the cricket for now. Ahmed faces up. And this one, he flicks away and it almost carries to the man at 45. He's sent back by his captain, Nazmul Haq, but man, that almost pops to the fielder. And Hossein Ahmed is one batter that did look like he was coming good yesterday, the left-hander. I think for him, he's his own worst enemy. He's just got to get his shot selection right and kind of temper that aggression so it doesn't cross into insanity.
Yep, absolutely. He's a key figure in this lineup. I wonder if they just decide to try and see Gujar off and not go too overly attacking. He's one of their most key bowlers. It'll be interesting to see how they play him.
Knocked down this time. We will get a run off the bat. He was kind of off the glove more than anything. But, yeah, interesting one, and it was brought up in the chat. Who was it that brought that up, actually? It was that Maria Saad mentioning that no Alamin Mia in the Venezia lineup. So, yeah, that's certainly a bit of a loss for them, particularly with the ball. They've still got Rajib Mia in there. They've got Mahmoud Islam, who I think I'm still amazed that he hasn't bowled. So maybe he's carrying a slight injury. But, yeah, Venezia, now or never. And here's a man. He scored a pile of runs last year in the Venice week, but he just hasn't got going yet so far. Nazmul Haq, the captain. He's essentially the spiritual leader of their club as well. So let's see if he can pull out a big performance in this clash. He's going to have to battle with Umar Gujar. He's having a week to remember for Bologna. So a good battle potentially on the cards here. Oh, he gets one that almost lids him. He actually plays it pretty well, rides the bounce in the end, but wow, Corey, bit of bouncy for Gujar.
Tell you what, that's the last thing you want first ball of the morning. That's a rip snorter.
Actually plays it pretty well, keeps his eye on it. You know, he's kind of not super in control of what happens next, but at least he watches it. We saw him take one in the grill earlier in the week, right? Ahmed to face the music. Oh, he gets lucky. And he French cuts. This one almost hits the stumps. Goes to his favourite fielder down there. So a little bit of a shaky start, you'd have to say, for Venezia with a stick.
So would you see Gujar off? Would you not go? He's their key. He really is.
Yeah, I think Gujar is someone that if I'm batting here, I know he's bowling short of a length. There's no outfielders behind the wicket, so I'm just trying to use his pace. I'm probably trying to cut, trying to work him round off the back foot. Can't see blasting too many over the top, straight over his head. It's exactly what he does, and he gets 4. So, yeah, you're still thinking that Gujar might get it wrong. And so you're not being hyper-aggressive, but you're certainly looking to cash in on a loose delivery. This is the first boundary of the day, and nicely swiveled on by the batter.
Yeah, nice-looking cricket shot, that. Gets that short ball on his hip, puts it away. First boundary of Super Saturday.
Just by making good contact on the ball, you can still get 7, 8 off the over. I mean, already up to 7. So I'd probably have the fine leg back and maybe the long on up. Just can't see Hossein Ahmed wanting to take on the mid-on at this stage. Nice ball, the over coming up. Goes after him, and he takes him deep. And that is going to be out of the ground by some distance. Maximal. Well, there you go. Baker's dozen in the first over. 13 for no loss after 1.
The amount of height he got on that ball was unbelievable. What a shot.
So, if that's what you call seeing off, then that's what we call seeing off. 13 for no loss after 1. This is the program today in Bologna. See, we're starting with the Eliminator. This is the positionings of the teams after the Super 5 stage. Bologna, 3rd place on net run rate, taking on Venezia, who only won 1 game out of their 4 so far in the series. Then Trentino Aquila, who finished top ahead of Cricket Stars on net run rate. They'll play for a place in the final. They'll be joined by the winner of this game in qualifier 2. So, yeah, the loser 1 versus 2 plays the winner of 3 versus 4. And, of course, the big one, the final. The winner of the final today goes to the Super Series in just over a week's time. So it should be a very, very interesting day of cricket. Moving along. Nazmul Haq just needs a little bit of time at the crease. That's the thing. And he needs to be aggressive without... I just think his shot selection is going to be super important.
Yeah, he hasn't had a long bat this tournament, but you've mentioned it a few times, Vinny, how dangerous he can be.
I mean, he whacked 120 last year in a match.
He is a long time in cricket.
But he looked too good back then. But slightly different conditions. You know, batting's a confidence game, right? I know he's carrying a slight injury as well. That's hampering him. But right now, it's the Hossan Ahmed show, and he's having to deal with Mohamed Adnan bowling over the wicket. Slightly different angle. Gets one a bit too close to cut. Tries anyway, misses out.
Yeah, good bowling. Back of a length.
Nice opportunity to welcome everyone in our live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Thanks to everyone throwing in some comments on there. And maybe what do you think? Well, let us know what you think about today, what team you think will go through. I know that you really liked Trentino Aquila and Cricket Stars for the final. And I'll have an email bouncing back to me at the start of the final. Mark my words, Corey said then. These two teams all want to make you a liar. Fuller, first one we've really seen pitched up, dug out by Hossan Ahmed. Gets one.
Well, what are the odds that one of these two teams go on and win 3 straight today, Vinny, and which has been a pretty topsy-turvy week? To win 3 straight, you have to knock off Cricket Stars and Trentino in succession.
If you assume every match is a 50-50, you're already talking 1 in 8 chances of winning 3 in a row.
Do you think the heat comes into that, playing 3 games?
Potentially, but we have seen it happen before. You know, we've seen teams win from outside the top 2, but you're definitely doing it the hard way. Put it that way. Adnan, it's only gone for 2 so far. Here's Nazmul Haq facing up. He gets a good one. He's just searching. He's not quite himself at the moment. Good bowling, though, from Adnan.
Good ball. Just over the top of the stumps. Decking away. That's a pretty good ball to anyone in the world. How long can you search for to find your rhythm, though, Vinny? I mean, he can't chew up too many balls to try and get his touch.
I feel like he just needs to get 1 away. And he'll potentially be back. He doesn't want to throw it away, though. He is the key to their batting lineup. Always is the way. He's gone. And he tries to go slightly across the line. And Nazmul is not able to do too much in this eliminator. He goes for 2. Well bowled by Adnan. Reward for keeping it tight. He built the pressure. And then he cashes in. First wicket of the day. Venezia, 15 for 1.
Yep, first wicket of the day, and unfortunately, your boy, you spoke highly of him, he's just had a bad week, Vinny, and that can happen in cricket.
Sure
he
can.
Never looked good.
Yeah, well, it happens to everyone at some point. You know, he's disappointed. It's a slow trudge off the field. This is one that he just tries to go slightly across the line.
What's the major differences you've seen from him this year to last year? Just technically, was there anything there?
I think that the pitch in Venezia was a bit flatter, a bit more batter friendly. So that kind of a shot, he was able to pick it up with ease and just deposit it over the leg side. And he did take a lot of balls from the stumps and outside, off stump, and smack him for 6. And he looked too good. And so this kind of shot, you see. But this pitch, because it's a bit more up and down, there's a bit more sideways, I just think it's hard to get away with that. And he hasn't really gotten away with anything so far. So disappointment for Nazmul Haq on his return to the team. But, yeah, Venezia batting first. I still think it's to their advantage to bat first, I think.
Did they win the toss?
They didn't. They were sent in. And
really?
I'm not sure they would have batted first, but I got a feeling it's a blessing in disguise because they are pretty good defenders. Even with no Alaman Mia. Now, when these two teams met back in the first match of the Super Fives, it was match 13, Bologna 100 batted first, kept Venezia to 74. So Venezia couldn't chase down 101. But the shoe's on the other foot this time. It's the end of the second over. Very good one from Adnan. Takes 1 for 2 in it. The score's 15 for 1. And this was the situation after the Super Fives. You can see 3 teams tied on 6 points. So it came down to net run rate. And Bologna were just 9 runs short of the double chance.
So 9 runs would make that gap of 0.5.
Yeah, because you've got to remember that...
Yeah, so 2.5 up, 2.5 down.
Yeah, and it's only 4 games. So because it's only 4 games, it moves the needle a bit more.
Quite volatile.
Yeah, the more games you play, the harder it is to move the net run rate. So Gujar coming back. I feel like Hossan Ahmed, especially with Hart gone, his importance is increased. Now they have put the fine leg back. You must have heard me. They put the long on up. And he goes over long on, and he smacks it down to the ground. Maximo! Wow, not an easy shot to Gujar, who pitches this up. And he's taken over the leg side. 6 to start the third over.
Yeah, nice shot that. He got a half volley. He's still got to put it away, though, and he does exactly that. You are right, Vinny. He becomes the key pretty early on in this. He's got to 18 off 8.
How long can the Hossan Ahmed show last? That's my concern. He's been joined out there by Safi Sajidullah, who did have one very good innings yesterday. He only played yesterday for the first time. Made runs in the first game. Couldn't do anything in the second game. So again, he's very capable. Very open stance, Hossan Ahmed. This one kind of tangles him up. Got to say, quick hello to Ian Johns. He's saying if any team could win 3 in a row, he thinks Bologna could be that side. The man who's watching from the US saying winning 3 straight even tougher with this heat.
Yeah.
He suspects the team that can rest the most and be hydrated will win.
That's why that double chance was so important. I think 3 games is really, really tough in these conditions.
It's true. I mean, you do get some breaks, but yeah, it does take it out.
It's okay this morning, right now, but it's about that 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock period.
It tends to keep getting hotter all the way to the end of the day here. Short and cut off, and probably smart not to throw there. They get 1.
Maybe the fielder's getting a bit wiser. There's been some wild throws this week, and probably better just holding on to the pill a little bit.
I just remembered something. I don't normally remember my dreams, but do you know what I dreamt last night?
No idea.
I dreamt there was an all-run 7.
Why did you dream that?
Overthrows. I just remembered it then.
You need to
100%.
Get out of the bubble, Vinny.
Isn't that an interesting dream?
It's a bit weird.
Well, we were talking about it yesterday. 8 off a ball, right? Nice shot, but straight to the field, and now we've got a mix-up. And it would have been out of it hit. So, you see, they go on the hit, and he does hit it really well. He actually hits it too well here. Sajidullah, you see. There's a bit of now we do, now we don't. But I suppose...
Oh, it's not
hit
far
one
off
stump.
either.
That is about...
If it just bounced the other way.
Yeah, 1 stump off, isn't it? Yeah, an all-run 7. And the reason I remember it is we had to keep winding the tape back to work out if it was 6 or 7.
You need to...
I'm just saying.
You live and breathe this thing.
I've done 1,600 matches, and that's the first time I've had a dream about it. So I'm just calling it. Gujarat, Hossan Ahmed. Oh, see, this is the shot where... Now I think you are pretty happy with where you are off Gujarat, and you don't want to let him get you out now. I mean, you've taken him for 21. What are you thinking tactically here? Unless it's something that's asking to be...
Just play, play it as it lies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Gujarat, they've done pretty well of him so far. Like you said, 21 for none. What I'd like to see for Venezia, they've had a lot of players get starts this week.
Yeah.
15 to 20, 15 to 20. Someone has to go big. Someone has to go make that 60, 70, win your team the game. Put the ownership on yourself and bat through the innings and score at a decent rate.
Last ball, the power play. He's happy just to knock it. Won't get a run. It's probably not a bad result. End of the power play. Score is 23 for 1. It's funny you're talking about that for Venezia, since they have come into the tournament. Yeah, they have just struggled for anyone to get a decent score. I think their top score is 28.
Yeah, so that's not enough. If you're going to win a tournament, there's no way you can have 28 as the highest score.
Yeah.
Every T10 team, every 20 over team, 50 over team out there needs one of that top 5 batting deep and turning that 20 into 50, 60 if they can.
4th over. No surprise they're going back to Adnan, who kept things really tight in the second. This is a loose delivery, and it's going to be 4. It was going to be a tough one for the fielder. Gets a slight Tortuga. He dives to his right, but it's to no avail. Probably first real loose delivery from Adnan, and he goes to the boundary.
Yeah, poor ball. Shocker, really. It just helps it around the corner. Easy 4 runs. I have to admit, Vinny, still recovering from the food coma last night.
I'm going to try and put off talking about this till game 2, maybe when everyone's settled in. Because otherwise,
did you see how many buckets of gnocchi I ate?
You could buy gnocchi by the bucket at this place. We'll give little snippets of it, but I'm not quite ready to go full bore into it, especially with an eliminator out there. Oh, this is lucky. for Sajidullah. Tries to launch this one. It bounces straight over middle stump.
Well, this wicket all week has shown there's a fair bit of carry in it. And another one there, just kissing the surface, flying over the middle. Good response from Adnan. Sajidullah has shown that he can throw the handle at the ball. His strike rate's been good for most of the competition. Can he make a score of substance, though? That's the real question.
Throws this one a little bit wider, but it's too wide. Called. I have seen a fair bit of swing in this series. Swing's a weird thing.
No one knows.
It's the dark arts, right? Hey, look at this though. Yesterday was the highest scoring day so far this year. Anyway, 113 per 10 overs, and that has got the run rate up to 10 for the series. But I feel like that par is heading towards 105, 110 now. Overall on this ground, it's 11 and over for all ECN cricket played here. Goes after this in the air and caught. So Sajidullah just can't get motoring in this one. He tries to go to leg side, slight leading edge. Well held at third man, so holding their chances. So 2 wickets have fallen now. Venezia 28 for 2.
Once again, put the mocker on him a little bit. Sajidullah, he's going to have to go. He's disappointed. His mannerisms right now. He's looking around thinking, how was there a fielder there? But a well-stationed third man. When you swing this hard, a lot of balls do fly that deep. And you can see safe, easy catch. 2 fist pumps for the fielder. And, well, Venezia in a little bit of trouble in this eliminator.
Yeah, sure are. Hosn Ahmed is still there. But Adnan delivering for his team, his second wicket of the morning.
Yep, second wicket of the morning. He's bowled pretty well. Besides that one poor ball, everything else has been thereabouts. You got to wonder, Venezia, what are they going to need here? It is an eliminator, so you sort of feel that scoreboard pressure, maybe 90. They get themselves to 90. You could add 20 on top of that, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, with their bowling, and sure, no Alaman Mia, that hurts them a bit. But I mean, the way they're batting, the bowling is their strength, right? So they've just got to get even an ugly 90 to 100 here. Remember, Bologna, they had their own struggles with the bat last night. I mean, if they lose Gujar early, they could kind of put a lot of pressure on batters that haven't really performed too well with the bat of late. But yeah, well done to Adnan. He's put the ball in the right areas, probably just with that exception of the first ball this over. He's bowled very, very well. Short and pulled away, almost carries to the fielder, and he can't deal with the bounce. Well, it's a little bit unpredictable out there by Winder Singh. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't reel this one back in. 4 runs, pretty good start for Sharif Ahmed, who I think is pretty class act. He's a good keeper, can bat in the top order. Let's see if he can get going here in the eliminator.
Well, that should give him a good chance of getting going. 4 for your first ball always makes you feel pretty good. I think the fielder out there was a little bit too straight. Should have maybe been on square or slightly behind.
Yeah, he's just in front, isn't he? Guarding against a pull shot that is hit a bit earlier by the batter, I suppose. Pitches up, Sharif happy to play it out.
That's just a bit of angle IQ. So, like, when you've got square leg, a deep square, it's pretty rare you have him in front of the umpire, closer to the bowler side. Usually you have him slightly behind because people swivel with it.
Yeah.
Not often you meet the ball flat and it goes right in front of
Batters
square.
prefer having a bit more time and then hitting it later. It's an easier shot.
Yep.
Because you can use the pace a bit more if you're hitting the ball behind square leg. Last ball of the over coming up. Last ball for Adnan in this match. Yeah, full toss. Not a good ball. So bookends it with Gundy balls. And Venezia are going to finish 36 for 2 after 4. And Sharif Ahmed, a couple of boundaries. That'll be good for his confidence.
Yeah, nice shot. And great start by him. They need to build a partnership.
And they sure do. Very, very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me in the commentary Ice Cube is Corey Ruckers. Corey, good to have the mushroom shirt back today. And, well, we're going to talk a little bit during the day about what we did last night. But it's a bit too early. But FICO Italy World, it was another universe, wasn't it?
It was unbelievable. The amount of pasta that's in my body right now is not okay. I am struggling.
It's basically
buckets.
A food-based theme park where it seemed that the rules of the outside world didn't apply.
No, I think the first thing I noticed, I walked in, found a bike, and then I was allowed to ride this little
allowed to ride the bike
tricycle everywhere.
inside?
It was like Saw, you know, the scary clown?
Yeah.
I was that with the bucket of pasta.
I was scared about how much you ate. I was going to ask you how that worked out for you. Oh, I like this move. This is Huzaifa Mahmood, who's bowling earlier than usual, but I think he's probably been one of their best bowlers, and he just provides something a bit different with his leg spin.
Well, his control's been good, Vinny, and he's taken a mountain of wickets this week. And yesterday they made an error. He only bowled 1 over.
Yeah.
I think he's bowling 2 in this one.
And when you consider that he just missed out the double chance. Oh, lucky here. Sharif tries to sweep, gets top edge, lands just behind the keeper. Yeah, so yesterday they missed out the double chance by 9 runs, and he only bowled 1 over, and it was a good one. He bowled the 9th. So, maybe if he'd bowled 2 overs.
Could have changed the game, couldn't it?
Yeah, could have just squeezed the margin a little bit. Should be interesting. Hassan Ahmed takes him on. And wow, there's a double fumble. Once on the way down, once on the way up. But they will get 2 runs.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to do that. He tapped it twice, didn't he? He wasn't reading the spin.
Yeah, he actually throws his hand at it after fumbling it the first time and knocks it up in the air with the back of his hand. But anyway. Look at this on the replay. Imagine that goes over the fence.
It looked like he had a yo-yo.
This is the thing for left-handers. They can't really pick him that easily. So you are concerned about the one that goes away. So yeah, he's the sort of bowler. Speaking of playing bowlers out, unless he bowls you a real short one, I think he's the one you probably have to be a bit more careful about. You don't want to throw it away because you probably still feel like there's other bowlers you can attack in this innings.
Well, he's benefited, Mahmood, this week from it being quite a bouncy pitch. And whenever there's bounce in the pitch, spinners, they're also in the game massively.
Yeah, true. I mean, he bowled a ball that went past somebody's nose earlier in the week. It's not a good ball, though. It loses his control. So I think the way I describe how I'd play Mahmood is you take what he gives you, if that makes sense. So you're not really being as proactive against him as you would against some of the other bowlers. So yeah, you see there, you grab a couple of runs for the wide down leg side. Yeah, you just take what he gives you. Occasionally he will err in length. Bowl your full toss or a half track up. This is one that he does turn on and will be fielded. Good fielding out there. Keeps it to 1.
Yep, they're just doing enough here at the moment, and that does take us to the end of the 5th. 44 for 2. I think at the moment, if you're Bologna, you feel like you've got this under control.
Well, I want to welcome everyone in the live chat once again. And if you do have any questions or comments, please put them in. We'd love to hear from you. ECN European Cricket Network always keeps us interesting. If you do have any questions about FICO Italy World.
Well, you said we're not going to talk about it, but you keep slipping it in there.
I am. I'm just setting the
table.
Place.
It was like National Lampoon. It was the music, the 47 restaurants inside. There was
because
Twister, padel, golf, mini golf, bikes,
basketball,
auditorium, singing,
a beach.
It was just heaven. I was salsa dancing. There was some salsa from you apparently.
All right, here we go. And it's going to be a wicket to start the over. So Ahmed goes. It's not a good shot, really. He doesn't go up, doesn't go down. Hits it straight to the fielder. So Ankush Kumar strikes with his first delivery. It was well held down there by Tassin Mustafa. Well, he was the hero the other day. This time, not an easy one because he is looking kind of into the sun there. So really a wicket off a ball. It didn't deserve it. 44 for 3 now.
Gee, I tell you, if you're a batsman, you feel a little bit hard done by. He couldn't have picked him out any better. He hit that pretty hard, and it went straight to the man. And good catch, you are right. He's got the sun coming over the mountains. But, yeah, unfortunately, that's the end of him. And the Venetia, they're in a bit of strife.
Yeah, well, they are. But, like I said, they just got to get their way to 90 to 100, something like that. Get Gujar as well. They're the key indicators, I think, for them. So we have seen Ankush Kumar and his spin playing a bit more of a role. He bowled his 2 overs yesterday, and Huzaifa Mahmood only got 1. Depending on how he goes here, he may or may not get a second over. Rajib Mia, who we saw captaining the side yesterday. He's going to run on this, and lucky it takes a little bobble. So it's not fielded cleanly. So Rajib gets off the mark with a scrambled single.
Yeah, start with a scrambled single. Doesn't matter how you get off the mark, you just got to get it.
Well, this one is pulled away, and it has just enough. Maximo! 6 of the best. He goes up, he goes over. Hit it pretty high on the bat, I think. But Sharif Ahmed, well, he becomes more important now, doesn't he? Picks the length of that. He does what Hossan Ahmed couldn't. He gets it out of the ground, 6 runs. Next one is called wide. Check this one out in the replay. This is the one he pushes through a bit quicker. And yeah, that's fair enough. I don't think that's inside completely. He's grabbing a little bit of the line. 50's up now for Venezia. This one more bat than pad. In fact, that's going to go all the way. So smart batting. Just erring in line a little bit here. Kumar. Sharif Ahmed playing a very good hand at the moment. With that, he moves up to 19 in only 6 balls. So great stuff by the keeper bat. Can he be the man to get them to that 100 potentially? Well, he goes large. Well, put this up in the book, Corey, because that is out of here. Maximo. Sharif Ahmed picks this one up. It was just a slot delivery, a challenge delivery. He was up to the challenge. He smacks it into the river.
What a shot, Vinny. That is absolutely massive. I'm just going to get the counter up for today. What are you thinking?
I'm going to say today we'll get 16. I'll go sweet 16.
Yeah, only 4 games.
That's true. I'll still go 16. Well, this one's up and it's high. It's flying into the sky. Maximo, 6 more. He's 31 off 8 and he's changing this game, Sharif Ahmed. Not a good ball from Kumar, though, as this one is smacked out of the ground. It's also at the end of the over. It went magical. Goes for 24. And it's an over that started so well with the wicket of Hossan Ahmed, but it finished with a lot of pain for the bowler. It's 68 for 3 after 6.
Yep, Vinny Sandu. The key number you said there. What's the key number you just said?
24?
No. He's on 31.
Oh,
the
yeah.
highest score for them this week. He is now breaking the barrier, which we said someone has to do.
He's done off 8 balls as well.
Wow.
Now, because you've done so well there, I think you just take what Huzaifa Mahmood gives you. I think he is a threat to break this partnership.
So we've had 1 lost ball today. I'm locking you in for 16. I'm going to say 10.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck to you. Well bowled.
Well, this guy's been good all week. I mean, leg spinner, it's a fine art.
When he gets it right, I mean, he doesn't know which way this is going to spin.
He rags it. That is a big bit of turn.
Very, very good bowling. Length's so important to him. Once again, it's well bowled.
Look at the bounce he's getting. I mean, he's a tall man, but that is an extreme amount of bounce.
He's hustling through his overs as well, isn't he? Smart. This is the wrong end. Comes back and will just be one. Yeah, I mean, these two teams have played different amount of cricket, I suppose. Venezia only winning the 1 game. And
look at the difference in the leading run scorers.
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly right. I mean, fair enough. Good jobs. Played a lot more games.
Shot. What a shot, Vinny. He gets it again. He's turning this match on his head. Ahmed's 37 off 9.
Yeah, so he's done it again. And once again, I said you take what Mahmood gives you, and he gives him a low full toss. So he doesn't have to worry about which way it's spinning. He just sweeps it and doesn't overhit that. 37 off 9, striking it more than 4 a ball.
Yeah, not many players can do that.
He goes again, takes it on, but could have found trouble. He has. He goes to the well once too often, doesn't he? Sharif Ahmed, so he goes for 37 off 10. Still a very good innings. But Mahmood gets his man in the end, his first wicket of finals day, and the score 75 for 4.
Yeah, he'll be so disappointed to get out now, but it's been an exceptional innings because he's brought his team back into this game. And 37 off 10 is a pretty amazing innings. He just didn't get enough of this one. Nice, safe catch.
Again, it's hard to be confident. He's upset with himself. He knows there's still over 3 overs to play.
How many sixes did he hit in that? 37.5?
Yeah, he hit 4 sixes and 3 fours.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, you
so
face
36 in boundaries.
So you face 10 balls,
Yeah.
and seven of them depart for a boundary. You're doing something right.
Still a good knock, but he'll feel he left a few off the table there. He had 3 non-Huzaifa Mahmood overs still to come that he won't get to face.
Without his 10 balls, they were in deep strife. They didn't have a good enough rate. They'd lost wickets, but that innings, that was very impactful. I mean, these impact sort of innings in T10 are more worthy than someone potentially batting through and only making 40 off 30. And it's such a big impact.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But he will be frustrated, won't he, getting out to a bowler that is their most dangerous bowler. It wasn't a bad ball to go after, so he tries to kind of manufacture something.
How do you stop yourself? When you're,
Exactly.
If you're 37 off 9,
exactly.
I'm in the next ball.
You're getting carried away. But he's just one of those unusual bowlers that does something different.
Yep.
So that's like I said, there's 3 non-Mahmood overs to come, and he won't get to face them. But here's a good player coming to the crease, Mahmoud Islam, coming out at number 6. Again, hasn't had too much of an impact on the tournament just yet, but watch out for him. He gets a short ball and he can't cash it in first up. The bounce doing him there. It's the end of the over, so pretty good one from Huzaifa Mahmood, and a good spell as you'd expect. 1 for 15, his figures. Just 7 coming off that one. And the score after 7, 75 for 4. Of course, this is our 5-week Italian summer. And Albano, Fresh Tropical and Ginebrescia, they have already qualified for the Super Series. They'll be joined by another team today. And we'll know at the end of the day who will get the golden ticket from Bologna. They'll be joined by one of the teams from Rome, the Rome leg of the series next week. And we'll stay in Rome for the Super Series starting the 25th of July. The winner of that goes to the European Cricket League in 2023. So it should be very, very exciting. A couple of weeks still to come in Italy. Here's Faizan Nazar. There's a little nick on this. There is, yeah, inside edge. So Rajib Mia can't deal with this. First ball from Nazar. And he becomes the 5th wicket to fall, 75 for 5.
Good catch, because it just slipped down past the leg stump. And Nazar, he took 4 wickets in a game yesterday. Took 4 for 4. He starts here pretty comfortably with the wicket off his first ball. Good little fight back again from Bologna.
He just goes across the line here. Funny thing is that ball, probably if he got a long way across, probably a wide. But you're not really thinking that way. Just plays down the wrong line, gets a feather on it. Nicely taken behind the stump by Malik Safraz, who's captaining Bologna in the absence of Kaya Abul in the lineup. Yeah, the final ball lost count yesterday, question in the chat, was it 17?
It was 17.
17. I guess 13, you guess 14, and it was 17. The man asking, but the question is, how many will be found? Very few, I think.
We'll have to go for a walk at lunch today.
That's not a bad idea. Played down. New batter out there is Mohammad Esajul Hassan. Yeah, so just looking at Bologna chasing, they've only chased 3 times in the series. They have been successful on 2 of those occasions. So, yeah, 5 and 2, good record. The highest successful chase, though, is 90. So, once we start getting above that.
So you're telling Venezia batting 98, 98, 98, low, high, average.
That's
Perfect.
batting first.
That is pretty...
They've only batted first once.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
They haven't had a lot of cricket, Venezia. But
I think that's hurt them. I actually think that's hurt them.
Yeah. You can see glimpses, right?
It's
They've got the approach. I mean, one thing I would say, they were 10-0 in the Venice week. Then they went 3-5 through the Super Series last year. So when the opposition obviously stepped up, it's always going to get harder. Hit pretty hard, but slightly missed
Nazar's
time.
had a good week. He's quite short, but he's nippy.
Yeah.
He's taking wickets, and he hasn't gone for too many either.
So now will they get that 100? Again, I still think Sharif Ahmed is taking his pads off and giving himself a bit of a dressing down.
I'll take him behind the shed, Vinny.
Goes after this, but goes nowhere. Straight to the keeper.
What's your history with life hacks?
as in little life shortcuts.
Yeah, you know, like, have you ever seen those videos where it's like a life hack? So I've got a life hack. I did it last night.
Okay.
And it's come through again. I feel like I want to impart my knowledge on you.
Okay, that's good. Little life tricks. Yeah. I'll give you one, but I want to hear yours. After this ball from Nazar, it's the last ball of the over. Beats him for bounce. So very good over from Nazar in the end. He only concedes 2, and he got a wicket first ball. So the score after 8 overs, walking sticks, 77 for 5.
So there you go.
Okay.
I'm going to give this to you for you to use in your life.
All right, and all of our viewers.
Start the podcast early. Well, you know how we go from hotel to hotel. We're on the move quite a lot. And we're packing our clothes quite a lot.
Yeah.
Suitcases, bags, carry-on, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Well, if you leave, say, 4 or 5 shirts on your bed and then go to work and they make the bed, they fold the shirt perfectly. So what I've been doing over the last 3 days, all my clothes are already folded and ready to go straight into the suitcase. I've tactically been leaving 3 shirts and some shorts each night on my bed.
Wow, that is news. So this
hack.
becomes a moral issue.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Is it?
So right now, right now, lying on my bed is 3 shirts, another pair of shorts, and when I go back to the room, they will be folded, and I'll just lift them perfectly back into my suitcase. Life hack achieved. I'll let you have that.
Wow. This is now we need to find someone that works there and ask, is that their job?
It's in their protocols. So what they'll do is they'll make the bed, and if there's any clothes, they'll actually fold them. I found this out in Dubai a few years ago, and ever since it's changed my life.
Corey Rutgers.
Take it with you, my people. Enjoy. It is a good one, right? Life hack.
Free folding service.
Free folding service. You know, for your suitcase, it's the most convenient thing.
Blown my mind. Well, this is high, and it's hanging long enough, I think, for him to get there. And he drops it, makes the ground in the end. He fumbles it forward so far. He's almost on the pitch square by the time he does gather it. That's Faizan Nazar. Had to run a fair way for that. Tries to take it inside the circle. Did the hard work, but couldn't hold on.
He's come about 40 metres there. It would have been an absolutely
that one was
beautiful
just
catch.
so high. Even if it was in the infield, the outfielder had the play on it. This is Hardeep Singh bowling over number 9. It's just a running waft from Esajul Hussain. Can't catch up with it. So it seemed assured that they would get to the 100, but now I'm not so sure as we've gotten deep into this 9th over. Just singles and that dot so far in this over.
Well, those statistics that came up said 98, right? So they're on par for that, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. Slower ball is an off-cutter. Just gets 1. Maximos have dried up, haven't they?
Yep. Good come back from Bologna. We're in control.
What do you think about that? Let us know in the chat. Is it moral to leave clothes on your bed
a life hack.
in a hotel, essentially forcing the
part of the service,
the upkeep staff, the housekeeping staff, to fold your shirts for you? Interesting. Last ball, pretty good over, but it's going to get met.
Yeah.
And this one's out of here. gone. Maximo. Well, that's just what they wanted. And Mahmudul Islam, he's a player, like I said, hasn't had too much of an impact yet, but he's a good cricketer. Again, he looks to me a little bit underdone in the T10 format, but he certainly shows what he can do there. So 6 to finish the over. So they end up taking Hardeep Singh for 10, 87 for 5 after 9.
Yeah, important shot. They desperately needed a 6. That 98's now looking like it could happen again. And, 6 balls left in the innings. They'll be thinking 3 figures, though.
They've got Nazar to come back. He only went for 2 last time when he was bowling the 8th.
He'll bowl the last, surely.
Yeah, he's going to be bowling it for sure. So now, as Jill has said, he's just struggled slightly. He doesn't want to swing and miss at this, I think. I mean, Mahmudul Islam just smacked that one for 6. I think they want to get him back up the business end. But can you hold yourself back? That's the question. It is last overtime. You can always consider running if you do miss it. Here we go. Does swing and miss. Mahmudul stranded.
Top ball.
Ian John saying he thinks you're right, Corey.
There's one.
He'd do the same.
Start the fraternity. Oh, Cricket Russia in the chat.
Nice to see. They're saying hi to Bologna. Yeah. The man's got his take on it too. Swing and miss is frustrating. Cannot get bat on ball at the moment. The man saying folding dirty clothes is just asking for the staff to do something bad to your clothes. It's like arguing with the waiter before you get your food. They're saying they might. What if they do something to your clothes?
Oh, that's okay.
Some
It's never happened.
itch powder or something
I
like
will
that.
go home tonight. Everything will be folded again, ready for the suitcase. Take us down to Rome on Sunday.
No, I'm running here if I'm Islam. Don't miss it. Doesn't.
Handy
Gets
simple.
one.
Yeah.
Good half an over, though. This is where you'd almost give away an overthrow to get him back on strike. Hassan, but
He's gone for 3 off 9 balls. Sensational bowling.
yeah. Speaking of 3 off 9 balls, 4 off 9 balls is what Estel Hussain has done with the bat. So they kind of intertwine in their statistics. All right, this is a big 3 deliveries now. Muhammad Islam coming off a Maximo. This is the next ball he faces. Doesn't get it at all, and he's gone. Wraps his bat around, he looks down at it, so he won't advance the score. Nazar's dream run continues at the end of this innings, and that's 88 for 6 now with 2 balls remaining.
I'll give Nazar some credit here. We said he's short and nippy, and he's delivering the goods once again. This time he tries to give himself plenty of room, a bit of a shimmy around the crease. What Nazar does well, he sort of follows him, so he doesn't get those arms free. You can see they've really cramped him still, and another wicket falls. Caught and bowled, always good for the stats as well.
He sure is. Man, Nazar's been absolutely brilliant.
Can they defend something here?
I said they need to get to an ugly 90 to 100. Well, with the exception of Sharif Ahmed, it has been pretty ugly,
They're gonna
to be honest.
They will have to dismiss that man at deep mid-off, Gujar, in the first 3 overs. If he faces 15 balls.
It's a lot of pressure, isn't it, on Gujar, though?
It is.
You see here, Blizzard tries to recreate the shot from last over. Anyway, 2 to come.
Shot.
Pretty good shot. Jeez, he's unlucky. Picks out the fielder, doesn't he? It says Hussain Mohammed Riyad. So we'll get a single. One more chance for glory for Mohammed Estajul Hassan, who's 4 off 9. And he'd love to finish 10 off 10. We're up to 89 now. So they have set a 90-something chase.
Yeah, so it's going to be one of those niggly sort of scores, but they're going to have to bowl very well. A 6 here would be so handy in their chances.
Well, he'll be trying. No one's gotten hold of Nazar in this game yet. And he doesn't here, and they'll probably run. And, well, they won't even bother running in the end. So they're grounded at 89. So that will be it. They run off, and they get ready for the defence. They're playing for their lives, their tournament lives, both teams. Nazar, 2 for 4 at the death. I mean, if they do end up chasing this down, that's almost a player of the match performance, isn't it, Corey?
Yeah, I mean, 2 for 4 is exceptional. To give 4 runs in the 10th over and 8th over, that is phenomenal by Nazar. He can hold his head up high. And 90 required. Gujar, he's the key.
Well, let's roll the highlights. First innings of the day. Venezia seem to be having a bit of trouble putting the triple digits on the board. They haven't done so far in the series. Nazmul Haq, so disappointed. He's got 100 on his back. That's a number they would desperately have liked to have reached in this first innings. He ended up swinging across one, getting bowled, and they just kept chugging along. It wasn't too pretty a lot of the time. The wickets were falling. There was just one innings that I think puts them in the contest, and that was this really quick 30-something from Sharif Ahmed.
Yeah, he came out and he showed how you can bat in a T10. This was a nice catch with the sun in his eyes coming over the mountains, and a nice little skip celebration there. Sharif, he sent it all over the ground here. His innings, it's only a 10-ball innings, but 4 sixes and 2 fours. Mighty impressive, and his innings was a lone hand in getting his team back into the game. Until this moment, a really good catch, and from the moment he was dismissed, Venezia never really got the finish they wanted. There was a couple more wickets, a little inside edge, but Nazar, this man who came onto your screens, bowled a sensational last 2 overs. He only went for 4 runs, which is quite remarkable. And that sort of tilts the axis back into Bologna's favour, you sort of feel. If he had been hit around, it could have been for more. And look, man, there they are, just having a look at a bat each. Everyone enjoying the sportsmanship this week. Let's take a look at the scorecards. And, well, Venezia, they were put into bat. 2 men. 2 men scored, really. Hossein Ahmed, 24 of 18. We said their highest score this week had been 28. They needed someone to go a bit bigger. Sharif Ahmed did do that. 37 off 10. That is an unbelievable strike rate. 370. Such a shame that he got out when he did, because if you look at the rest of the innings, I mean, I'm saying 4 off 10. That comes back to her. Even if he could have made 15 off 10, he got him close to that 100 mark. take a look at the bowling scorecard. It was pretty well shared around, wickets apiece for Adnan, Mahmood, Kumar and Nazar, but my bowler of the innings by a long, long way. Faizan Nazar to take 2 for 4 in the 8th over and the 10th over. Really impressive stuff. He can hold his head up high, and he was the main reason he kept Venezia in the 80s. So that does take us to the halfway stage of this one. It's going to be 90 to win for Bologna, and I remind everyone, this is an elimination match. You lose this, you're gone. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to Bologna Finals Day. This is the conclusion of week 3 of our 5-week Italian summer adventure. Great to have your company on ECN as we are heading into the second half of the Eliminator. And this is where it counts. Venezia putting a score on the board, maybe a few less than what they wanted, but still very competitive. 89 the score in the first innings. Bologna coming out, and they will need 90 for a place later on in the day. They're playing qualifier number 2 if they're able to do this against the loser of the 1 versus 2 match, which is coming up next. Of course, the loser of this match is out of the tournament. That's why it's called the Eliminator. Venezia, pretty good defending team. No Eliminator, though, in their lineup. It hurts their bowling slightly, but still have a few very skillful bowlers to call on. I think one man that could have a say in this is facing up to the first ball, Umar Gujar. He's had a week to remember. And so, almost ready to get going. It's Mohamed Esjul Hassan with the ball. I think if they can get Gujar early, and then Venezia, they'll be up and about. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a wild ride. Here we go. 90 to win for Bologna. First ball is left alone. It's called wide. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And here is a man who ate his body weight in pasta and pizza last night. Corey Ruckers and Corey. Oh, what an exciting match we have on the cards here in the Eliminator.
Yeah, well said, Vinny. 2 truths there. Very exciting and still struggling. There's too many carbohydrates for this young man. And, using that as my fuel today, though.
Yeah, we might need it because it's going to be a hot one again. Hassan. He's going to come in. Gujar, I mean, yeah, it's not to say they're a one-man team because they're far from it, but especially with no Rashid in the second half of the week for Bologna, they do rely on him a lot. I mean, how do you think that affects him mentally? Do you think he likes that responsibility?
I think good players thrive off responsibility, Vinny. A good player, when they get put under the pump, they'll always come out the other end. And, yeah, maybe some players go into their shell a little bit, but I think Gujar's not that type of player.
He's a playmaker. Goes back, cuts at the fielder. So, decent start this from Mohamed Esjul Hassan.
Yeah, decent start. Well, the thing is, they only need 90. So you don't really need to go and play elaborate shots over the leg side. Just play the ball of merit. The odd boundary will come, and then one big over could potentially kill this game. So Gujar will know that. If you're a Venezia fan, though, you got to dismiss him early. He has to be gone in the power play.
Let's see if we get the first one off the bat here. Gujar faces up. Gets a nick and he's gone. So he tries to cut and he goes for a duck. And, well, game on. They know that's the big one. And, well, do you see that instant there? I don't think there was too much in it, but it has happened as Venezia have removed the key man for a duck, and the score is 1 for 1.
Well. This is a big moment in this tournament, let alone this game. Gujar, the hot hand, the good player, the leading fantasy scorer of this game, this tournament, is gone for a duck.
Well caught by Sharif Ahmed.
What happened here, Vinny?
It's just an interesting one. They're celebrating, and I got to say, that's on Gujar. Tell you why, because they're not watching and he is.
He wasn't really
you reckon
watching.
He wasn't watching?
Go back. If you go back and play it slow, he wasn't really. He had his head down through disappointment. That's just one of those.
I thought there wasn't much in it originally, but just watching the replay back, we'll see this. You see he's too close cut, gets a big edge. I don't know.
So look,
Let's have a look. Where's he looking?
His head's down and minimal contact. Fair bump play on.
Yeah.
Hey, look, he walked off. He'd just be disappointed.
No, he's disappointed, I was going to say.
To be fair, he had a bat in his hands. It could have been a lot worse. So that's basically nothing.
That's true. Well, strap yourselves in. I said at the start it's going to be a wild ride. 1 for 1. And Kumar coming out number 3. And he plays around one.
Well, go on. You're good on the stats. Give me the next leading run scorers in their team. Who's going to make these 90 runs now?
I can tell you right now.
Yeah, talk to me.
Rashid will be number 2, but he's not playing, of course.
Well, Rashid's back in England playing for Cheshire today.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's playing a Prem League game. So he's gone. That's a big loss. Someone else has to step up here for Bologna.
Well, the next highest is Tassin Mustafa.
average run strike
hasn't
rate.
been dismissed. He scored 69 runs in the series.
Hasn't been dismissed.
Including that 29 not out. Remember the name.
Oh, yeah.
Better remember the name.
Is that, did you copyright that or?
I don't know where that came from the other day. This is lace. It's going to go over the fielder, so a little bit wide. Kumar catches in. And so the first boundary of the innings. What I will say, a couple of players in here we haven't seen too much of. But,
tell you what, Jonty Rhodes isn't stopping that. They hit the grass and flew.
did the right thing, tried to get everything behind it, but he needed to be taller. Yeah, so you've got Bologna Singh, who's coming in here at the opening position. So he's only played the 2 matches. He scored 1 run. And so, you know, you've got a few unknown quantities, I suppose, as far as this series goes for Bologna. Oh, that's a hard call.
Yeah, so you can see the umpire nodding. He's happy with his wide signal. Let's have a look. You know what?
Yeah, you think
Probably
so?
right, just.
Maybe a 1% of the ball over the line. I mean, the ball has to pass completely within the tram line to be okay.
So that's a big thing to keep an eye on. 2 extras already. I mean, when you've got a paltry 89 on the board, you can't be affording these extra balls because it's not just the winds, it's the 7th and 8th delivery that you bowl as well.
So, bit of support coming for both teams in the chat.
It's good. Pretty even contest now that Gujar's gone.
Yeah, sure is. Going down, but end of a very entertaining first over. Score 6 for 1, and well, a little bit of spice and all things nice coming into the contest. Of course, 2 teams will be competing for the 1 spot later on today. Yeah, that one, I think the height was issue in the end, but 6 for 1, and I'm just going to say this. They have scored a score in the Grady 80s, 89.
Well,
oh, imagine that.
It would be good. I mean, it's actually upsetting me. I'm going to have another whole bucket of gnocchi if we don't get a golden ball today, Vinny.
It's like 2 buckets of gnocchi.
I'm comfort eating.
369 matches without a golden ball. It's 116 over our previous dry spell, previous longest dry spell.
Is that your biggest dry spell?
369? Well, it is. In the entire history of ECN. It's
with golden balls it is, right?
That's right. So we're going to go into over number 2. And so Venezia, they got what they wanted. They got rid of Gujar, but the job is not done yet, that's for sure. And we're going to see Hossein Mohammed Riyad with over number 2. Bologna Singh, here's his chance to make an impression on the series, opening up in a crunch match. He only has 1 run in the series so far. Let's roll. Short. It's kind of hurries on to Balwinder, who's able to work it away for a single.
What is it about Eliminator games and there just being more tension, so they're a bit more low scoring and so on?
Oh, do you think it's natural? That
yeah, but why?
Pressure of the situation.
Does that mean people aren't playing freely?
Yeah.
So that means their mind's convoluted?
Yeah.
Good word that, Jules.
Pressure is an intangible. I mean, pressure doesn't exist. It's a construct of the mind.
Oh.
But yeah, certainly is something which comes into play, I think. I think the reason it's easier to bowl and field under pressure than bat is because when you're batting, you have 1 chance. You're always seconds from disaster. If you
I used to love that show.
Yeah, if you're in the field or if you can bowl, okay, you might bowl a bad ball, but you can come back. Yeah, there's no coming back from batting, and that's why I think you see the tension showing a bit more. Oh, this one does absolutely everything. Has he hit this? Otherwise, this has done the most of any ball I've ever seen. This has gone out then in.
That is an absolute seed. I can't believe that hasn't collected the stumps. Look at that. Dex, oh, that is so close to the off pole.
Sharif Ahmed's a good keeper, and he just could not deal with the sideways movement of this.
Oh, that's a skerrick away from uprooting the off
You're just
stump.
happy that doesn't hit the stumps. That's actually unplayable from Riyad. And it races to the boundary, so no luck for Venezia. Ends up costing him 4.
Well, okay, I just said before the extras are going to be important. That's 6 extras now. I know it's hard on the keeper, but 4 byes shouldn't happen. That's half the score already.
Yeah, I mean, it does a lot, but he has time to adjust to the movement. That's what you would say, Sharif Ahmed. He'll be disappointed with that. But it did seem to swing a bit, actually, after the stumps as well. It's got to play in your mind as a batter.
Good batting. That's good batting. Gets the throw.
Yeah, good backing up as well. That's something I don't see enough of backing up. Backing up fielders need to come in as well if they're on the boundary to make sure the batters can't get that overthrow.
So have you told the viewers yet about your exploits last night? You broke records.
I was going to wait for game 2, but you can give a few sneak previews. I'm kind of enthralled with this chase at the moment. Oh, another French cut. And, well, is it stopped? It's not. I mean, that's so unlucky for Riyadh. He must have walked under a ladder on the way to the game because Sharif Ahmed, you can't really blame him here. He doesn't know how much this is going to bounce. And, yeah, very fine third man can't cut it off either. So, a couple of moments just going Bologna's way here in the second over.
Just not going their way at the moment. It could have easily been dragged back onto the stumps. It's not. It's 4. In a tight pressure game, those are the moments they can determine quite a lot.
Gets him back up at the rate. So, Andy runs. Not too much happening off the bat, though, at the moment. Off the middle, anyway. Throws this one wider, but this is fine. Last ball coming up. And yeah, you can cut the air with a knife at the moment, couldn't you? That's your perfect delivery, making him reach. It's a long way from the eye line of the batter.
Umpires have been pretty good this week.
Yeah. That one you could tell was completely inside. Ria sad. Sad face. All the edges and extras for Venezia. He's supporting them in the chat. Let's pull the over. Oh, this one does get it wrong, so try that one again.
Extras tally, tell me.
Extras is up to 8. The 4 byes and 4 wides at the moment.
That's in a small chase, Vinny. That is absolutely massive. They're actually bowling quite well. It's just the odd one.
In the first innings, there were 5 wides in the entire innings.
So there you go. They're already -3 on the extras column.
Full toss.
Shot.
Driven and driven well. Yeah, it's the correct shot for the ball. He just leans on it. So Balwinder gets that one pretty close to the middle of the bat. He'll finish with a boundary. So effectively the last ball goes for 5. And that's the end of 2 overs, 22 for 1.
Well, you don't see the old traditional cover drive too much in this format, but we did there. Gorgeous shot. And after losing Gujar early, they've just steadied enough.
They have, with it. Slice of luck or two as well. You see the 3 sixes in the points column. 3 teams all won 3 of their games in the Super 5s. Venezia 1 and 3. So they were a clear 4th. Bologna 9 runs away from the double champs last night.
They'll be kicking themselves with that.
Yeah.
I mean, they really butchered a good opportunity. They should not be playing this game, in theory.
Yeah, they'll be kicking themselves with both feet. So, going to the last over of the power play. No Alamin Mia in the lineup. He's normally one of their key bowlers. And I also checked with Mamadou Islam about why he's not bowling. He's got a slight shoulder injury.
And Bologna dropping their captain.
Yeah, we dropped him himself. We ran out of celebrations.
That's
the theory I've got.
Much history of a captain dropping himself?
Has happened a few times. But it's not something you see very often.
I don't recall that too often, actually.
Normally they get close to dropping themselves. And
Kim Hughes do that or something?
Stepped away from the captaincy.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, here we go. Chalk it up with over number 3. Short and cut into the gap. 4 runs. So Kumar, another nice shot square of the wicket. It was a little bit short, a little bit wide from Shankar. And so 4 runs. Bologna now. You say that they're in a position where they're feeling pretty confident with this partnership.
Well, if you got a quick glimpse of that side view, kids at home, that's how you play a cut shot. Good transfer of weight onto the back foot.
He's tall and he hits it down as well, doesn't he?
That was the last 2 shots, the cover drive and the cut shot. Gorgeous. Gorgeous to watch. Bologna, after losing the early wicket, I think they feel a bit calmer now.
They chase the sun because they put the deep point back now.
That is one thing that teams probably need to work on a bit, instead of just chasing the ball all the time. Cricket doesn't work like that.
What they have done is they've left nobody back on the leg side at all. So maybe they're trying to tempt him into going that way. I don't think they will, though. Oh, edged and gone. So 4 and out. It had Sharif Ahmed reaching. He's had a bit of a tough time of it behind the stump so far, but he's a class act back there. And so Charkada lures him forward and he induces the edge. Game takes another twist. Bologna 26 for 2.
Well, that didn't look like an amazing delivery. It looked quite wide, innocuous at best. Let's have a look at the replay. He just reached for a little bit. Maybe his hands got in front of his
I
body.
think this is bowling to his field, isn't it?
It's a
healthy edge. That's a good catch as well.
But it's a wide half volley. I mean, as a batsman, he'll just be disappointed that he's snicked off to that. There wasn't anything amazing about it. Look, he's bowling to his field, but look at this.
Anytime you get him reaching, though, the further away from the eyes, you're always a chance. I mean, that nick can easily fly away for 4. This time it flies into the safe gloves of Sharif Ahmed. And Bologna 26 for 2. And I suppose if you do have that field, that's when you're not minding giving the width. They had the deep point back, they had the long off back. So I guess he felt fairly safe from being driven.
We didn't get the side on look there, but I just have a feeling his hands released in front of his body. He didn't play under his eyes as much as he could have. And unfortunately, loses his wicket. 26 for 2. Game in the balance.
Sure is. Here's the captain, Malik Safraz, acting captain.
Well,
watch the wide first up.
Don't let those extras start to haunt you, Venezia. He's getting some lavish movement, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I mean, that is a wide under the interpretation that's being used. It does go slightly. Half the ball, I think, is over the line.
Starting to get warm out there.
It's hot in the kitchen. Back, pushes. Bowler has to navigate around Balvinda. We'll get through for a single. Safraz off the mark.
Yep. Good batting. Always nice to get yourself off the mark.
Just gotta love the feel.
So you can just tell this game's hanging by a bit of a knife edge. Everyone, you can
is.
feel that tension out there. There's a bit of talk.
Nerves are frayed.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves.
You know what I'm enjoying today? Of course,
Talk to me.
when's the weekend? We've got a bit more activity going on around the ground. A few
Yeah,
bicycles,
a few
few people walking, and
Do you reckon they stop and go, what's this?
yeah, I'm sure they do. I've got another wide.
Blown out.
They're pretty stubborn with the offside plan, and they do lose the battle with the tram line a fair bit, Venezia.
I get that. I do get what they're trying to do, Vinny, but you've got to be wary of it. I think, are we at 10 extras already?
We are. Yeah, I think with that one, it's up to 10.
Another thing you've got to be wary of is your time.
Yeah, true.
They're taking a bit of an age here.
Very good observation.
Thank you, Vinny.
6 wides, 4 byes. That's when he does get it right. Yeah, you take those extras off the board and
Take the extras off the board. They're miles ahead in this game.
yeah.
Why do they call it an extra?
Because the extra runs that aren't off the bat. Yeah, what would you call them?
No, that made sense. Still early.
It is. And I know that's the pastor talking. That's the third bucket of gnocchi talking. You can hear it. Pulled away. Just a single. Double Islam. He's just trying to keep his cool out there. That's all right. Singles are wins. With that rate just creeping up.
Well, they're going at 10, so the rate's fine. And Bologna, you'll be thinking, if we have one player that even makes a 20 off 10 in this game, we win it.
And that 1 over of 24, remember,
Yeah.
in the first innings.
Venezia are going to have to take wickets pretty.
Reaching almost induces an edge, but we'll another
They're going
one.
to have to take wickets. What's the word I'm looking for? It's early.
What's that?
When you have to take lots of wickets consecutively, periodically. Give me a word.
Consistently?
Consistently. Thank you.
Use your words.
Honestly, 2 buckets of gnocchi. Do you know how many calories that is?
Don't want to know. I don't really want to know how much I consumed last night at that place. Here's the last ball of the power play. This one a bit straighter. Does his own fielding. So 3 overs in. Game hanging in the balance. 31 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, you would say honours are even after that power play. Only 60 more required, 59 to be exact. Have a look at the comparative power plays now. And
Yeah, they were in the
too much
first
between
half
them.
of the innings. It was, or the first half of the game, 23 for 1 was the power play for Bologna. So 31 for 2. I guess the key thing is no good jar. I mean, he went early. He nicked off for a duck. So it's out of his hands right now.
I know this game has tension, but I'm going to call this early. They are taking an age out there. They'll get a couple warnings from the umpires as well about their time, but so far, they've bowled 3 overs in 18 minutes. Now, you have to start your last over by the 40th, right?
Yeah, by the 40-minute mark.
So you're telling me they have to bowl 6 overs pretty quick.
22 minutes.
22 minutes. Just something to keep in the background.
They do have a couple of bowlers that don't have too much of a run-up.
Well, this looks like a bit of spin coming into the attack now.
You're going to get Sajidullah here. You'll also get Rajib, who comes off just a couple of steps. But anyway, Hassan Ahmed might also bowl some left-arm spin. Sajidullah, over number 4. We head into the middle overs. This is cut away and well handled by the captain, Najmul Haq.
Yeah, good fielding. I like that he's kept himself tight there at cover. They do need to get dot balls. No point just sitting on the ring.
A little bit of length, and they've got more protection in the outfield now. These all become crucial, these stops now, don't they? We know there's a few Tortugas in this field. Beautiful looking field.
Yeah, aesthetically, this is one of the nicest grounds I reckon we've had in the ECS. Yeah, a few Tortugas out there. Ground fielding oh so important.
Sajidullah. Gets hit straight. Bit of work for the boundary rider. They're thinking of a second, but it's not there. Once again, good defensive work. But it's Rajib Mia down there at long off.
Yeah, they need to run that first one hard there. There could have been 2.
They were thinking about it. I think they did just kind of decide with the clean pickup. It wasn't on at this stage. Sajidullah's trying to get through this over as quick as he can.
Yep.
Shot. This will take some stopping.
Well, that's a friendly Tortuga that time.
You don't mind the Tortuga if you have a bit of time to look at it. That probably bounces 15 metres short of him.
Where did you come up with the Tortuga phrase?
It's in Barcelona. It's Spanish for tortoise.
Is it?
And we made a joke that looked like it hit a tortoise's shell. This ball went sideways.
Yoshi.
That started last year. Yeah. Cut away to the fielder, just a single. Rico then told me that Tortuga, El Tortuga is Spanish for that. So
Yoshi's not even a turtle, actually. He's a dinosaur. Where was I going with that?
I don't know, actually. I was gonna let that slide.
Okay.
You're having a tough morning, I know. Digesting everything. Gets him reaching. Taking the pace off the balls work nicely here. So Sajidullah is only going to go for 5 in the over. And we just feel the tension rising again. It's 4 overs down this cutthroat match. 36 for 2 after 4. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Finals day in Bologna. I'm here with Corey Rutgers. And Corey, well, we're really excited because we will find out today who the 4th team will be in the Super Series. And, well, 1 week for you in Bologna. How have you enjoyed it?
It's been a very exciting week. The cricket's actually been quite a good standard as well, and it's been difficult to predict because you've basically got 3 front runners. And let's not count out one of these teams as well. They could also go 3 on the trot and get through.
Yeah, Venezia are wild cards, aren't they? And look, this is their 3rd day in the competition, so really no excuses now. They haven't had enough cricket. But, well, will they get any more after this? That's the question. Rajib comes in and a French cut. And I don't think this is going to be caught. So it's the 2nd time we've seen that. Plus we had the 4 byes off the freakish seam movement. So there's a dozen runs. Balwinder gets lucky and he gets 4.
Well, tell you what, if Lady Luck isn't on your side, it doesn't help. That could easily have been dragged onto the stumps again.
And there was no chance for the keeper who's up to the stumps, Sharif Ahmed. But even if he was back, I think it would have been a tough one to take. So fine leg Thurman, both pretty fine in the circle. Again, doesn't want to spend too long adjusting the field. Now they're going to put the fine leg back. Yeah.
See, I don't know about that.
And bring the square leg up. Let's see if that induces a shot sideways to the right of screen from Balwinder. Oh, yeah, it does. And it's going to be 4. So not a good delivery from Rajib Mia. You rarely see getting 2 straight. And this is just a half-track gift that's cashed in by Balwinder Singh.
Well, not that square leg would have stopped it anyway, but I just don't like chasing the ball. He got an inside edge that beat 45. You don't need to then put a fine leg back and bring square leg up. Just take a breath, guys.
That's better. That's more his game.
Glad Neville Russ is paying attention. Chane's asking if I had this shirt on yesterday. I was in the bright orange yesterday. I mean, come on. That's a huge difference.
Do recall that one from Monday.
No, don't recall.
Okay, slightly different mushrooms.
Yeah, it's different.
Mushrooms,
These are tulips.
Yeah, okay, just looks similar on TV, okay. Driven. Not quite timed. Goes square. Just a single, so Balvinder's moved to 22 now.
They need a wicket. This partnership's just grown to be a little bit too uncomfortable now for Venezia.
They want to be 45 at the halfway point to be with the rate. That's where they are with 2 balls remaining in this over. Oh, good seed. He jumps on it. Bowler's ends on. Sharif not able to deal with that one. Did a bit.
I love that. That is really, really good running. This week, that's probably the one thing we haven't seen. Aggressive running between the wickets. He sees the fumble from the keeper and he just goes.
Yeah. Hesitation kills you in that moment. And what I liked from the batter is he just saw them on strike going and he went.
Yes.
He didn't stay to debate
Trust.
it.
The word
trust. Sometimes we see trust issues creeping in, don't we?
Oh, every day.
Last ball of Mia's over. Gets hit back to him for a dot. So it's the end of 5. Game on 46 for 2. 2 teams arrive, only one survives. And right now, this game is right in the balance.
Yeah. In the balance, I'm going to say a little bit more ahead for Bologna. With 8 wickets in hand, you'd still fancy them to get these runs, especially with Balwinder Singh, the opener. He's set. He's 22 off 15. 12 extras in the bottom left of your screen. That has hurt them massively.
As I suppose. Now, looks like Balwinder's trying to ditch his helmet. And Rajib's saying, hold on. It's actually Sajidullah who's ready to bowl the next over now, of course. He's saying, no, let's get on with it. And yeah, keep an eye on that time.
I think they've caught up. You're right. You were always correct, Vinny Sandu. The 2 spinners. The 2 spinners bowling.
Ball 5. He's still got to hustle. The wides will be their worst enemy as far as the time goes. Sajidullah is just Chris Harrising the life out of the ball.
How can they get a wicket? What can they do? They need a batsman error or maybe...
I think it's consistency and building up pressure. Yeah, I don't think they need to be greedy and pull any flashy tricks. I still think Balwinder's 22, but he's had a couple of strokes of luck. Safraz is struggling out there, 4 of 6. Pitched up, driven and gone. Well, little bit of a bobble, but Nazmul holds on in the end. Sajidullah gets the wicket. It's the end of Balwinder Singh to 22. Oh, this has more twists and turns than an old length of rope at the moment. And now Bologna lose the 3rd wicket, 47 for 3.
Oh, no. Balwinder Singh, the opener, he was looking so good. He gets a half volley. This is a genuine half volley, and he shellacks it straight to cover. I mean, half a metre left or right. That is motored to the boundary. In the end, he finds cover on the ring, and he's gone. That is so unlucky.
Well, what fate giveth, fate taketh away.
Yep.
And he got a bit lucky with a couple of French cuts, but he was fresh out of luck. He absolutely banged that. But Nazmul was waiting. Good field positioning. It's a bit of a Swiss Army knife position. Saves runs, but also it's an attacking position. And so he's in a position where it does carry to him on the full.
Good catch because it's hit hard.
It's hit hard, and he even kept his composure when it popped out. He didn't grab it at the second time.
Well, the good thing, when you take a wicket early in the over, that's the over that, as a bowling team, you can really take complete control of. If he bowls well here, this over shouldn't go for more than 6 now.
We saw earlier that 24-run over actually started with a wicket.
See that? Because this is what happens. You get a wicket early in the over, the new batsman will chew 2 dots before maybe getting off strike, and you've won this over by a landslide. All of a sudden, the game's momentum shifts, and Venezia, these 3 balls are pretty important.
Let me throw 3 words at you.
Don't you
remember
dare.
the name. Tassim Mustafa coming in at number 5.
God,
and well,
Vinny.
can you believe it? Well, this isn't an innings to remember for Tassim Mustafa. He was the hero during the week, but he completely gets this wrong. And he just essentially bunts the ball back to Safi Sajidullah. 2 wickets in the over. Bologna, oh, they're on the downslide, aren't they? After not securing that double chance last night. Now they're in real jeopardy in this series. 47 for 4.
Well. It didn't look like an amazing delivery, and it just got big on him. Oh, I can't believe that. Caught and bowled. And Vinny, what's going on here?
Tell you what, he's not a great poker player, Sajidullah, because look, he's got a smile as wide as this field at the moment. And why wouldn't he? So Bologna, remember their struggles with the bat last night. They were chasing 103 to get to the double chance against Cricket Stars. They couldn't do that. Right now, they need a big one from Muhammad Adnan. Well, he is a player that stepped up in the big moments so far this week. He certainly bowled very well in the first half of this game. Right now, they need an innings from him with the bat. He comes out with 43 still required in a tick over 4 overs.
Did you see the big news on ABC Sport today as well in Australia?
I haven't seen that yet. Would you like to share? This has turned into a very good over, by the way.
A very good article has been sent in. It's,
1 run off this over, 2 wickets off this over.
if anyone likes to read afterwards, it's about Daniel Weston and how he's been building the ECN network, and it's a great read for any viewers out there.
That'll be worth a look. Maybe in the break. Maybe we could post that if you like.
Let me send it to you first.
Okay. Now what do you do with this ball? Only 1 off this over so far. Well, it'll stay that way. So, match defining over potentially. As Sajidullah takes 2 for 1 in the 6th. And if you want to contrast that with the key over in the first innings, remember it was about this time. It was in the 6th over of the first innings, it went for 24. The 6th over in this innings goes for 1. So 2 for 6. What a performance from Safi Sajidullah.
Yeah, what an over that is, and pretty impressive stuff to bring themselves back into this game.
Looks like there's actually a video about it as well.
Yeah, so yeah, if you get that up, chuck it in the YouTube chat. I was just passed it by my mother back home, who said there's a brilliant article that's going around in Australia about the European Cricket Network. So we'll get that there, but let's focus on here for now. And this game's all of a sudden just flipped a little bit on its head. Some people saying the game is gone. I don't think so. I think now with that double wicket over, this game's 50-50. Right on 50-50.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, it depends a lot on how well you bowl.
I mean,
and
10 and over, 10.7.
Yeah.
10.7 is not a lot on this field.
True. But your problem is you've got Safraz there. He's very capable. We have seen him opening the batting before, but has struggled to get going so far. You've got Adnan, who's new to the crease. Well, let's roll. Hassan Ahmed coming in. Well, half a chance, but Sharif can't gather it. They'll sneak through for 1.
Can they get through for a single?
I'm looking forward to watching that. So there's a video, there's an article. ABC Sport, of course, Australian Broadcasting Corporation.
Oh, it's been kept secret from us.
Yeah, we're too busy at the furnace to know what's going on in the background. But yeah, nice to see some exposure, and obviously spending some time with our founder, Daniel Weston. Edged and into the gap. I don't see this getting chased down. This will be 4. Well, Adnan's away with the boundary. Slightly edgy stroke, but he does pick the gap, threads the needle. And that one will bring up the 50 for Bologna.
Yeah, it brings up the 50. And look, a lot of people in the chat saying this game's gone. Venezia are going to win. I am telling you, 10 runs and over isn't much when you get a little bit of luck like that. Let's not forget, they need to bowl the next 3.4 overs, 2.4 overs in the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, true. Yeah, 3 overs, 8. Yeah.
But look, these little things, see how they're taking their time? It all adds up.
Good point. So, Hassan back to his medium pace, left armers. This is in the air, and it is out. And he does stay inside the field of play. So Rajib Mir takes the catch for an out for Adnan. And he can't do it with the bat in this eliminator. Hassan Ahmed gets the wicket. 5 wickets down now, 52 for 5.
Well, what an innocuous way to get out. It was shortish and wide. He just lofts it, and he doesn't get it over cover. He gets it a little bit straight, and what a nice clean catch that is. That would have gone for 6 if he didn't hold it.
I was worried he ran under it a little bit here, Rajib Mir, and I think he does misjudge it, but he's able to get back, and he has enough room to stop himself.
Hey, geez, he looks at the line thinking, no, not today.
Not the time you want to fall over. I mean, if that was you on the tricycle last night, I don't think he would have stopped in time. It might have been a mess.
Let's not talk about the tricycle incident.
But Faizan Nazar will come out. Maybe he can be a hero.
Talk about the wheels falling off.
Runs on the board, and you asked me earlier in the week, the kind of batting first versus batting second debate. I suppose we're talking about it. But going into today, out of the 21 matches we've had this week, 14 won by the team batting first and 7 won by the team batting second. So I think there is something to it. Nazar will face up then for the first time. Hassan Ahmed. Pretty good ball, and he works it.
It's actually well played.
Happy just to get 1. Hits the stumps, but no overthrow.
So besides the wicket, this over there's been a single, 4, and a 1.
Yeah, we're going to leg by 4, wicket 1.
So 6 off.
Yep.
Can they get another boundary this over? That would be the 10
exactly
required.
right. You're exactly right.
10 isn't a crazy number. The wickets column is starting to get a bit concerning, though.
Sure is. But you know, these teams that make it this far, they do have more depth. than average. Hosson's been pretty on target so far. So
Shot!
Yeah, a little bit short, and this is going to be pounded into the fence. Maximo! Well, Safraz, he can hit it. And we have seen him batting all the way up the order. Finally gets one that he can go back and crack, and he does. 6 runs.
Well, he silences a few of the YouTube fans who are saying they're out of this. That's your 12 off.
This is what...
So now you're already ahead of this over.
This is what makes ECN cricket so exciting, because every time you think it's going one way, it tends to take a turn, and it has here. He's got to lure him forward, I think. Hassan Ahmed, last ball of his over. So better length, but it's cut away.
Shot.
And this will not be stopped. Cuatro, Carreras Mas, 6 and 4. Hungry for more is Safraz, who finally gets his innings moving. Swings him into the 60s. It's 63 for 5 after 7 overs.
And just like that, it turns into a 16-run over. I repeat, a 16-run over. Those 2 boundaries steal the momentum back. And you can see the keeper is absolutely disgusted. Game on. And do I dare say it? Do I dare say it, Vinny?
Don't say it.
Do I
will
dare
say
say
they
it?
needed 9 and over to win. They're going exactly 9 and over at the moment. Trentino, Aquila and Cricket Stars, the 2 teams that did earn the double chance, they're coming up next in qualifier number 1. 25 minutes away from a start in that one. Cricket Stars, good toss to win, I think. They're going to bat first. Last time these 2 teams played, Trentino Aquila smacked Cricket Stars 141 to 70. But this time the Stars will get the first opportunity to bat. So join us for that. The winner of the match, that match goes straight through to the final.
Vinny.
You're feeling it, aren't you?
No, I've got something. They've only got 5 minutes to bowl 2 complete overs. They are mucking around in the field with their placements. They are in trouble.
They have an extra minute because of the 5th wicket.
It's going to be tight because it's a pace bowler. So look at him. Right now, he needs to jog back to his mark.
They need to hustle. They need to show some hustle, because then when they're marginal, maybe they'll be keen to help you out a bit. But yeah, you're right.
It's there. That is just in the foreground.
It's going to be touch and go. Can't really afford extra deliveries at this point. Hassan.
Well, that's an extra
that
delivery.
Hurts. You've got to hustle back now. I mean, Venezia, they should know this. They've played a lot of T10 cricket. They know the importance of the time, and you do not want to give away 5 runs here. So, yeah, I mean, they'll probably maybe get a minute, probably blanket allowance, 1 or 2 minutes blanket allowance for some unavoidable stops in this chase. But you're right, there haven't been too many things. In the air and gets away from the fielder, and it's going to run all the way for 4. Well, this game is toing and froing, and right now it's Bologna that are going, and that takes them up to 68.
Yeah, an important boundary, and 4 runs gets through backward point. They're just finding the boundary at the right time, changing the field. They're going to bring 1 more across. Only 3 men on the leg side now.
If we do get a time penalty, we'll know at the start of the 10th over.
Yeah, they are not hustling enough, Vinny. This could be a huge moment.
Short, and that one is gone. Maximo! Nazar gets in on the party, takes him into the 70s. Bologna just doing enough, arresting the demons of last night. That was a little bit too short, and it went the distance.
Well, you know where the fielder just came from. Deep square leg to go into backward point because of the shot before. They followed the ball. Do not chase the ball. Anyway, that 4 and 6, all of a sudden, you sort of feel Bologna. They should not lose this. 16 only off 15 required.
A couple of big shots coming. This is in the air, and this is holding up. He's battling the sun, but he'll take the catch. So Nazar, 11 and out. And so, well, a 6-wicket fall, 74 for 6. The game takes another twist. It's Sajidullah that takes the catch. Oh, Corey, just as they were building momentum and seem to be well ahead in the game, they lose a 6th wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just watching in the foreground. The umpires are telling them you've got to hurry up. They really have to hurry up. We've got a 10:08, 38 minutes into this innings. Well, here we go. We're going to get a bit of controversy in the Eliminator, Vinny.
You get another minute for the wicket, but the
Another
minute's
minute,
kind of eaten up.
Is it a minute for the...
Every 5th wicket and on, you get an extra minute.
Okay.
So that gives them probably 5 minutes now, from now, to bowl 8 balls.
I can't see it.
But see, the thing with getting the extra minute, it gets eaten up by the new batter having to come in, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of doesn't move the needle that much.
Wow, controversial end potentially coming. This is hanging by a knife's edge. Here we go.
Right, new batter out there. Akash deep. Jeez, he batted well last night, actually. And he starts by blasting a 6. And that one is smacking the fence. Maximo! Bologna. Well, they have had the better of the week so far. And Akash is certainly a player that's better than your average number 8 as he shows their first ball.
Yeah, pretty good shot from your number 8. And, well, they've taken complete control right at the back end here. What a shot. One more boundary almost breaks the back of the Venetians.
10 to win now. They've got it below a run of ball for the first time. And then he misses this one. So end of the over. 10 required off the last 2. And it is 80 for 6 after 8.
So let's say hypothetical, this over goes for 5, and then the penalty runs are applied. That's it. See you later. Well, I don't know if I've ever seen a game finish that way, but it could happen here.
You've got, I think, 4 minutes to bowl this. That's being generous. So you need to, this is where, have a look at that
I'll
word.
tell you what, if you like DNA.
That's proper DNA, isn't it? So, yeah, again, they need to be in position here. Now, see, I think the umpire's having one more word. I mean, this doesn't come as a surprise to the captain because he's getting warned all the time. Well, he's not warned, he's getting informed.
Yeah, the officials always keep them up to date.
That's right. All right, here's Raju Mia. Well, we'll even survive to the end of this over.
Good hand.
He does get a hand, and it'll just be a single. Would say, if it's marginal, I hope it doesn't. Rules are rules, and they'll be enforced, I know that. But from a game point of view, I feel like you want to see it go the distance, go down the stretch.
I think they might win it in this over, actually.
They could do that. Rajib can't really gamble too much with a wide line. Well, this is close-ish, you know.
Oh, well, you know what the error is. It was closest, but cover was appealing. They didn't stop the one.
Yeah, let's have a look at it on the replay.
Sliding.
Yeah, just doing a bit too much, wasn't it? Smart, though. Score off every ball from here. You can't lose. Only dot balls going to get you in trouble.
Yeah, cover and point need to be tight. They need to get a dot somewhere.
Smart batting.
Well,
ball.
it's
You
even
might even
better.
get more than one here. They turn it down. Not wanting to throw away a run out at this stage.
Well, they're noodling it round. That's all they have to do. One boundary.
So tight with the time.
I'll tell you what, the penalty runs is just lurking in the back. We called this early, though.
I think they're probably just okay.
You think so?
With the allowances. 3 to come. Backs away, hits over cover. Didn't really find that, the outfielders. They're probably going to get two. They won't get two.
Oh, they should have run. That was an easy 2.
That's pressure for you.
Yeah, pretty lazy there. That really should have been 2 runs. Tell you what, only 4 singles off this over. Pretty good from Mia.
Tension's back, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, that hurts as well. Extra ball coming, and that's been missed twice.
Game over.
That's going to tie the scores, you know.
It's over.
Oh, sorry, it's leg buys. I thought it was wides.
Oh, was it?
So, yeah, flicks off the pad.
So this is why leg buys shouldn't be able to determine a cricket match.
You do create that, though, by bowling that line. Mia. Now that's going to take it to just 2 required off 7.
Well, I have a feeling that if this ball is a dot, they might be in trouble anyway with the time constraints, Vinny.
Yeah, you could say that.
I hope it is a dot.
It's hard to see them losing. Anyway. Well, this will tie it.
This will tie it.
It's kind of a shame then, because you feel like they should get to win with a winning run, but we'll wait for this.
I want to know. I want to see the game end with this umpire.
So the scores are tied at 89-89.
Watch this.
It's a bit of a buzz killer. But I mean, they need.
This could be
any
the
run.
umpire signalling the end. Let's have a look.
You're no stranger to this either.
I'm not.
Penalty runs controversy.
We're watching
at
the umpire here. He's got his walkie-talkie out. I'm going to talk you through it.
It's a harsh one because we're at 43. They got 2 extra
Hold on.
minutes.
Here we go.
And, well, we're getting ready to bowl.
Maybe common sense prevails.
I think they sneak it. To be honest, we're at 43. They get 2 extra minutes for the wickets, and they normally get 1 extra minute as a blanket allowance.
Okay, so they've snuck in.
They snuck in, but guess what? You need 6 top balls for a golden ball. This will be the biggest comeback in history. And that'll do it. So Bologna, they're going to do this with 5 balls to spare. Well, a bit of a distraction, I think, the penalty runs conversation. But Venezia, this is a disappointing finish to their tournament. They just weren't able to recapture the magic of just over a year ago where they went 10-0 in Venice. Bologna, well, I suppose what you would say is when we got to the Super 5 stage, there were 3 clear teams that all were performing at that stage. Venezia weren't one of them, and they are the 3 teams that will survive. And so, congratulations, Bologna, for making it through to the top 3. Commiserations to Venezia. I mean, they fought really hard, Corey. We know that they were a bit underdone for cricket. Their automatic qualification maybe just hurting their momentum, I suppose. Never really got going with the bat. And although they fought hard in the field, they weren't able to defend that total of 89.
No, they're easily 20 under par. It just shows how easy it is to score at a 10 and over on this ground. And, well, it's a shame. And they'll be knocked out. Commiserations to them. But for Bologna, well done, boys. Yeah, you can see how happy they are. And they will be versing the loser of Trentino Aquila and all cricket stars later this afternoon. This is the game coming up. Look at this. This is a sight for sore eyes. I'm excited.
You excited for that one?
Well, look, both teams are 6-1. Look at the fantasy points floating around. How many good players are on that field?
Plenty. That's why I think it should be a really exciting game. Join us in 15 minutes for the start of that one, but right now we can roll through the highlights. Cricket Stars winning the toss. Good toss to win, I think, in match number 24. Qualifier 1 coming up very, very shortly on ECN. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And, well, what would you say? They needed to get Gujar early, and they did. And Gujar, well, he'll be happy just to get another hit in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. He went for a duck and a little bit of argy-bargy there, but we think it was just a pure accident. And then there were some beautiful balls from Venezia early on. They had a little bit of bad luck, a couple of inside edges that went away for 4, but also they were their own worst enemy. There was a couple of wides that definitely shouldn't have happened. These were 2 lovely shots, the old traditional cover drive and cut shot, and then there was the edge. A nice wicket there, and Chakauda, he was absolutely pumped. And Venezia, what they did well is they just stuck in the contest for as long as they could. And it was the double wicket over by Sajid Saidullah that got them back into the contest. This was the first one, absolutely laced to cover, and a really good catch. And then a couple balls later, this happened, Vinny, and we thought, can they come back?
Yeah, I mean, it was a game of twists and turns. I mean, we saw the hero from earlier in the week, Mustafa, go down, and we just didn't really know what to expect. Ultimately, I think it's pretty hard to defend double digits on this field, and you're going to play out of your skin, and you're going to need the luck as well. I think they were out of luck as well, but especially early when we saw, the 4 buys off that one that seemed a mile and a couple of French cuts. And yeah, ultimately, you saw Nazar coming out there, plays like Akash Deep as well, towards the end featuring, and they did get across the line. And we thought maybe it would be penalties that might decide it. And Bologna, that was another one that they were able to get away with, just flicking off the leg. That was 4 leg buys, made it just a couple to win. They tied the game, then they win it off the first ball of the last. And well, commiserations to Venezia, who are going to have to wait for another year. But to Bologna, well, their dream's still alive. They had to win 3 games today, and they have won the first one. So looking at the scorecard, you can see Malwinda, 22 of 16. He just steadied things after Gujar went for a duck. Apart from that, Malik Safraz took a while to get going, but he was solid towards the end. 18 not out for him. Nazar with an important 11. Then Akash Deep, well, he's pretty handy for runs down the order. 7 not out for him. 19 extras. Okay, 6 are leg buys, but still the 13 wides and buys combined. They really do hurt you when you're defending a score in the 80s.
Yep. We were just defending a score in the grade 80s, but it wasn't enough. And a good effort from the bowling unit, but overall the batting side of it just wasn't enough runs on the board. There was 2 wickets for Hussain, 2 wickets for Sajidullah, who had magnificent figures, only an economy of 3, and a wicket down the bottom there for Ahmed, also 1 for Chakauda. But it wasn't enough in the end, and we're going to have to say goodbye to the Venetians.
Yeah, we said we have to say goodbye to teams that we love on ECN, but they'll have to wait for another year. We'll be back very, very shortly with the Trentino Aquila match. They're taking on the Cricket Stars. Cricket Stars winning the toss and batting. Join us in around about 10 minutes to take you into that one. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Bologna. It is finals day and well now we are going to find out exactly which team will be the first to book the place in the final. It is the second match of the day, qualifier number 1. We've got Trentino Aquila going up against Cricket Stars. Now these two teams, they both only dropped one game in the Super 5 stage. Two high quality outfits. They've been playing some good cricket this week. I think this will be a real spicy contest, potentially quite high scoring as well. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, who's with the two captains for the all important coin toss.
Heads. Heads the call. Heads.
Bat pass.
Okay. All right, guys. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best.
So it is the Cricket Stars that have won the toss. Sukhpal Singh standing in for Lovepreet at the toss, and I think it's a good toss to win. He says that he wants to bat. Look, the only time Cricket Stars have dropped a game this week, it was when Trentino Aquila, they batted them out of the game. They batted first in that contest back in match 14. It was 141 to 70. And so this time Cricket Stars, well, they've got a chance to do the same. I think they've got a strong batting lineup. Let's see exactly what happens. Trentino Aquila, though, they'll have the confidence. They did actually find the chink in the armour for the Cricket Stars earlier in the week. And so I think it's going to be a really entertaining game. I've got to say, Maruf Kell is going to be really important, I think, up front for Trentino Aquila to see if he can get those early wickets. Rajmani really seems like he's come into some form with the bat and the ball. So, well, big match because there is a place in the final on the line. Whoever loses this match will have to do it the hard way through qualifier 2, and they will essentially have to play 3 matches straight. So looking forward to this contest. Corey Ruckers is in the commentary ice cube. News from the toss. Cricket Stars winning the toss and having a hit. Over to you. Let's get this game started.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, for that sensational opening introduction. We're here in beautiful Bologna, and what a gorgeous ground this is, and slightly northern part of Italy. And I tell you what, it's starting to heat up here, especially on the cricket field. This is going to be an absolute doozy. These are the two teams I tipped that I think will make the final, irrespective if they win this game or not. But I know you want to win because on such a hot day, 3 games in a row, not easy. Let's look at the lineups and look at those fantasy scores in red. Plenty of these players have stood up at different times and had impacts in the game. Some of the biggest, Sandhu, the left-handed opener for Cricket Stars, and Baba Hussain there as well. And Sukhpal Singh down there, coming out at 6, a really good player. For Trentino Aquila, I like the look of Maruf Kell. I love him with the new paw. And Sadaqat Ali, really, really good. That's going to be a great contest. This might be one of the great games of T10 cricket. I really hope it is. And I hope all our viewers around the world enjoy it. This is going to be a tough one to call. I think it's the team that win the moments, just the big moments, and can make something happen. They will get their nose across the line, and that is why this is going to be close. Trentino Aquila are expected to win by 1 run. Tell you what, if we get that, that's going to get everyone a bit twitchy. And I'm sure the players are pretty nervous out there. And we do have to touch on it. It's going to be about 38 degrees today. So if you lose this game, Bologna are waiting for you in the prelim. Now, to then go play, that is really hard to do. So quite a lot on the line. If you win this game, you get to sit back for a couple of hours, put the feet up, refresh, and then you're in the final. So it's all on the line here, I think. Let's predetermine who goes on to win the tournament. Let's remind ourselves, Trentino Aquila thumped Cricket Stars in the group stage. I don't think that will happen again. But let's see. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those via YouTube. I hope you're doing well out there. And everybody in India via FanCode, I hope you're doing great as well. We're almost ready for the first ball of this spicy contest. Maruf Kell to start. Here we go. Well, short, wide. A lot of games have started with the old traditional wide. Maruf Kell just losing his line and length there. But yeah, what an appetite. If you're a cricket fan, especially of the shortest format, this is a tough game to call. This could go either way. Who's going to step up for their team and get them that quick passage to the final? Short, wide again. Maruf Kell's been really good this week. He doesn't usually err his line too much. Couple of wides to start. And it looks like that's the first bouncer for the over, the only bouncer for the over. So he hasn't bowled a ball, and he's already used his one short ball up. So if he goes above shoulder height again, that will be called a no ball. He doesn't. Played down to third man. First run off the bat. Well played by Rahman, and just the single brings on Sandhu to the strike. And Sandhu yesterday made an unbelievable 50. The shots he was hitting over the offside were quite remarkable. He was hitting them a long way. This lefty-righty partnership's been pretty effective all week. We're wanting to be effective here right now. So Sandhu shaping up for his first delivery. Whoa, that's an absolute shocker. Maruf Kell knows it. 5 free runs. And, well, he's got to be super disappointed with that. The keeper had no chance at all. It's a bit of a sloppy start. It's the only way I can put it. He's super disappointed with that. Great start this is for Cricket Stars, and to be honest, they haven't had to do much. They've only had to run a ball down to third man for a single, and they're on 8. Another wide. Maruf Kell getting it all wrong at the moment. It's unlike him, to be honest. He's got the zinc on. Big fan of that. Look at him. Looks like a warrior, ready for battle. I hope he's got good stamina about him. So he's still got 5 balls to go. Gets it a bit more right. And there's a crazy appeal. Absolutely crazy appeal. There is no way that's out. There's absolutely no way that could have ballooned up to first slip like that. That's just a bit of energy and excitement coming out. As you can see, bump ball. I don't know how you would get it to slip the opposite way and get it to go that high in the air. This is where some people need to go to the physics school. Oh, and Maruf Kell gets that much better. That wasn't far away from a wicket straight away. He's had a happy knack of getting a wicket in the first. Starting to get his rhythm. Still 3 balls left. Short. This is going to be out. This is a catching chance. God. Well, after bowling 8 wides straight away, he gets a wicket. I mentioned he's taken quite a few wickets in the first over of this tournament, and it's the dangerous Sandhu who just gets too big on him. He didn't need to try and whack it for 6. You can play it along the ground. Just pull it down. He doesn't do that. He's gone. It cost him his wicket, and the score 9 for 1. He tries to hit it for 6. Just pull it down. Well, what a waste. Safe catch. Good comeback from Maroof Kelt. And, well, you've got to be disappointed if you're a Cricket Stars fan. This is the man everyone wants to see, though, Baba Hussain. I call him Mark Waugh. He is that stylish. And well, Trentino Aquila will be happy that they've got him to the crease early while the ball is swinging. Always a little bit more difficult for a batsman to start while it's moving in the air. So 9 for 1. Helter-skelter start. Let's look at the 2 boundaries. Deep mid-wicket and third man. Baba loves going through the offside. How's he going to start today? Look at him. Oh, I love watching this man bat. He's got a day and an age. He just tucks that off his hip for 1. He's off the mark. Last ball of the first. Maroof Kelt. Credit to the young man. I mean, you come out, you lose your radar straight away. You bowl 8 extras, and then he's corrected. And in the last 5 balls, he's taken 1 for 2. So I do like the cut of his jib. There is something about him. Cut down. Oh, a bit of confusion. Bubba could be gone if he throws it. He does it. The bowler was just a little bit off balance. A yes, no, maybe. Doesn't matter. Takes us to the end of the first. The score is 10 for 1. And an interesting start to this game. This is today, and this is why this is such a big game. We just had Bologna. They've gone through. Goodbye to Venezia. They're in the red. Trentino Aquila Cricket Stars. The loser plays Bologna. And now, touching on this heat, if you lose this game, you have to then beat Bologna again to maybe get back into the final. The winner gets a nice couple of hour break. I think that does have some weight to play when Europe is an absolute furnace. I will admit, I'm down to my last 2 buttons on the shirt. It is starting to get hot and steamy here. Looks like Mohammad Kashif, the tall left arm opening bowler, will be partnering Maroof Kelt. A few adjustments to the field. Deep mid-wicket, and where's the second boundary rider? I can't see him. Deep square leg, so both on the leg side. Well bowled, well played. Just off the hip. Another single. So hot and spicy this match. Plenty to look forward to. Really tough game to call. Who's going to win the big moments? Kashif, he's been impressive all week. Well bowled. Yes, no again. And good take by the keeper. It was thrown in. And I can hear through the effects mics, there is a lot going on out there. Everyone is absolutely pumped up for this one. I think they know how much is on the line. Win this week in Bologna, get yourself to the finals in Italy, and if you then win that, get some pretty good sides, you get the ticket to Malaga, Cardama. I can say from personal experience, beautiful part of the world. Respectfully played. Isn't it funny, once we get to finals time, you see batsmen sort of a little bit more technically correct. I don't think I've seen Rahman play a defensive shot all week. And obviously, a little bit of nerves, a little bit more respect shown to the bowler. 2 of the better kits as well, the blue and yellow of Aquila, the Eagles. The Cricket Stars with the blue, baby blue, and magenta at top. Gorgeous kits. Oh, Baba. Well, unlike him to play and miss, I think he realises they still need a good power play here. He tried to loft that over the offside, one of his favoured strokes, but play and miss. What an early wicket does to a lot of teams. It's hard to continuously explode after that. That left arm angle across, I do think there is something about left armers in the T10 format. Defensive push into the offside. Good length from Kashif. He looked like he was shaping up that he wanted to loft it again, but pulled out of it last minute. It's been a sensational over. They've really come back well, Trentino Aquila, after the 8 extras straight away. Short ball, well played. Good cricket shot. I reckon it's gone all the way. It has. Rehman joins the party now. Kashif got a bit greedy on the last, maybe digging it in short. There was no one back at deep fine leg. That's a gorgeous looking cricket shot. Just swivel pulls it. And 6 runs. That's the first 6 of this qualifying final match. And the score after 2 is 19 for 1. This is the table. And as you can see, these two teams were at the top of it by the end. Cricket Stars sneaking in with their net run rate. And, well, Trentino Aquila gave Cricket Stars a bit of a touch-up in the group stage. They absolutely thumped them, which shocked many viewers and pundits. So I feel that my gut feeling is Cricket Stars have a bit of vengeance on their mind, a bit of revenge, and I think they might just get ahead in this one. Tough to call, though. Maroof Kelp, he's back. Good length and just a single. Maroof Kelp's been pretty impressive this week. Big whippy action, very slingy. It works for him. He gets it through at a good rate. Reminds me a lot of Fidel Edwards sort of bowling style. Plenty of people in the chat talking about this might be a low-scoring thriller. Let's see. Shot. Wow. Well. We said Bubba. Oh, sorry, that's Rahman. Loves going through the offside as well. He gets a little bit of width this time. Look at that. Just leans on it. A little bit of flamboyance after it as well. Gorgeous batting. 4 runs. Maroof Kelp just losing his radar just a little bit. Some lovely messages in the YouTube chat as well. I don't know if anyone has had a chance to watch the interview with our fan, Dan Weston, during the break. I actually got it on the screen quickly as well. 6 or 7 minutes. Recommend at the halfway stage of this one, go and have a watch. Sensational viewing. Shot. Nobody moved. Well, that's an old saying that some of my friends used to have. When you hit it that well, nobody will move, and they just stood like statues at point and cover. Look at that, just looking at each other like, oh no. 4, give me some more. Rahman, he's in now. His last 3 balls, he's hit 6, 4, 4. Good match this. But yeah, what a brilliant little interview on ABC Sport. And the Robot's just jumped in. Thank you very much, Robot. I know you're listening. The link's there. Maybe you can watch it on the side while you watch this contest as well. 2 screens at once. Hit hard through mid-off this time. What a shot that is. Well, 4. Rahman is really ticking now. There's Assad. He's joined the umpiring team. He does the one-handed pickup. What a shot. And they're starting to motor here, the Cricket Stars. I had a feeling they'd come out hot. And a good morning to Prakash Gowda in the chat. Says hello, Corey. Hello, Prakash. Enjoy the finals day today. It's been a great week of cricket. How can Maroof Kelp respond? No ball. It's a bad response, and it's an inside edge for 1. Thickest inside edge, I should say. So, a no ball 1. I tell you who the happiest man in the universe right now is Bubba Hussain. It's that back foot again. Great umpiring. Front foot's pretty close as well, actually. Can you get a double no ball? That'd be pretty fun. But the man that's happy about that is Bubba Hussain. Nothing better than being the non-striker. There's a no ball and a single. He gets a free license now. We don't have the free hit horn just yet. Oh, wowee. It is a cruel game. Almost the perfect ball for a free hit. The foolish Yorker. And look at this. Inside edge. French cut. Eat your heart out. 4 runs. It's a cruel game. I mean, there's not much that you can say to the young man there. He's actually delivered a perfect free hit delivery. And unfortunately for him, the cricket gods weren't smiling down. You see this sometimes when a team gets under attack. You can see that the emotions are high. There's a bit of panic setting in for Trentino Aquila. Just need to take a breath. Been some good shots. Maruf Kelv's probably not hit his mark today as much as he would have liked. So last ball of this power play. Great power play if you're a Cricket Stars fan. They've done a clipped. Good shot. Gorgeous batting. Easy batting. Low fully. Bubba shows his class. Mark Waugh, eat your heart out. I love watching this man bat. 4 runs. Look how gorgeous he is off his legs. And what a way to end a really exciting power play. The score 42 for 1. And, well, plenty of comments coming in the YouTube chat. Chris Smith thinks that clipped the stumps on the way through as well. Well, Chris, tell you what, your eyes are better than mine if it did. And we have a look at that power play. That last over, well, Vinny and Rico like to call it a magical over. Point is plus 20, and they are right. It was magical. Prakesh asking, did I watch the highlights of Ireland, New Zealand last night? I did not, but I watched the Dutch highlights. I want to send congratulations to some of our ECN stars, Max O'Dowd, Scotty Edwards. And they have got the Dutch to the World Cup. Excited for the boys. No, not last night. I was busy with the crew. Had a good evening. And then got a pretty good sleep in to prepare for today, because we knew the cricket would be of a high standard today. Kai Bay with a nice compliment. I've watched the video of Dan Weston, didn't want to miss it. It's a quick explanation of how the ECN started, and it is sensational. Back to the action. Kashif played pretty nicely, but straight to point. And, well, hey, I'm welcoming him back. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back, buddy.
Good to be back. And, yeah, 2 top teams after the Super Fives, although it was net run rate that separated the top 3.
How excited are you for this clash? These are the 2 top teams, mate.
Cricket Stars have got revenge on their mind, I think, against Trentino Aquila. Remember, last time it was Trentino Aquila that batted first after winning the toss. They heaped on 141. And you can see the Cricket Stars, though, when they have batted first, they've piled them on, haven't they? They've actually batted first twice. They've hit 148 and 151. So you can see why they win the toss and bat. And Trentino Aquila, they actually haven't chased yet in the entire series. So it'll be an uncharted territory.
Well bowled, bit high, sliding down left arm around the wicket. Very difficult to get an LBW there. Very high.
Nice to see Mr. Maximo Jr. in the chat. Hope you're well.
Well, Vinny, did you get to watch the video in the break?
I didn't.
Oh,
not yet.
It's brilliant.
I've been tied up, but can't wait. I know we got the 1 hour break.
Yeah, I think a few people have watched it, and it is pretty magical where
ABC
we're
Sport,
taking this.
Big organisation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it and reading the article. Here's Kashif round the wicket.
Yeah, just a single. Good running. Half a chance at best. There could be an overthrow here if they're fast, but no, well backed up.
Yeah, probably not worth it at the moment.
Yeah,
these two going so well.
I've texted the robot personally. I do know the robot. I've asked them to send it to my WhatsApp because I'm going to share that to the cricket circles as well. I need the link.
Okay.
Because it's very, very good read. Unless, can you do that? Can you beat
the link to the video?
Yeah, could you get me the link?
Did that.
Send it to my WhatsApp, please, and I'm going to pass that around cricket circles because it is sensational. Great work, Dan, if you're listening. AKA robot. Sure. Oh, it's a catching chance. Bubba's gone. He is gone. What a big wicket, Vinny. Oh, wow. That is a huge moment.
Big moment in the game, and Kashif gets one to talk off the surface, and they know that's a big wicket because the game was running all against Trentino Aquila. Hussain, he makes sure of it. So Kashif with a big breakthrough, 44 for 2.
Yeah. Who would have thought that? Bubba's looked comfortable all week. This one climbs. It's a steepler. Have a look at that. Bang. Way higher than he would have thought that ball was going to come. And a nice rolling catch by the keeper.
Yeah, certainly wasn't going to let go. And so Bubba trudges off. He's disappointed, isn't he? He has to go for 12 in this one, and the score's 44 for 2.
Yeah, well, Chris Smith once again is saying he is right. He's rewound the live stream and double-checked that free hit that was inside edge did clip leg stump.
Did it?
I don't know how you could tell, Chris.
Chris, mate, we'll have to get you into the umpiring. I must admit, I wasn't quite back for that one, but I'm back for this. And how about the stop, drop, and roll from Cameron Hussein? They are thrilled, but one hitter replaces another, and that's the thing you're dealing with the cricket stars. They're a galaxy of stars in the top 6, 7, even 8. And this is Nasir Ramzan, the keeper, to come out and replace Bubba Hussein.
Oh, little edge. They've got third man back. Sheaf has been really good this morning. Best I've seen him bowl all week.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you the link to the article and the YouTube video.
Well, you don't have to. The robot has sent it through, personally.
Oh, well.
I do have a relationship with the robot.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't
You
want
never
fans
quite know who's manning the robot at
I
headquarters.
don't
so
want fans to get upset, but the robot and I are close.
start buttoning up your shirt because this is the last ball of the 4th over.
It is getting warm.
A lot of remand now to keep this going.
Well, you called it again. You said last ball. We're going to get a wide +1.
It's a nice handy way of potentially retaining the strike for Rahman.
How much do you think, I know look, weather doesn't determine games, but 3 games in a row to try and win if you lose this? Tough.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're playing 3 games in a row if you lose this and you need to win the last 2. Yeah, it is tough. Hey, look, we've seen every scenario pretty much play out in this top 4, but yeah, it is a hard slog in this heat.
Big inside edge. That will take us to the end of a pretty eventful first 4. The score is 47 for 2. And, well, Vinny, it's been an exciting morning of cricket.
It's been an exciting morning, but probably not as exciting as we were last night. We went to this place called FanCode World. How would you describe it? It was like a kind of food playland where the usual rules didn't apply.
Yeah.
The first thing you did was jump on a bike. Well, this is actually before we got out of the front. We were hugging a giant eggplant.
One of the coolest things
and we
I've ever
thought
seen.
that was exciting, but then, I mean, just check out some of these other shots. And we then went through the animal kingdom, and then we got Corey.
Well, just to make sure that wasn't real red wine, just for our
thanks
viewers.
for that. Now, let's go back to action for now.
Underneath, sort of chopped down for a double. But no, it was a great night with the Blue Crew.
Yeah, so
we weren't expecting.
we didn't know what to expect. It wasn't too busy, which was great as well. And I've got
How many?
Well, I think I had 5 main courses. And what was amazing is that we kept eating, but no, we weren't getting full. It was just too exciting.
I got full. I felt
Eventually
pretty
you were
sick
full.
last night.
Okay.
Oh, well bowled. Play and miss. Oh, no. Keepers missed it, so they'll scamper a bye. Oh, it's a big throw to the bowler's end. Just the bye.
Yeah, but then this was the other story, was how we were getting around in there. And this is you on your little tricycle thing. And, well, you did have a bit of a mishap on it.
I did have a crash at one stage, but glad to say I'm okay. But it was a great night. It really was.
And that'll be straight up as your new profile pic, I'm sure. Oh, this is back.
Shot.
This is pounded, but it is going to get over the field at maximum time. Ramzan takes one deep over the wicket.
Tell you what, not an easy shot to play on a pitch that's lifting a little bit, and he got a fair bit of that. He's hit it pretty straight for a pull. Good shot.
And so, yeah, we had a good time. It's
like
hard to
food
come back
mania.
into the real world, isn't it?
It was
after
food.
going to FanCode World.
Food mania, Vinny. Short again, edged, dropped. Big moment in the match. He got there then. That is a chance.
Yeah, Ramzan almost goes 6 and out. It was a tough one because it was always dropping on him, wasn't it? There's Kamal Razak there.
Oh, you can see him kick the turf. He did get there. I know it was a tough one, but I think 2 hands, you got to catch that.
Yeah, just slight misjudgment.
Oh.
Kicks the dirt like Garth Brooks.
That's a nice cricket shot, but straight to point. Another missed field, and it's gone for 4. Well, Trentino Aquila so far in this game have been their own worst enemies with a couple of missed fields, drop catches, and a couple extras. This should have been a dot ball.
Yeah, that hurts as well when you're just trying to work your way back into the game. Got the drop catch, the missed field for 4. Cricket Stars not losing too much momentum as well.
Yeah, well, nice shot that is. Rahman, he's motoring. pulled away. There is fine leg, but he's not going to be able to cut off another boundary. Roman has really come to the party here. He's moved to 30, and he's looking extremely dangerous, Vinny.
He sure is. And so, yeah, not a good delivery, really. That's right into his power arc. So it's the end of the 5th over now. The score, 63 for 2.
Yeah, so what should be touched on about last night, this was like a playground for adults. It was about 45 different restaurants in this one big, gigantic warehouse, bigger than you can imagine. And I think you had 5 main dinners.
It just seemed like I could have eaten forever. I mean, they had the...
I had two buckets of gnocchi.
Yeah,
some pizza.
There's so much we need to mention about this.
A plate of tortellini. Oh, it was just heaven on earth.
Yeah, we only saw a small proportion of it, I think, as well. Here's Sadakat Ali in over number 6.
Chipped up. This is gone. What a lazy shot that is. No way!
Get out of town.
No way. And then he's thrown it. Don't tell me he goes for 5.
No.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That's the worst drop I've ever seen in live cricket. That is the worst drop I've ever seen. And it's gone back to him. And what? I can't believe he's dropped that because he's a good cricketer. What's happened?
I mean, firstly, it's just a total misjudgment, and he ends up playing it way too early.
Oh, what's he done
Sometimes
there? He's a good fielder.
What happens is, I've been in this situation, and you think, I couldn't possibly drop it, could I? Could I?
Oh, wide ball now. The worst thing was as well, he got frustrated, threw the ball, and it was so close to go for 5.
100% would have been 5. It was actually a really good stop, but then whoever threw it back, it came back to him.
Maiden Waters with a great call in the chat. Finals pressure.
Finals.
It is. You are seeing finals pressure.
You can see a catch that's so easy, and you just know you have time to almost get outside your body and think, everyone's watching this. I couldn't drop it, could I?
Edged and it's just knocked going Trentino Aquila's way. They have a fine third man, and watch this for the most bit of bad luck you can imagine. Bang.
Well, I know eagles can fly, but these eagles can't, unfortunately. And that is a proper trampoliner. And now he's going to get moved for a taller fielder.
Oh, you can't be serious.
Actually, they've moved the tallest man to that position.
That is hilarious. They've now put who is it? That's not Kashif. They've put the tallest man down there to try and get to stop the bounce.
In case that happens again, we're going to put someone marginally taller.
I'll tell you what, this is the greatest outfield I've seen in world cricket because it offers these sort of little bounces every now and it tests the fielder. And, well, we've seen it all in the first few minutes of this game.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so we also had that arrosticini meat on a stick, which I think I could have probably eaten about 50 of those. They're amazing.
Yep, plain miss, well bowled.
Good delivery. There's a lot going on at the moment, isn't there?
There is a lot. Well, look at the score as well. It's
I think with Trentino Aquila, don't forget, they did bang 141 last time against Cricket Stars. Having said that, they've never batted second once in this series.
No, and that chasing is always a bit more tension. Hard down the ground. This should be stopped. Oh, it's the worst bounce again.
That is the most amazing bounce I've seen in my 41 years on this earth. That's bounced in the infield, and it's bounced over the guy that's right on the rope. Always a Sheik. They need to replace him with Shaquille O'Neal as well. What? Let's track this one.
Bang! It just hits
that bounced 5 yards inside the circle.
Have they done something overnight, Trentino? Look up at the sky and go, what is going on? They are having the worst bit of luck.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
They replaced the ball with a golf ball?
Well, I'd be scared. What have they done last night?
That bounced 5 yards inside the circle, and it was still going up when it went past the rope.
Do you believe in voodoo, Vinny? What have they done?
Look at this.
Bang.
Get out of here. Oh.
Can they bring that tall fielder down here now?
You've got to have the best fielders in the world here.
Do they bring the third man down here now?
Can't be everywhere. Last ball of the over.
Edge, gone. He's taken a one-handed snare. Well, I tell you what, the luck has changed. What is going on in this game? He's taken a snare with the one paw, Vinny.
Ramzan can't believe it. I don't understand how. In fact, that's Rehman who's going to be out. But Cameron Hussain is taking this, and he seems a little bit surprised, to say the least. He's still going up as it gets to the keeper. So he decides he just wants to pouch it in the webbing. as you like. What a game this has been so far, and there's still plenty to come. 76 for 3 after 6.
Vinny, you know what this catch reminded me of? That was sort of like the Olympic torch. Watch him. He's just there. He's in his crouch position. Takes it. I've got the Olympic torch, boys.
Well, that's actually the keeper's version of the Statue of Liberty play. Just going up to the right. 76 for 3 after 6. Well, a lot of highlights so far in this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. What a crazy start to this one. 76 for 3. Action-packed.
Oh, I don't really know what to say about this so far. Here's Ali Skiba Shard. It'll be a wide down leg side. Missing leg stump. So there's a few I need to kind of show here. I mean, we'll have to get this on our social media for sure. I mean, that one last over was absolutely dead set nuts.
That one from deep mid off, it's almost like the ball hit a trampoline. Anyway, let's get back to the action. 4 overs to go in this first innings. I think it might be off the hip, might be a leg bye, maybe a little bit of bat on that. Just the single will be signalled leg byes by the umpire.
So we've got that. We got the drop catch.
Yeah, that dropped catch.
Last over was crazy.
Yeah, I feel for him because he's been such a good fielder all week. I just couldn't fathom him dropping it, but he did. Plenty going on. Cricket Stars will be pretty happy about it all, though. Well bowled. Really good carry. Like that a lot. That's going to be signalled the one short ball for the over shoulder height.
So I think that'll happen in 1 over. First ball was the easiest drop catch ever.
Yep.
Had the rubber ball bounce.
Yep.
And ball 4, and then ball 6. Keeper snares at one hand. ECN on a stick.
Yeah.
Right there.
Well, it was like the meat on a stick last night. It was sensational.
Didn't even talk about the one that bounced over the third man, and they just replaced it with their tallest fielder.
Yeah, I do like that.
Atiq Rahman coming off a duck yesterday.
Well, he's off the duck now. Big pocket of space. They might think about 2. And they'll settle for the single. Kashif's got a big cannon of an arm out there. But yeah, well, Cricket Stars, amongst the chaos, they're off to a bit of a flyer, Vinny.
Maiden Waters asking, could there be some unusual Kookaburra balls out there today? Maybe.
No, they are the same batch.
Maybe we're out of cricket balls and they're using something else now.
Oh, good shot. Well played. It was a steepling bounce again, but he rode it this time. 4 runs.
Yeah, smart cricket. Using the pace the bowler against him. It's just a deflection. It's a fairly safe shot. As long as you don't nick it.
It's 1 bounce 4. That's flown.
Pace has gone up. These two teams, they were the top of the tree in the Super Fives.
These are my finalists, I think.
That's what you said yesterday. You said, mark my words.
This might be a prelude. It is a prelude. Well bowled. Well bowled. Slight appeal. Not out.
It's not a very convincing one, is it? And the bowler has to be convinced.
He's missed that by a long way. No harm in asking the question.
Still highly entertaining.
Yep.
We're on track for about a 120. That'd be a pretty interesting chase. Last ball of the 7th over.
Well played. It's the single that will take us to the end of a pretty exciting first 7. The score's 84 for 3. Vinny, so yesterday, how big was your calorie intake?
I don't know, but I certainly saved some stuff up for it. Oh, here we go.
Oh, no.
Hold on a second.
Well, who's that, Vinny? I'm sorry, but this has been leaked to the director. Who's that on their own last night? No one came and did some salsa with you. You look a bit shocked, Vinny. This is Mr. Maximo last night at about 10 p.m. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a salsa
good
partner.
keeping. See how I bent my knees then for a low take?
Yeah, well, salsa's for 2, Vinny. Can you explain?
Yeah, well, I had a bit of trouble finding a partner. I was asking a few people. Thanks for that. Yeah, very sneaky by you.
I'm starting to understand how this company works.
Let's just say...
Shot! What a shot that is! That's
Watch out
miles.
up there! Watch out! That's a cameraman killer, isn't it? Ramzan goes large. And, well, welcome distraction from the video.
Don't you dare distract us.
6-run saves Carreras.
Vinny, salsa is for 2. It was salsa night at FICO Land as well. I need you to explain after this next delivery. Need you to go deep into thought.
I thought that was quite good luck dancing for one.
Full, straight, hit into the gap. Just the single.
Don't you think that was good dancing? Let us know in the chat. I mean, I have my own style. That's what you have to understand.
Was it a little bit desperate?
I'm a little bit ahead of the curve in most things.
Well,
that's all I want to say.
Inside edge onto the pad. And, well, just the single. Oh, wild throw. They're going to get a buzzard. We call them all overthrows.
I love overthrows.
Another run.
Oh,
off the shin. No, they'll stop there.
Double overthrows.
Okay, well, play and miss. Another play and miss. They're trying to come back as best they can, Trentino Aquila. Hit hard, Miles. Well, that kookaburra is gone. That is going to put them near the 100 mark. What a shot. Back of the length, he sat back on it. That has gone miles, Vincenzo.
Yeah, large. And this is what we saw from a Teat the other day, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he made a duck late last night, which is rare for him. We know how talented he is as a batsman. And 6 runs, good shot. They're getting close to 100, still with 2 overs to go. They're definitely thinking about 125 plus. Pretty imposing score. Last ball of the 8th. Down the ground this time, that's a better shot. That's even further. Oh, that might be the biggest all week. Vinny, when you run down the wicket, you don't always get him out the middle. He absolutely crunched that.
Absolutely whack-a-mole.
Whoa.
This is what he can do, and this is the problem. When you get through the top order, you have to deal with the teak.
That was huge. That was huge. 105 for 3 after 8. I'm going to have to add that to the list. We have now lost 4 kookaburras today.
All right. So, Michael Germany likes my dancing. I think that it's going to catch on. Why are you serious? Saying my samba dancing's on point. I think that'll be...
He painted a lonely figure.
I just think...
So this was
people
FICO
were a
World.
bit intimidated by my dancing. That's why there was a bit of space around me.
So FICO World had restaurants, bars, but also salsa. What a place.
And they had not just one DJ. They had 2 DJs. They had playing 2 musics at once.
But it was like a kid's land. It was like museums in there. There was make your own cheese. It was just unbelievable. Anyway, back to the action. 12 balls left. Well bowled. Good length. Really good length. And, the ECN, the robot, has said, that is hashtag pure goodness. I think that was from the shot last ball of last over. What a shot that was by Atik Rahman. And a nice compliment. Mr. Shanto saying this is the best ECS ever. This is up there, Vinny. For what we've seen this week, this has been a great week of cricket.
Has been, no doubt. Uh-oh.
Oh, he's taken a risk. It's top-edged. 6.
Oh.
Well, that's good batting, Vinny. I don't mind that.
Is it?
Yeah, no, it is, because when you play the ramp shot, you can skew these away. It doesn't matter where it ends up. You just got to get enough wood on it. 6 runs.
It's the old reverse straight drive from Ramzan. And the fielder did everything he could. I mean, you couldn't get a taller fielder.
Joss Butler does it a lot, where he plays that ramp, and it actually goes over to the offside a little bit.
I actually thought it was more of a top edge, but it wasn't. That was pretty much off the middle of the bat. So give Ramzan credit for that. 37 off 17 now.
Hashtag pure goodness. Again. Oh, he lands. Oh, and it bounces over the fielder again. And then, it doesn't go for 4. Is there a run-out chance? No, he's going to make it. Everything is happening in this first innings. I'll tell you what, it's getting sweaty in the cube. Have a look at this, Vin. He plays the ramp, lands it perfectly. Boom. Again.
Yeah, and luckily there's a backup fielder there. Got a lot of action going on. People are loving this ECS, and I can see why.
Yeah, this ECS has been one of the better ones I've been involved in. Highly enjoyable. Ramzan playing a doozy of an innings. He's 39 off 18.
Made more to saying dance like no one is watching, Vinny. Well, I was dancing like no one was watching, but everybody was watching.
Oh, well, that's a little leg glance this time, and that's going to go for 4 as well. sensational batting. Ramzan, he's playing a magical innings.
Yeah, we saw playing for Jandra Brescia last year. And you're right, just gets a little bit of a touch on this down the leg side. Races away for 4. Well, a minute ago, they were at that 120 pace. And now, in what seems like the blink of an eye, they're up to 135 pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big difference.
And for people wondering why we're saying hashtag pure goodness, it's just something we started yesterday. Something about the nice little moments in cricket that we see. That'll be one down to Kashif, who lets it come all the way to him. Just things, yeah, for me, there's a couple of things that are always hashtag pure goodness. One's a left-handed cover drive, maybe a ramp shot. That is hashtag pure goodness. What are yours? Tell us in the chat.
We'd love to hear them.
Maybe Vinny Sandu on the salsa, hashtag pure goodness.
You can actually still see a lot of the elements that made me a good wicketkeeper. The footwork, the reactions, and the improvisational skills.
Self-proclaimed.
You see? And I had no slips next to me to help me out. Down the ground. This will be... Well, they're going to take on a 2. He's a bit slow getting there, and I think he makes it in the end.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just a little bit slow to pick that up, Kashif, and they cash in. Rahman steals the strike back. It's the end of 9, 120 for 3. Well, Corey, this is something that we've been talking about this game. So he just gets in time, doesn't he, in the end? But you showed some tricycle skills, and if you're going to show that one of me, I've got something to show of you last night. And this is Corey going around on his tricycle. And we have 2 videos. That's the one that we'll show. You can see this is a bit of what was going on. Of course, got a random cow
just with
there.
The cows and the friends.
Oh, no. This is the one.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Whoa.
Let's play a little bit of what happens next.
No.
Let's play a little bit of what happens next. Here. Whoa, hold on.
Vinny.
I told him not to show that. Well, you crashed while you were trying to take a sip of your drink.
Well,
that's
extra
what
weight.
happened there.
And that might just be a single. You know what the sad part about that is, Vin? I didn't even stitch you up with the salsa video. That was somebody else. You have just gone at me for no reason.
I did not.
How dare you
to
destroy my reputation?
To be fair, you can explain yourself.
I don't have to explain myself. I accidentally almost crashed a trike while I was having a sip of a lemon squash. Comes in again. Oh, that is high. Has it got the distance? It has. It has. It's another 6. And Rahman, this is an unbelievable cameo. He's 23 not out off 8.
Gotta love it. Got to love it. And this one, a bit like Corey's drink when he's crashing his tricycle, doesn't stay in for long. That one's out of here. Well, to be fair, I wasn't going to show that. They got it right the first time. But hello to our crew at Spring Productions, who've obviously had enough of working with Corey.
Oh, that's a no ball shot. It is. No ball 6.
No
ball 6, Vinny.
Halfway to heaven. That one is 7. Maximal. Cricket Stars break it out, and they are shooting for the sky.
Well, they really are. They are putting them to the sword. I have it that this partnership is 58 off 20 or maybe 21.
It's good that we've had all these runs to distract. But to be fair, that was early in the night, and it was actually your first drink. But you just had to take a turn. There was and you can explain yourself. But you'll have to wait because the free hit horn's coming.
Oh, we're going to have another chance at it.
No thanks, says Tika Rahman.
Just because everyone in the chat's laughing at me right now. I was on that trike, there was a plant, and then as I went around that plant, there was a twister board pole that I didn't realise was there, and I panicked while I was having a sip of a lemon squash, and the rest of the footage isn't great.
That's exactly what happened.
Let's move on. Free hit time.
Let's do it.
Shot, over cover, kick on. It does kick on. 4 more runs, Vinny. This is blown out of control.
Well, don't forget Trentino Aquila. They blasted 141 against the Cricket Stars in the first meeting between these two teams. Right now, shoes on the other foot. Cricket Stars crack on to 139. There's still 3 balls to go.
Well, the thing is, they're going to get themselves up to this 150, and it's just come out of nowhere. It really has. Hard down the ground. Kashif sitting back. Takes it nonchalantly at the best of times.
Kashif is one of the most aggressive throwers I've ever seen in any circumstance.
How's his cannon?
By the way, 63 at halfway. Right now, they're at 77 in the second half. So they've actually upped the ante.
There's a little bit of ECC feel about this, the power hitting we're watching.
So 2 to come. 6 and a 4 gets him the 150.
Well, a no ball.
That's a Jerry Jinker.
No way. Well, hold on. Is that 2 no balls for the over? So that means he's got 1 left, right?
Yeah, true. But the bigger problem here is this going to be no ball plus 4 buys.
Oh, that's
it
a
gets
shocker.
it completely wrong.
Oh, that's a shocker.
I mean, there's wrong, and there's really wrong, and then there's that, and then the foot fielding doesn't help.
Well, it's as if Trentino Aquila want to lose this game. They're not playing well.
Final warning now for Tanvir.
Yeah, so we've had 2 above waist. They've both been warned. He has 1 more life. Anyway, free hit again.
2 balls to come. Sound the horn. Here we go.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Wow, it is blown out of the water. Ramzan, that's 50. An amazing 50. He must be wrapped.
Well, he has absolutely banged that. 4 sixes, 4 fours, 51 off 23. They are motoring. Well, catch a shooting star at the moment. They're out of sight, and there's still a ball to go. Tanvir has gone for 27 plus this, and it's going to be bowled, so he's upset with the last one, but Tanvir, he's not smiling yet. 10 overs to forget, really, when you consider, of course, he had that drop catch incident earlier in the innings, and then that last over goes supersonic. 31 come off the last over. 1 for 31. It was, in fact, because he does finish with a wicket, he'll go for 27 plus the 4 buys that he created.
What was their partnership, Vinny? Could you give me their numbers?
Yeah, I can. Well, they came together at 76 for 3, and then they ended up putting on 75 runs, and they put on 75 runs in 26 balls.
Wow.
To finish off, and that is how you finish an innings. Right now, we're going to have to see a huge chase. Well, in this corresponding match last year, Kings 11 did chase down 150 on this ground, but it will be a long way back for Trentino Aquila. They'll have to recapture some of the magic that they showed in match 14 against these opponents. Well, it started with a Gundy ball. It finished with a Gundy ball. In between, plenty of drama.
Yep, drama galore. And Marufkel came back to get the early wicket of Sandhu, but unfortunately for him, it just kept blowing out. There was some nice batting, shots through the off and leg side, and the bowling was a little bit loose today. They just couldn't hit a length consecutively. That was a little bit of bad luck. That was off one of the free hits, though, so it wouldn't have been out either way. And, well, when Bubba got out to this nice delivery that was rising the whole time, we thought, well, Trentino Aquila will probably pull themselves back into this game. But the violence and the bludgeonry just kept coming from cricket stars.
Wow.
They were hitting it everywhere.
Bludgeonry, you might as well make up words, because you couldn't really have enough words in English language to describe some of the things we saw in this innings, including that from Asad Tanvir, who almost threw it to the boundary, but then somehow got it back. And then this is when it all really kicked off. We had 2 of the craziest bounces that you've ever seen. They didn't have fielders tall enough. They needed a step ladder. And then we had the little web poucher for Kamran Hussain. He was able to sneak that into his glove, but it wouldn't be over yet. And, well, Ramzan batted really well. He found an ally in Atikur Rahman, and these two really made some hay, didn't they, in the last few overs as they raced past the 150, and there was some big hitting, also some bowler errors, you have to say, contributing to the problems for Trentino Aquila, including that, which doesn't even land on the square. It's a double foot fielding fail. Then it was all kicking off. Last ball brought a wicket, but not before. 31 runs came off a supersonic 10. Stars, well, they had their moment, didn't they, of reckoning in match 14, but since then they have been flawless. They end up 151 for 4 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, a pretty exceptional batting card, that 30 off 17 for Abdul Rahman, 51 off 24 there for Ramzan. And Rahman, let's not forget him, 34 off 11, striking above 300. And right in the bottom left, 24 extras. That hurts.
Well, they batted 3 times in the series first, Cricket Stars. They've made 148, 151 and 151. So it shows you that when they win their toss and bat, that they are a force to be reckoned with. Kashif had the best of it early, 1 for 14, but nobody else would be able to go single digits. He took a wicket, as did Marufkel and Sadakat Ali and Tanvir, but a lot of those figures are not really fantastic for the bowlers. Tanvir's over actually went for 31 if you include the 4 byes off that no ball. Atif Faraz's over also went magical. So, well, Trentino Aquila, and what I will say about them is they did score 141 last time against Cricket Stars, but they will have to do it under the microscope of pressure and in the heat of the day. 152 to get the spot in the final. Cricket Stars, Well, they are playing like stars at the moment. They have 1 foot in the final. Can they finish the job after the break? Join us in just a few minutes. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. We'll see you shortly for more action on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, welcome back everyone around the world. We're at the halfway stage of what has proven to be an exciting match so far. Cricket Stars versus Trentino Aquila. This match is to see who will progress through to the final, and Cricket Stars have piled on 151 for 4. I'm Corey Rutgers, and I'll be joined back by Vinny Sandhu shortly. And I want to welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope you're doing well out there. Good luck with your Dream 11 teams, and welcome back everyone on YouTube via the YouTube chat. Very fun interacting with you all. And I hope a couple more of you also got to listen and watch to a bit of a news article, a video that's come out today on the ABC network in Australia. And the robots shared it in the chat a few times of Daniel Weston and the ECN and how it started and the journey that we're on. So please, if you do get time today, go have a watch of that. And very interesting to see as well. So let's get to the action. 152 required. Here's a man with the ball that's been bowling rockets all week. Sukhpal Singh, nicknamed Kang. Big induckers. This is going to be exciting. Can they get close to a massive score? First ball in the run chase. Well, that will help. Wide. So Trentino Aquila, they need a minor miracle, you would think. Chasing 115, even 130 would have been maybe doable, but 152? I'll tell you, if they get close, we're in for some highlights, that's for sure. Short ball, pulled away. What a great start that is. And has it gone the whole way? No, it's gone for 4. So what a good start that is. They need plenty of fours and sixes. This is a great way to start the innings. Short ball over the leg stump, and he goes with it. So 4 for him. Reminder, winner of this game will get the free passage through to the final later today. The team that loses has to play again straight away afterwards against Bologna. So they might have to play 3 in a row. That will be another wide. One thing that Cricket Stars obviously do not want to do is give away too many extras. There was 25 extras in the first innings of this clash. And, that's a big amount. You can see Singh looks like he's going to come around the wicket straight away. That's interesting. I know he's bowled a wide or two, but I think you want your fast bowler still coming over the wicket. Maybe you know something different. I don't. Hit hard. High. 6. Well, 2 players were converging under it. I was watching the ball drop. Wasn't sure if it was going to go. It was hanging in the air a long time. Mid-off and mid-on are in the ring. They were running back, and it just got over the rope in the end. 6 runs. What a good start this is. Well, Tanvir, he has the capability to do something unbelievable. He's shown it once in this tournament already. Misses out that time. So, what do they need off this power play? You'd imagine, say if they can get to 50 off the power play, and then leave themselves 100 off 7 overs. That might be the key to success. You've got to get to 50 first in no time. High in the air. That's to me in the commentary box. No, it's just going to fall short. 1 bounce and over the commentary cube. And, well, another 6. What a start. And Tanvir saying, well, if there's 150 on the board, this is party time for me. These 2 teams are really exciting to watch. Looks like it changed the field. It's going to be deep mid-wicket and deep mid-off. Tanvir's 16 or 4. Don't blink your eyes at any stage in this game. You blink your eyes for 1 moment. And there's action-packed happening. 2 balls left in the first. 18. Oh, gee, it was a low full toss. He tried to mow it through square leg. I reckon he feels like he missed out there. What a good start this is. Can he find a boundary off the last ball of first, turn it into a magical over? And really, he's given his team that perfect start, a dream start. Big Kang, top of his mark. Slower ball. He does get enough bat on it. Will it go through? It's 4. He got enough bat on it to get it through the inner ring. It turns into a magical first. The slower ball got an underneath sort of part of the bat. It found a pocket of space and kicked on. Good effort from the fielder. Score after 1, an electrifying 22 for none. Vinny Sandhu, what a start in the chase.
What a start. Well, 370. We're really getting up there, aren't we? And I was just out in the back of the cube trying to watch that video from ABC Sport.
How good.
That kookaburra was landing all around me. What was going on in the first over? What happened to Kang?
Oh, Kang got taken apart. A ball landed on the roof of the cube.
Yeah, I think it's the one that landed right next to me. I was just quietly minding my own business. Looked in pretty good shape, except for one little...
How did you like the video?
Loved it.
Pretty
Loved
cool,
it.
isn't it?
It was a really good piece. Yeah, 370 matches without a golden ball. In fact, that might be an idea. We might be able to play that in the break. We've got the 2 1-hour breaks today. Maybe we can.
Can we do that?
Yeah, we can do anything.
We've got the technology.
We've got Martin's pushing the buttons, so you know that he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Anyway, here's Hasib, left arm up in over number 2. Can he stop the bleeding?
Yeah, he's got a chance of a wicket first ball. The keeper's called for it. Keeper takes a nice, smart catch. It's a keeper's catch. He called for it straight away. He made good ground, and Vinny, you'll appreciate this one.
Yeah, it was a good catch because he takes responsibility. I should say the keeper should catch anything that he can reach comfortably. And it's, reaching the bounds of comfortability, or comfort, I should say. But Nazir Rahman, he's a good player, isn't he? We already saw him whack a 50. And now Kashif, you know that he loves to swing and swing hard. But he watches that all the way in, takes it diving. So Cricket Stars, just a settler for them. It's the first wicket, and it's 22 for 1.
Oh, it's a big shame. Kashif, he can be damaging. And unfortunately today, he won't be with the bat.
But Tanvir, what a story. Remember, he dropped the easiest catch we've ever seen on televised cricket. And then he went for 31 in his last over. But he's trying to right the wrongs. Again, he'd be a hero if he could somehow blast a century or something like that to take them to a memorable victory. Kashif, no good. He's out for a golden.
Yep, out for a golden. Brings in Lovepreet to the crease now. Not much time to get yourself in here. Got to get going straight away.
Did you see the very end of that ABC Sport video?
Maybe not.
The very end of it? You know the last thing they show?
No. I maybe missed the last
Mohammed
minute.
Sharkat.
No, did they?
Wide.
Yep. It is a wide. Bouncer wasted.
The last
Did
thing.
they really?
The last thing. The last sound I heard on that video was you cackling away. Oh, that sun's so short, it's almost out of the screen. This is Lovepreet Singh coming in at 3.
Yeah, well, let's get the video on at the end of this one.
Yeah, we'll get it on. Maybe we can put it on loop or something.
It's not a bad shout, you know.
Could do it. So everyone gets a chance. Anyway, Hasib. 1 wicket to his name.
High in the air, catching chance again. Kang's under it. Kang totally misjudges it. Don't know how he's done that.
Almost stepped on his sunnies as well. Worst case scenario. Just had a feeling that he was always running under that. And we've seen a few balls carrying a bit longer than fielders have thought. And he ends up sticking up the 1 mitt, but he's not able to reel it in.
Well, I just feel like he was a bit lackadaisical about it. He had plenty of time to get under it.
He literally just misjudges the flight, and that's why he has to scramble at the end. But to be honest, that even carried further than I thought, and we're in a pretty similar line.
Hit hard to Kang, and yep, corrects his dues. 1 run.
What if that bounces over and goes for 4?
No one,
Kang's giving it up.
Nothing bounces over Kang. Kang's huge.
Kang is a big unit. Wow, this has been a great game. Chris Smith saying he needs a hug. Poor Kang.
Well, Tanvir's the key. I mean, Tanvir's the one player we've already seen this tournament. He wellies it. He's got to make something big here.
He's already
power hitting.
Almost put one through the roof of the cube.
He's got a power hit for a long time.
He's going to go after Hasib straight away. Except if he leaves it.
And he gets 4.
He's so smart. He knew the keeper was going to miss it, and he was going to get 4 buys. All right, this is next level stuff. This man's a time traveler. He could see the future. He could see the multiverse, and that was going to bounce awkwardly in front of Ramzan, and 4 buys from nowhere.
Yeah, if he had told me before that ball he was going to leave it, I would have said that's the last option on his mind.
Well, even balls he's not hitting are going for 4. That's how you know you're seeing him well. Hasib with the comeback ball.
Wide.
5 without playing a shot.
Yep. Very handy indeed. So just trying to get it wide of off stump, as you can tell, erring a little bit this time. Sort of decked away.
Yeah, it did a bit. Gotta say, edge of your seat stuff, isn't it, so far?
You just feel this power play has a lot of weight in this game. High in the air. He's going to be gone. It's a catching chance. Oh! What a catch by the keeper. He's run 25 metres to help out his teammate at square leg. It's blown up and he's dived full stretch and taken an absolute hanger, Vinny.
Unbelievable. Why do things like this happen when you were with me? This is an absolutely crazy piece of cricket. It goes high. I think Ramzan, he calls originally, then realises that he can't reach it. The fielder drops it essentially. It pops out, but Ramzan's close enough to get the rebound. Look, bounces off the shoulder of the fielder.
Get there.
And then Ramzan still spots it and he can get the gloves under it. That is the most incredible keeper catch I have ever seen. And what is going on here in qualifier number 1? He's caught behind. And the score is 31 for 2.
It's the greatest caught behind in cricket history. He's run 35 metres to his left. It's bounced off his teammate's shoulder. He's dived full stretch and held on to it. Oh, it might be catch of the millennium, Vinny.
This is unbelievable. It hits his shoulder and he has no idea where it is. He throws the hands up, but it's Ramzan that knows exactly what's happened. And the original fielder just holds his head and kind of has a chuckle about it. Ramzan, well, he let the 4 byes go. This is the best over that he's ever conceded a 4 byes in, because he's taken a catch that the memories of which will last a lifetime. 31 for 2. It's one of the greatest pieces of cricket that you'll ever see. You'll only see it here on ECN.
Shot, 4 runs. This game's had it all, Vinny. Short, wide, and he absolutely lays it. It's 35 for 2 off 2.
Almost that exact thing happened in Portugal when I was at lunch, and the first ball of the game was like that. The only difference was the original fielder tried to catch it behind his back, and it popped up for another fielder to catch it. Not the keeper on that occasion. 35 for 2 after 2 overs. Wow, we've seen it all, really.
Oh, I need to get my breath back. I lost it then. I did not expect that. Here's the table. These are the 2 teams playing. Who cares?
How's the anticipation, though, from Ramzan? Because he doesn't want to distract the fielder. I think he does, kind of, to be honest. But he's also close enough to pounce on the pop-up.
He's run a mile. He has run a mile for that.
Oh, wow. Well, he might have to relax the 5 emoji rule for just a couple of minutes in the chat after that, because I'm exasperated. How long can they stay on the rate here, Trentino Aquila?
Well, they've lost Tanvir. You wouldn't imagine they'd be able to do this the whole time, but you never know. Oh, what a moment that was for everyone. Sorry if I blew your ears out. I just started screaming.
Meanwhile, Asad Tanvir is gone.
Yeah.
So that is a huge wicket to get in that fashion. The old dropsy courtsy. Now, looks like they're going to go for Rajmani. They just keep bringing on earlier and earlier.
Yeah.
He's originally their death bowler. Now he's actually bowling the power play over number 3.
Yeah, not a bad option, I think. Here we go. Play and miss. Good ball.
Maiden Waters saying pure goodness. Wow.
Yeah, that is.
You would never have imagined something like that. But it's very good thinking. That's actually a tactic, crumbing, we call it in Australian football, is some drops pop up, but you don't want to be so close that you're actually distracting the original fielder, and you don't want the original fielder to think that you're actually going for the ball.
Oh, Spliced gets enough wood on that. That's going to fly for 6. Well, even though Tanvir's gone, Trentino Aquila have not given up this chase.
No doubt about it. They've got the strikers. Remember, they did score 141 last time. That was batting first, though, against Cricket Stars, who crumbled in the chase on that occasion. It'll be a memorable chase. We did see 150 chased here last year. We've only ever seen 2 successful chases in the 150s. The one by Kings 11 last year.
I'm not too sure what's happened here, but has the ball struck the bowler?
Oh, no.
I'm just, the bowler looks a bit distraught. Not too sure what happened.
Yeah, that's no good. Let's see if we can pick it. Rajmani. He's seen it. He's just missed his hand and pegged him.
And it bounced off the grass there. He seems like he's okay. Just a bit of a wake-up call.
Take a breath. Love Preet on strike.
Underneath part of the bat. Well fielded. And just get a single. Yeah, it's all happened in this game. I said they need to be 50 after the power play and then need 100 off the next 7. They're on track. And someone has to play pretty remarkable innings for a long period of time.
Sandhu shaken, not stirred.
Hit hard down the ground. That's a good cricket shot. That's 4. Good batting. Well, Ashik's gone 4-4 to start his run chase.
Yeah, so Rajmani probably doesn't bowl in the power play that often, only the protection of 2 outfielders. This is just a good straight hit. He takes it off a length and he flat bat smacks it back. The umpire had to hold on to his hat as well. 4 to Ashik.
Yep, Ashik, well, he's 8 off 2. They have 46 off 2.4, so they're giving it their all. 2 important balls here, though. Well bowled. Back of the hand, slower ball. And he adjusts and only gets the single.
What do you think about slower balls so early in the innings? Do you think it's something that we don't see enough of?
Absolutely. I mean, why would you just bowl pace on the whole time? Batsmen are setting up for that. You saw there he had to adjust his stroke and only gets the single. Last ball of this power play. Can they get to 50? No, they can't. Nice bowling. It's a pretty decent over from Sandhu. The score after the power play is 47 for 2.
It's going to live chat. Eastern European Cricket Network may have deafened a few people with that keeper catch. It's all part of it. Saying you've blown a few speakers. And, well, what did you think of that catch, Chris Smith?
It's all
he enjoyed it.
It's all a part of it. You might lose your eardrums and you'll enjoy some cricket.
Well, don't bother hitting that mute button. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening. But they are still getting over that catch. What's that Asad Tanvir thinking? I mean, remember, he dropped maybe the easiest catch we've ever seen. Then he looked like he was going to potentially take them close to the target. As it is, though, the batters that have come in have been up to it so far. It's going to be Haseeb to bowl his second over.
Oh, inside edge. Onto the padded. No run. Well bowled by Haseeb again.
He bangs that into his foot. That hurts, Ashik. Yeah, Helix saying, don't worry about the mute button. Hit the like button, peeps. Have you hit the like button yet?
Yep.
You know you're lying to me, but that's okay because I'll organise for you to hit the like button on this video. And subscribe if you haven't already. ECN European Cricket Network. Trying to get towards that 300k subscribers.
Shot, nice shot, lofted over cover who's in the ring and it'll kick on this fast outfield.
I mean, that first bounce, it seems to gain pace, doesn't it?
It does.
It really is quick. It's hard underneath the top grass surface. So, yeah, more towards the end of the bat, so not really out of the middle, but still easily skating away to the ball, to the boundary for 4.
It would be one of the quickest outfields, definitely. And look at this stage, they're ahead by 8 runs. So it's that finish by Cricket Stars, which was so impressive.
You've got to try and stay on the pace, which is 15 and over. That'd be
so
60.
Hard.
It's so hard. It's like a mechanical bull, you know. You can stay on for a little while, but sooner or later you feel like you're going to fall off as it speeds up. But yeah, Haseeb, not an easy one to get after, but we have seen him taken down once in this series.
Yep.
It was against Trentino Aquila.
Well, that might be a wide or one for the over.
Yes, it's touch and go. My instinct was that it was high. Oh, that's
yeah, that
mild.
should be a
Oh, hold on.
wide.
Let's have a look at this one again, because this hurts you in a 10-over game. See, that's the top of his head there. Yeah. Got to say, that's way too high. That really hurts. That doesn't get called. It's such a high-scoring game as well. You're going 2.5 for ball pace as an average. That's cost you 2.5 runs.
Hi, God. What a shot. Sign that off to that Kookaburra. We ain't getting that one back, Vinny.
Put that down on the tally. So he says, well, I'm not going to get the call. I have to do it myself and a sheet. He 0-0, booms that out of here.
We're already up to 8. Unbelievable hitting today. Well, Ashik has come out with the right mindset. He's hitting the ball well. He's keeping them in with a slither of a chance, I think. You need a lot of things to go your way to chase 152. Shot. There's a sweeper there. Does pretty well in the ends. He slipped at the time it was hitting his hands and keeps it to 1.
Rajmani, he's a very good fielder. Well, we just have had that article we've been circulating today that showed up on ABC Sport. But this game kind of encapsulating what it's all about. Yeah, it's must-watch TV at the moment. Can Trentino Aquila keep this up? Last ball of this over from Hasib Khan. He's gone for 2 for 20 at the moment.
High in the air. I think it's going to land safe. Yeah, it does. And it spins away from Kang, who's having a shocker in the field. And it turns into a 2.
Long way down for the Kangmeister. So he doesn't get there, and it's the end of 4 overs. The score is 60 for 2 after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, in the ECN Ice Cube. I'm here with Corey Ruckers. And well, Corey, this is what ECN's all about. I mean, we have seen some really, really entertaining cricket, and some things that I don't think we've ever seen in televised cricket. And ECN is bringing it, and we're bringing it day after day after day. And it's so nice that really does kind of tell the story of ECN in about 5 or 6 minutes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can go through some of the best shots you'll ever see, sixes that are 100 metres, and then you see the keeper take a juggling catch 40 metres away.
And you might see an easy drop like we had in the first innings as well. So, yeah, we will post the link to that in the chat. Maybe I'll do it again now. We'll also try and get it in the broadcast today. But when people are always asking me, what's it all about? How did this start? We get a lot of those questions. And so that does really sum it up. Big props to our founder, Daniel Weston. He did a very good job in that, didn't he?
Well, he did a good job, and it snuck up on us. I didn't know anything about it. And then I watched it before. Really good to watch.
Yeah, very good. So, if you do get that, share it with your friends. Let them know about European cricket and grow the story. Maybe that will get us to the 300K. Who knows?
Who knows? Well, this game is still trucking along. Another 6. I tell you what, I'm pretty impressed by Trentino Aquila. They're giving it their all.
Sure are. This was the problem. Cricket Stars last time couldn't keep the Trentino bats quiet as they got put to the sword for 141.
Surely not. Surely they can't chase 152. It would be unbelievable. It would be an amazing effort. Oh, this time hit again. And I think only a single. Yeah, just the single this time. So Ashik has come out. He's raced to 27 off 10. And Lovepreet Singh, he's 12 off 7. Probably needs to get going a little bit as well.
Yeah, true. They've certainly got the power to get them there. But do they have the ability to bat through the innings, these two?
High. Massively high. This is going to be caught, though. It's straight to the man. And he does take a catch. It's a big wicket in the end. Lovepreet has to go. And the 3rd wicket down.
Well, that's pressure. That is pressure on a stick for Rajmani, who's out there, and he's looking pretty much straight into the sun. This is so high on a clear day in Bologna. But Lovepreet tries to go aerial. Well, he does go aerial, but he doesn't have the distance to take it out of the ground. He goes for a dozen. The score now 67 for 3. Good bowling by Sukraj Singh.
Yep. And, well, it's a good, safe catch. The reverse cup, fingers pointing to the sky. And another big wicket.
I'm just going to post the ABC article in the chat.
Yep.
And I've also got the video, so...
What a long way that it's all come from German TV to...
I mean, to think that the majority of televised cricket is ECN cricket now is...
mind-boggling.
It is. And I'm touched that
You're a part of it.
Probably have, at this stage, commentated more cricket matches than anyone in the world actively. So I'm told. I think the yearly record will stand a long time. 1,030 last year.
Oh, first ball's a wide. So Hussain showing that he's got the right intent as well. Let's have a look here. Yeah. Marginal. I mean, at this stage, they're actually 13 runs ahead, but that fantastic finish by Cricket Stars.
That's a big finish, 31 off the last over. Supersonic stuff.
Tolwenda. That's the single, but...
So 75 is the pace, or 76 technically, but I'm going at 15 and over to keep you in the game. 15 and over. You can't fall too far behind that because it's hard to make it up. So, yeah, 75 is what they want to be after 5, 90 off 6.
Ashik. It's all on Ashik, isn't it? And he just has to keep going, but they're still far away.
He's banging them. Oh, didn't know what to do with that.
Is it a slower ball, do you think?
No, I just think it's a full toss that he then tries to pull out thinking he might get a wide. See? And he ends up hitting it accidentally. So that's annoying for him. Burns the ball.
Yep. Burns 2 balls. So really good over from Singh. He gets 1 for 9 and 69 for 3 after 5.
Single-digit overs, worth your weight in gold when you're trying to defend this 150 and the second bat team is raging. Maiden Waters saying after viewing the ABC piece, it's no wonder the ECN robot went wild last night. Yeah, the robot was on a rampage yesterday.
Yeah, it
weren't
was.
they?
Well, Robot's been pretty active this morning as well. If the Robot's out there, maybe chuck a little poll in.
Yeah. What do you prefer, the article or the video? I haven't read the article yet. It's hard to get a moment really today because it's been action-packed on finals day. Here's Dipendra Shekhawat, who's going to bowl the next over. So we're halfway through. They're on 138 pace.
That will be a wide.
140 pace.
Yeah, I mean, to win this, you need a lot of things to go your way.
Yeah.
I sort of feel like Ashik has to keep going and play a remote, but he's going to need some support as well.
Thank you, Helix, for your lovely comment in the chat as well. Yeah. All right, set your watches to 0 o'clock because here comes Ashik. And he's going to have to go after Shekhawat, who's a pretty good bowler. He's got a really whippy, kind of wristy action. Does get a bit of outswing. Not an easy guy to take leg side. Let's see which way he goes. But he bowls kind of a heavier ball than you think, Dipendra Shekhawat.
Well bowled. Well played as well. He actually got quite a bit of bat on that. And it's good fielding, good cricket all round. 1 run. And good comment from the robot. Still processing that catch.
That's why the robot's been quiet. He's buffering.
It's quite a remarkable bit of cricket today with some of the shots, that catch, some bloopers, just all in one. That's just in a day's work with the ECN. Wide. But yeah, I mean, maybe we take it for granted a little bit more because we see a lot of it.
We have a sense of what we're doing, but it's very hard to describe to someone that isn't so familiar with ECN because it's unprecedented in the world of, not just in the world of cricket, really in the world of sport.
Yep.
To do something like this.
High in the air. This will take some catching.
No.
You're right with your early nut. It's the Bermuda Triangle +1. 4 people converge.
Bermuda Square. We even had a Bermuda Pentagon a little while ago. But, yeah, I mean, that's why, I mean, like some of the sagas we've had this week, for example, you wouldn't see them in other sports. You know why? Because you don't often have, you're not churning out 1,000 games a year. You're going to run into these kind of reality issues. And it's super exciting what's going on, obviously. I'm thrilled to be a part of it.
You'd imagine that, yeah, absolutely myself as well. But that might go down as one of the great keeper catches. I mean, that's a caught keeper at square leg, 40 metres away.
That's only the second time I've seen those buttons line up on our console here for volume.
Yeah, my
do you know what the other time was? I sasaw those buttons light up.
When the fielding mistake at third man.
Yeah.
My apologies to any viewers out there whose ears were a bit sore, but I was caught up in the moment.
Misfield in the MSC Frankfurt versus Albi Zalmi Group D final in the ECL.
Weird things happen when I'm around.
Yeah, that is true. The weirdness follows you, that's for sure. Almost spat my drink out.
Well, skewed. No one's tight, though. Get a 1. And just in the last maybe 7, 8 balls of this chase, they've lost that momentum they need to keep.
CD Tamup saying power hitters look like they might be finished now. Tickies and tuckers.
No, I don't agree.
I don't think that Ashik's
still there.
Yet. He's going to...
He needs help, though.
He's going to go over the fence or die trying here, I think.
Hussain on strike. Yeah, play and miss. They should get 1.
Yep. That's a bad...
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, okay. It wasn't Ashik. So Ashik will face up. Smart play in the end. So Shekhawat, another single-digit over. It goes for 7 in total. And so the score at the end of 6 overs is 76 for 3.
Well, Helix has come through with a really nice comment. Vinny and Rico, I will actually put my hand up and say I did have a giggle and laugh at the comp because all you see is not the good stuff, but I will now say I'm happily stuck into the competition and I love it.
Oh, that's good.
Well, that's nice that you mentioned Rico, Helix. Thanks, mate.
If you just see the viral moments that are probably for the...
Is it Vinny and Rico?
Yeah, I know. Thanks, Rico. If you're out there. Still very popular despite having the week off.
Wide.
Well, sometimes I do think I'm sitting next to Rico, especially when you give it... What do you say on a 6 again?
I can't do it. You've been trying to make me do the ballet, but like...
You've got to give us one ballet a day.
Can't
the person in that spot has to give us at least 1 a day.
I'll give you 1 later.
Okay, give us 1 next 6, all right? It's a crash.
Another wide.
Balls are wide.
What's their time here? When did they start the bowling innings, Vinny?
They started, I'm going to say, time to guess, so let me check. But, yeah, so they started at 25. So,
Oh, no, they're okay.
So they're okay. What I was going to say, if you only see the kind of bloopers, you don't really get a sense of the overall picture of what we're doing here at ECN.
Edge, great catch. The keeper's having an absolute blinder. Oh, hashtag pure goodness. I mean, it's not the style of the other catch, but this is full stretch to his right paw. Vinny, you must be loving it.
Right off the end of the bat as well. Ramzan stays low, and that's how he can get there. Fantastic cricket match this, but does feel like Trentino Aquila falling off the horse. They got the captain coming out, Ali Sakib Bashard. Let's see if he can do anything, but well, it's all about the catch. Keep your eyes on Ramzan here.
Oh, he's having a blinder.
Look even the way he protects the ball. See, he takes it in the right mitt, and then he just pauses and thinks about life for a little bit. But he's well balanced. See how he's not wrong-footed there? So he's actually got a fair bit of an ability to get something out of the dive, and he gets it just right. Wow, what a game we're seeing. And now the score is 78 for 4.
Yeah, Nazir Ramzan, and sometimes catchers do win matches. He's having an absolute blinder behind the stumps. That was a one-handed catch.
Game's racked up the highlights.
He made 51 off 24 with 4 fours and 4 sixes, and now he's taken 3 catches, I believe, 2 amazing ones. He's my man of the match at the moment. Here we go. Play and miss.
Good bat speed.
Yeah, good bat speed. But yeah, I mean, a good keeper does have the ability to change matches, and I think you've seen it here.
So he had 2 one-handed keeper catches in this game. And an unexplainable. This is another one that I reckon should be called based on what we've seen so far today. And there's been a couple. See, look, that's wide. I think it gets straight over the tram line, and that's hurt. That's 2. And they've been cost. It's not going the Eagles' way.
High in the air, could be caught. Great catch, another one. What did these guys have for breakfast, Vinny? He's absolutely pumped. That is an amazing catch. He's come 15 metres off the rope and taken it with both hands.
Rajmani, and the A is for anticipation, because he was off to the races as soon as he saw that coming off the bat. He knew it was falling well short of him, so he got in his bike, he got there, and he takes it without breaking stride. Fantastic fielding. He is a triple threat, bat, ball, and in the field. And so Trentino Aquila, now they're right behind it. And Ali Sakib Bashard, after not getting the call, next ball, he slices away. What a piece of fielding.
What a brilliant catch that is. He adds the roll in as well to protect the ball. And look at the celebration. Well, the robot said he was taking time to compute the previous catch. What about the last 2 in this over? A one-handed snare by the keeper, and then deep cover, blowing in, flying
Blowing in. That's probably a good way to put it.
I don't even know. He was flying in, Vinny. And look at this. 2 hands, and this is the good of the ECN. Unbelievable game, this. Yeah, just a conventional drive to cover. Just the single. Well,
this game, just noting some of the highlights.
Have you seen so many good catches in an innings?
So many, and not just the catches, but also some of these moments, like the rubber ball bounces, like the easiest drop catch ever, and potential 4 overthrows, and the ball getting thrown back to him.
That will be a wide. Well, for me, I think Trentino will have to go back to the drawing board, but they'll look at their fielding and bowling effort and say it just wasn't good enough. I mean, 80 after 6.5 isn't bad, but you can't get hit for 150 and expect to win.
True.
Walking down, wide ball.
I'll take it. Might have the old hands on hips, but we'll have a look at this on the replay. On the walkabout, it has to be a wide. It's even wider.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need to pause and gather your breath, don't you, sometimes? With
Yeah.
this pace of the play
I've
we're
lost my
having.
voice a bit from this one. High in the air. Well, they catch everything.
Uh-oh.
Not this time. It lands in a big pocket of space.
That's Kang. There. But, this had collision written all over it. So at this stage in the game, you don't mind if it falls safely, because you're not really in any immediate danger. 82 for 5 off 7. Now, we can't really tell you who is coming through just yet.
Yeah.
But we can tell you that we know that Bologna are through to qualifier 2, but we can pretty much tell you that Trentino Aquila are going to be playing Bologna in qualifier 2. Based on what we're seeing here, it means Cricket Stars will be straight through to the final.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is absolutely whacked. Goodbye ball, 6 runs.
Well, there you go. Put it with the rest. That's over the hills and far away. The hills are alive with the sound of Kookaburras landing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Kamran Hussain takes that one out of the ground. Nice shot.
Well, I've got a message for the robot out there if you're listening. Big inside part of the bat. It should just be a single. And it is just it's deflected off the stump. Good backing up. Question for the robot out there, who's just put in the video once again. Can you do a little poll for us about what catch was the best? Can we have the keeper juggle catch, the one-handed keeper catch, or the catch at deep cover? I'd be curious to see what our viewers think was the best one.
Were you talking about cricketing skill or freakishness?
No, well, it's up to the viewers. It'll be seeing what they vote. That's a wide ball, +1. Yeah, I think that's a good one to see, because we've seen 3 catches in one innings that you'd usually see over the space of a week. To have 3 in a few overs, the juggle catch, the one-handed snare off the thin edge, and the cover catch, deep cover. Hit hard to the left of deep mid-off, does the mopping up.
Yeah, finally we get a chance to settle down a bit. But Trentino Aquila, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They've got a tough game coming up against Bologna.
Yeah, and thank you, Robot. I told you, me and the Robot go way back. The poll is up. So we've got 2 overs. There's one for our viewers. What was the best catch today? Oh, I tell you what, we might have had to have done another poll, because if he had held that, that would have been the 4th one.
The thing is, you put one-handed keeper catch. So you mean in this innings, right? Because we had a one-handed keeper catch in the first innings. You mean the one just then?
We know.
But the other one was pretty good. It was in the webbing.
No, you know which one. That would have been added to it. Wide ball. Never easy on your follow-through as a bowler. I'm going to get my vote in.
Go on. Which one are you voting for? You can tell. Is it going to
keep it quiet?
Keep it quiet for now. You don't want to lead the witnesses, right?
I think I'll end up voting for the one that won't win. But let's see.
I'm going to guess.
Shot in the air. Got some top spin on it. And the top spin wins.
And some side spin as well. A little bit of the old third bounce Tortuga kicking it sideways. They do get a 4 from this. Look at this last bounce. And he's overrun that by a mile. I know which one you've voted for just based on your voice. And you voted for the outfield catch from Rajmani Sandhu, I think.
I did. Well done. I voted for the deep cover. I just like the technique of it. I wasn't a keeper myself, so... Anyway, back. Well, bold. And well played. Takes us to the end of the 8th. And what I want to bring up here, 97 for 5. Look at what the scores were, Vinny.
Yeah.
They had only 2 runs behind what Cricket Stars were. So they made 52...
Yeah, well, I can tell you.
The last 2 overs.
I can tell you, yeah, exactly, because the last 2 overs went for, well, they scored, the last 3 overs, right, went for 21, 15, and 31.
Wow.
So, supersonic finished. And, well, you can see there, a scale of 200 doesn't really show you how fast the scoring has been in this.
That's why we need to get that Manhattan graph up soon enough, because that will show us that scale.
It goes up a fair bit.
Yeah.
But still. Here's Rajmani. He's dusted off his elbows and he's ready to bowl over number 9.
Toe ender. Just the 1 run. People saying, look, they've lost 2 more wickets. That does obviously make a bit of a difference, but to be honest, you're not going to get 30 run overs like that all the time. They bowled a couple of no balls that were hit for 6.
And the other thing is, okay,
5
yeah, they played some very good shots in the last 2 overs, but also there was
a lot of help.
Yeah, there was a lot of help.
I don't think Cricket Stars are the type of team that are going to bowl 5 wides 3 or 4 times or give too many no ball 6s, and that's what we saw happen. That was the big difference for me. The errors from the bowling unit.
Yeah, for sure.
This one's meandering out. It's been a good game of cricket, though.
Such a good game.
Slow ball, high in the air. It's going to land 1 bounce to mid-off. Good pick up. Just the 1.
So now we'll have about an hour and a half, just under, until the start of the next game.
Yeah. Hard, down the mid-off again. Just a singles this one. Meandering out right at the back end. Been a pretty exceptional game of T10 cricket. The votes. Currently 162 votes are in. What do you think's leading, Vinny?
I reckon you're going to go the keeper juggle catch.
That has 55%.
I just cast my vote for that one.
High in the air. Keeper going again. And he leaves it this time.
Imagine this. And he was ready for the scraps again. And Ramzan's probably saying, well, help me out here. He's saying, why didn't you drop it for me? And it is caught by the fielder. So they're going to have a conversation about it. And he said, look, you might want to try that nonsense with the other fielders, but don't try it with me. Bye-bye. Pulls rank on Ramzan. That's the 6th wicket down. Bit of a lighter moment, 101 for 6.
Yeah, a bit of a lighter moment. I think he wanted his 4th catch of the innings.
Yeah.
That's pretty rare in a T10.
True.
You can see he's a bit disappointed, but a wicket falls and well, good bowling as well. And yeah, so 53% were for the keeper juggle. And at the moment, it's split for the other two, 23 apiece.
We've just seen some real high-quality stuff. This is what makes ECN so different.
Well,
I
this
suppose
game's had
it's
it
just
all.
the pace of how quick things are happening here.
It honestly has had it all.
When I first started doing T10 cricket for ECN, probably the thing that surprised me the most is how many times a game could change and how quickly it could change for such a short match.
So, a couple of deliveries left in this one. Oh, it was so close. So close. Takes us to the end of the 9th. And the score, 101 for 6.
Now let's have a look at where we're at in this game. So, it's funny just how good Cricket Stars have been when they've batted first. They batted first 3 times. 148, 151, 151. You just think, in that final, if they win the toss, they'll be batting first. And when they were exposed the one time, it wasn't a chase when the other team were able to put 100, or 140 on the board. But that would be the I know what you're going to say. That would be the thinking of the opposition.
The captain, gives himself the
Here's
last.
Lovepreet. Oh, this is going, and
Gone.
gone. Maximo. Just a little bit too short. And Raza takes him out of the ground.
Well, he probably feels safe with 50 required. This is the right time, the skipper bringing himself on. He's assembled this team.
There's a little bit of the Marvel action heroes about them.
Not this time. Not timed. Straight to the mid-wicket, who's in the ring. Oh, Lovepreet stops it well.
So it certainly has been a really exciting day of play so far. Don't go anywhere.
Looking forward to seeing that juggle catch again. Flighted, banged. Yeah, 6. Gets enough on it. It was flighted. It was risky. Lovepreet. It was a gamble to bring him on so late, but with 50 to defend, I can understand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it does provide an important bit of variation in their attack. That's Trentino Aquila trying to get as close as they can.
That might be
This
a
is
no ball.
variation. I think this is okay. Because I think this...
No, it's been called.
Where's the second bounce?
I thought it was just before the line. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was. Sorry. You're right. Well, it's going to be wide anyway, wasn't it? But now
But it's a free hit, so there's a big difference.
So you could actually go out and hit that after the second bounce. Now, perfectly pitched leg spinner. Misses out.
Yeah, so a pretty tame end, just for what's been a very exciting game. Flighted, smacked over cover, top spin on it. Will it go? Yes, it will. So 4 runs, and well, Trentino Aquila can take some confidence from this, that they've made a pretty good score overall.
Well, they have. So yeah, it's been really, really good contest between 2 teams that you tipped to make the final.
Well, the final results are in, Vinny. I'm going to slip it in after this ball quickly, as that will go away, and that will end the game for 4. And the final votes are in. Keeper juggle catch 51%, one-handed keeper catch 25%, and the catch at deep cover 22%. Thank you for your votes, and thank you for enjoying this game of cricket, because this has been one of the highly enjoyable ones. And Trentino Aquila, in the end, put up a respectable 122, but that batting display from Cricket Stars was the difference. That last over of their innings going for 30, well, when we look back at that, could have been a game changer. Vinny Sandhu.
Could be. And look, congratulations to Cricket Stars. I mean, they had that blip in the radar, didn't they, in match 14? But they get some revenge against Trentino Aquila. And whoever they play in the final, Cricket Stars, they're brimming with confidence. And you can see they're a team that were winless last year, 0-5. They were dead last year. But, well, the fact that they've been able to join forces essentially with Royal Palmer, who were finalists last year, they have built a formidable side. Trentino Aquila, they'll be disappointed, but they just couldn't quite put it together in the chase, although they had some pretty bright spots along the way and a pretty good start, but it wasn't their game. So now we can tell you that Trentino Aquila will play Bologna. So the next match will be in 1 hour and 20 minutes, and the toss will be happening pretty shortly. So you'll get the teams and all that. If you go to our website, europeancricket.com, and keep an eye on the chat, we'll let you know exactly what's happening in that one, match 25 qualifier 2. And that is for the right to meet Cricket Stars in the final. The winner of today, they will get the golden ticket through to Rome in just over a week's time for the Super Series and potential ECL qualification. Well, early on, Asad Tanvir was just going absolutely crazy. As the first over went magical, Kang was having a really rough time of it. And, well, they probably needed something special. They got Kashif first ball. That was the first of a varied assortment of catches for Ramzan behind the wickets. But you knew, look, that Tanvir really did hold the key. Now, this is probably the only blip in the whole game for Ramzan, but what about this moment?
Yeah, well, this was the moment I made many fans around the world deaf, because we couldn't imagine as tile a catch like that, but it happened, and you witnessed it here on the ECN network. Credit to Trentino Aquila. They all came out and tried to do the right thing, and that was getting on with the run chase as best they could. There were some nice shots in between by Awais Shafiq. He got going, and he became the key in the run chase. While he was there was still life in them if they could get to these runs and this score required. Not easy, though, especially when the opposite team were taking great catches like this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they got high standards, Cricket Stars, and that was another good one. Low to his right, Ramzan, well balanced. He's such a good pickup from Jandra Brescia along with Abdul Rahman. And, well, this is another fantastic one by Rajmani. It doesn't matter where you put him. I mean, he's out there on the deep point boundary, and he was fired up. Why not? Even Shakawat almost got that one. That was the one that'll blow your fingernails off. And, well, though we had a bit of the slip and slide late on, by now the game was pretty much dead. And Ramzan trying to steal more catches. Couldn't get that one. And ultimately, you can see a few tired bodies out there, but they'll be thankful for the rest. I think Cricket Stars ready to pounce in the final. They're one match away from Super Series qualification. And the final score, 151 to 122 in this one. As we see the beautiful surrounds of the oval Rostignano. Asad Tanvir got them off to a flyer, 20 off 8. Apart from that, a sheet was dangerous, wasn't he? 29 off 16. So they certainly had the firepower. Lovepreet a dozen in quick time. 27 for Atik Raza towards the end. And Cameron Hussain chipped in with 13. 21 extras, including 15 wides. Maybe something to think about for the Cricket Stars. The extra is 21. Not ideal, but they had the runs to play with, didn't they? Including that supersonic finish that got them to the 150 in the end. 3 for 15, Sukraj Singh. He was the best of the bowlers for me. It was after Kang had a bit of pain in the first over. We didn't see him again. Haseeb with a couple of wickets to left armour. Rajmani Sandhu 1 for 16, but not just his bowling. His fielding was out of this world. And Lovepreet Singh, he contributed 21 in the 10th over of his bowling. And, well, the 10th over is going for a combined 52 runs in this game, Corey. But it's all set up. I mean, give us your thoughts. Trentino Aquila against Bologna for the right to play Cricket Stars in the final. That should be a real high-quality match as well.
Yeah, it should be a quality match. I mean, Bologna, they're going to rely on Gujar quite a lot, but I just think Trentino Aquila are a really good side. I think they'll bounce back, and I think we just watched what probably will be a prelude to the final. That would be my tip.
What I'll tell you also, Trentino Aquila, last time they played Bologna beat them, if you remember that, back in match 16. So this is no foregone conclusion. On that occasion, Trentino Aquila batted first. They only were able to score 89 and it got chased down. So, look, it should be a very, very interesting finish to this one. Last thoughts, Corey?
Are you getting the video up for the fans in the
We
pit,
will try and work on that during the break, but
Cool.
I will post the link in again. So it's as simple as clicking on that in the live chat, easy and European Cricket Network. For now, we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 1 hour and 15 minutes. Qualifier 2 is on the way. It'll be Trentino Aquila versus Bologna. See you shortly. Enjoy the break, but come back, be fresh, because it's going to be hot out in the middle. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Back with more soon on ECN. This is finals day in Bologna, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the beautiful Oval Rastignano in Bologna. It's been a really exciting week so far. Only 3 teams remain in contention for that big spot in the Super Series. We already know Cricket Stars are through to the final now. It is time for qualifier number 2. It's Trentino Aquila versus Bologna. Well, one of these teams will get the right to meet Cricket Stars in the final later on today. The other one, their ECS adventure, will be over. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is in the middle. He's with the 2 captains.
Okay, Bologna to call. Okay, heads. Tails a call. It's heads. We'll go to bat first. Okay. Back on the winning train, eh?
So it is Trentino Aquila that win the toss here in qualifier 2. It's match number 25 on the calendar, and essentially he has decided to bat first, and that's exactly what they did earlier in the week. These two did meet in the Super 5 stage, and on that occasion Trentino Aquila did bat first, but they couldn't get out of the 80s, and in the end Bologna were able to chase that down. That was a really exciting match. I know Mustafa had a hand in that, remember the name, but well, I just see every match the pressure is going up a little bit more. We're seeing more mistakes. We're seeing a lot of big hits as well today and a lot of lost kookaburras. Trentino Aquila, they did finish top of the Super 5 stage, but they went down earlier to Cricket Stars, and that's why they find themselves in this predicament. Bologna, though, they put away Venezia in a pretty tight contest at the start of the day. They have had a bit more of a rest as well, and so let's just see how these two teams are tracking physically as well going into this. It's going to take a lot out of you at this stage, but well, to go all the way, you need to be able to handle the pressure. Let's see who handles it better in this one. So the news from the toss in match 25, qualifier 2, is that Trentino Aquila, they won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you, Corey Ruckers. Let's get ready for another exciting match on ECN.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. I hope everyone enjoyed their hour-long break, but we are back at the beautiful ground here in Oval Rastignano, Bologna. A gorgeous part of the world this is. Looking forward to this. And, well, it's prelim time. We're going to say goodbye to one team after this game, and the other will advance through to what will be a pretty sensational final. let's have a quick look at the two lineups and see how they match up. A heavy loss as well. Bologna, they won this morning, and plenty of names sprinkled out throughout those lineups. Kuz Aquila are batting first, Tanvir, Kashif, Singh, Ashik, Ashard. That top five is absolutely vital, and Maruf Kel later with the ball. We look at Bologna, we know how good Umar Gujar's been. He's been sensational. He's been well supported as well by Nazar and Adnan as well with the ball. And you imagine that Trentino Aquila go in slight favourites just through watching what's gone on this week. But when they did play once, Bologna won. Supercomputer is doing it again to me. It's saying we're going to have a close one. It said it all week we're going to have some close ones, and it hasn't been that way. But will it happen this time? 110 expected versus 106. We'll have to see how it pans out. Plenty to play for these teams on what can be described as an absolute scorcher of a day here in Bologna, Italy. Beautiful part of the world. Welcome back all our fans and viewers around the world as well, especially those in India via FanCode. Good luck with your Dream 11 teams and everybody on YouTube and YouTube chat. Great banter with you as always. Jump in with your questions, queries, and anything ECN cricket. Been a nice day for ECN cricket. Nice article and video coming out that's been going around the globe. Congratulations to all involved. If you haven't seen it, check it out. The link will be put in the chat soon again. So here we go. First ball in this preliminary final. Gujar, top of his mark, number 333 on his back. Let's go. Well, it's a nothing sort of shot by Tanvir. Sort of lucky he didn't get a thin edge on that. Just past the bat, straight to the keeper. Gujar, he's been good all tournament with bat and ball. Probably had one of his more poorer games, we'll say, this morning in the win for Bologna. Didn't really make too much effect with the ball and got a duck with the bat. So I expect him to have a big game here. Tanvir, big mo across the line. It's the way he plays though. At least he's consistent all tournament. He's been trying to smack every pill, and he's been pretty successful at that as well. It's the second last game of this Bologna week. It's been a really good week, I have to admit. High quality cricket. Another good delivery. This one really rising. So Gujar, what a great start. I mean, Trentino Aquila, you sort of feel like they are the favourites, but Bologna will have something to say about that. I won't write them off just yet. They're a plucky unit. High in the air. I don't think it's a catching chance though. There's too much on it. One bounce, 4. So Tanvir does get a fair chunk of that. There's no third man in place. If there was, it would have gone straight down his throat. And that will open proceedings in the preliminary final. 4 runs. That might be a nice little settle up for Tanvir. Tanvir with one of the better strike rates all tournament. That's a loose stroke though, isn't it? Doesn't look pretty sometimes, but it can be effective. Another dot ball. Great start this from Bologna. Power play. Vitally important in the context of a game. 3 overs, just the 2 men permitted outside the inner ring. And is deep long on and deep mid off at the moment. Well, it's a slow ball, no shot offered. Decent size appeal. But that is definitely missing leg stump. Let's have a look at the replay. It's a Big slower ball. No shot offered, but missing the leg stump. So I think Tanvir caught in two minds. Brings us to the end of the first over. The score is 4-0. And this is what we're all playing for here. This is qualifier 2. I call it a preliminary final. That's the Australian way. But the winner of this will go through to Cricket Stars, who have their feet up and enjoying a little bit of a break. They had a great win earlier. We said goodbye to Venezia in the first game this morning. And unfortunately, after this game, we'll say goodbye to one more team as well. No more second chances. This is it. Adnan. Short, high. Well, Kashif, he could be gone for a first baller again. Great effort from Guja. Oh, he made unbelievable ground. We've seen some hangers today. That one, I'll give him benefit of the doubt. I don't think he got there in time. Let's have a look. No, he just didn't. One of those ones. Kashif, he got a golden duck earlier. It was almost a king pair. He's off the mark, though. No one can fault the effort of Guja. He gave 150% then. He's always in the game, that man. Oh, that is murdered. That's the only way I can call that. That has gone absolutely miles. Well, I'll add that to the list. The sound of the bat, bang. See you later. The bat speed as well. That clears a boundary anywhere around the world, let alone the 50-metre ones here. Let's have a look at the ball count. We're up to 9. 9 lost white kookaburras today in only 2 games and a little bit. 2 guesses early today. Vinny said 16. I said 10, so I'm in trouble. Tanvir. Now he decides he's going around the wicket straight away. Interesting option. It's a wide ball, so lots of pressure on him here. I mean, it's never easy bowling in the power play, especially when you've got such destructive batsmen at the crease. Let's have a look. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Good power play. Letter of laws around that 36 to 40 mark, maybe 12 and over. Anything above that, absolute bonus. Wow, that's bigger. Whoa, that is absolutely huge. Oh, that might be the biggest of the week. I've said that a few times, but that is massive. This man's bat speed, it's a heavy piece of wood he's using. Gee willikers, that's all I can say. 6 wide 6. A lot of messages in the chat saying they think maybe under 120. Well, while Tanvir is there, they could hit anything. Like I mentioned, he has one of the best strike rates in the tournament so far. He gives it a whack. Pressure on Adnan now. He's already gone for 14. Well bowled. Good comeback. So interesting, his follow through here. Watch this. Watch his follow through from around the wicket. He goes straight across the umpire. See, for me, should be at least one warning, and then after the warning, it's a no ball every time he does it. But let's see. Play and miss, and he's done it again. So I mean, for an umpire, how are you meant to give an LBW or a caught down the leg side or a wide if the bowler is in front of your eye line? That's why there is a protected zone. One ball left in the second. Good comeback though, 2 dot balls. Short, hammered. You just can't bowl short to this man. I reckon it's gone the distance. No, 1 bounce 4. So Tanvir, he's off to his, well, consistent flyer. And the end of 2 overs. It's a good start now. The score is 22 for 22 for none off 2. And welcome back, Vinny Sandu. Vinny saved me.
Are you overheating over there?
I am overheating. I needed you.
Malfunctioning.
I needed you.
How are you? And hello to you, Corey. Hello to all of our viewers as well. And welcome back to finals day. 22 for 2. And, well, Tanvir, he's launched a couple, hasn't he, that over?
He did. How was your hour off, Vinny? What'd you get up to?
Just caught up on a bit of work. Preparing for Rome, of course.
One moment surprised me.
Go on.
Lunch was offered to you, and you turned down a pizza in Italy.
Yeah. You know
that
what?
must be a first for you.
Loading up. Tonight, I think I'm going back to FanCode. Are you with me?
I am not.
Are you with me?
I am not.
You're going to come and roll with the big boys, literally, then you've got to be able to double up on FanCode. Anyway, here's Gujar coming back for his second over, and he goes within 2 coats of varnish of knocking the off stump out of the ground.
Well, Kashif's looked all at sea today, and I think he's a little bit lucky to still be there.
I mean, he gives him the best look at the stumps ever here. Look, here's all 3. Can't hit him.
That's 4th stump. 3.5 stumps.
Mr. Maximo Jr. asking who do I think will win the series, Trentino Aquila or Cricket Stars. We throw Bologna into the mix as well, obviously.
Well, Bologna's still in it.
Yeah. It's hard to go past Cricket Stars after that performance this morning, but we'll say that she finally launches that one. Well, that's on the road. Well, that's on the other side. We'll put that with the rest, and there's a car that's just so close to getting whacked by this. And Kashi finally gets one in the wheelhouse. Well, I hope your insurance is in order. Let's have a look. This goes on the road, and then about 1 second later, a car comes through.
What a nice little thing to get on your holiday, though.
Well, what about if that car bursts into flames? And we already had one this week.
Imagine that going through the window.
Oof. Change of angle. I don't know if this will help, though. Gajar is going to go round the wicket now. You put that on your list?
Yep.
It's got to be on there. Oh, takes it right in there.
Sternum.
Is that your sternum?
I'm improving.
I don't.
Well, look, you tell me I can't say the other thing, so I'm just trying to keep it taboo here.
Where is the sternum exactly?
Isn't that part of your chest?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit higher than
So
that.
about
That's your sternum.
Let's say
there.
about 20 inches below the sternum in the...
20 inches. That's 50 centimetres.
Yeah, that's about right.
You have completely lost it.
Isn't that 50 centimetres about that? Sternum
That's
down.
one ruler length. That's about 30 centimetres. Doesn't really matter, does it? Because I'm watching 2 batters that are both going to be swinging for the fences here. That's exactly what he does. And he's gone this time. So he reaches for this Kashif. Gujar gets a little outside edge. So, well, he's hit across the road, but he gets his revenge in the same over. Gujar gets his wicket. And Trentino Aquila lose their first at 28 for 1.
That's the new ball that does the trick. He got hit onto the road. They threw a new ball on the field, and he used a slower ball, gets the wicket.
Smart bowling. Changes the angle, but I was worried that it would just kind of go into him and back into that wheelhouse again. But he keeps it wide, gets him reaching. So, yeah, Kashif just hasn't been in his series, though he does lace 1. That's all he's able to do. He's gone for 7.
Yep, big, dirty off-cutter. Gets the wicket, well bowled. It still feels weird to me to see a bowler with the number 333. It seems a bit much.
Yeah, I suppose he does whack him as well with the bat, although he did go for a duck this morning.
Must be the highest number.
Well, funny you say that. I know the highest number, and I did mention it before. Wonder if anyone in the chat remembers, because I did say this a couple of days ago.
Didn't you say? I thought you said
Well, I know that you remember.
500 or something.
I'll tell you what. I have seen some 4-digit ones.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you said you saw.
We've seen some pin codes.
1000.
Well, the 333 is on the back of Gujar. He'd love 3 wickets, but he's only got 2 balls.
Yep, hits him on the
That's
thigh.
high, yeah, but Loveprint's come out. And one thing about Trentino Aquila, they certainly started brightly in that chase. It was a massive chase against Cricket Stars. 150 plus they needed.
No, they've got plenty of batting. We all know it. Ashard Butt from Barcelona's jumped in the chat.
Hello,
Spoke to him the other day. Hope you're well, buddy.
Well, we do have Barcelona down
November.
Yeah, November.
November, I think it's 10 to 24.
Middle 2 weeks of November, probably.
So
Hey, we'd love to have you maybe join us. What do you
I
think?
think I have that on my
Barcelona.
roster. I will be there.
Pay your cards, right? We'll stay that way.
Got good friends in Barcelona. Hopefully Astro can take me to dinner.
Short, but he's way too late on this. Preet, not really getting with the pace so far. 3 overs down. Trentino Aquila are 28 for 1.
Yeah, well, Guja, who we said had a pretty poor game this morning by his standards, gets 1 for 10 off his 2. So he'd be happy with that. 28 off 3. Yeah, bad for Bologna so far.
Nice to see you in the chat, Asjad. I hope you're really well and hope everything's good in your part of the world. I'm looking forward to getting back there. It'll be nice to get back to Barcelona. We actually haven't been there since we spent 5 weeks there at the start of the 2021 season. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. That was the first ECS cricket I did. And Asjad played very well in that series for Minaj.
He's a good player.
Also saw him in the Spanish Championship weekend, of course,
He's
at the end of
definitely
last year.
He's definitely, as the coaching Spain, definitely in the thoughts. We're doing our selections in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think he was a bit underutilised in the ECC last year.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I'd like to see him get a few more opportunities a bit higher because that's where he does his best work.
That's the thing.
And he became a specialist third man.
That's the thing.
No, he did. It actually reminded us how important that fielding position is because a lot of edges do fly in that direction. I mean, you often do see him fielding kind of long on, long off for his club, but yeah. Here we go with Mahmood coming in.
Well,
And
goodbye.
gets good bounce, but this one's going to bounce over the fence off the bat, and that's out of here. Adios, Pelota. Tanvir goes Maximo. Put that on the list, Corey.
Well, Tanvir, out of everyone we've seen this week, he must hit the biggest ball. Honestly, he hits it miles.
Thank goodness this is the last day, because if we did go to a day 7, I reckon we're out of Kookaburras.
Yeah, I believe so. We are losing plenty this week.
Hey, look who's popped into the chat as well. Gulam Dustgear has
Oh,
popped in from Baraka Prato. Hello, Gulam. How are you?
how's your surgery been?
I think you had the guys on standby in case we had another team have an issue today. No, not really. Gulam, wishing you the best, of course. Nice to have you in the chat. Mahmood can spin it both ways. This is too short, but it gets up and gone off the fence, though. Maximo, and it will be a bouncer for the over as well, but it's hooked out of the ground by Tanvir.
Well, did they signal for the bouncer? I'm not too sure. It was
Had to be above the shoulder, didn't it?
The
We'll have a
amount
look
of bounce
on
in this
the
pitch.
replay.
That's unbelievable bounce for a spinner. Well, anyway, 2 6s to start.
Better length and gone. So he swings all around it. He gets greedy, and he's got to go. Tanvir bowled for 32. 6 and out. He has not moved.
He's stuck.
And, well, he's going to have to recharge the batteries and trudge off. That's just pure disappointment as he takes them to 40, but he has to go. 32 to his name. And what a good comeback ball that was from Huzaifa Mahmood. It's the second wicket, 40 for 2.
Well, I've never seen a more disappointed batsman in my life. He gets bowled and basically gets frozen on ice, Vinny. Watch this. Just heartbreak. Oh, it's a bit of heartbreak. Look at him.
He's still there. You only need a little cattle prod to get him moving. Well, Assad, he entertained us, didn't he? And he does get them off to a lightning start. But he does fall halfway through the 4th over. The score at 40.
Yep, the score at 40.
And that wasn't about... I mean, often when batters stay at the crease, there's a kind of descent element. There was none of that in that because he's obviously been bowled. But, yeah, he was just so disappointed. He knows it's such a big game and he'd made a good start. And he probably knows someone like Huzaifa Mahmood, I kind of described it as you take what he gives you. And he doesn't give any length that time, but he goes after it anyway. It's too stubborn. This is well bowled. And he's the one bowler, I think, you do need to value wicket a little bit. Because otherwise you miss out against other bowlers that are a bit more hittable.
Well, they'd already taken the over for 12 before the wicket, so maybe just try and sit on the short ball, and if it's full, work it for 1. Oh, that's an unbelievably good wrong-in. That's out the back of the hand, kids.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Watch
And
how
he can
close
spin it
this
both
was,
ways.
Vinny.
Yep. Does not pick that at all, does he? Lovepreet Singh. He's had a few struggles since he came to the crease. See how he approaches Huzaifa Mahmood. There's another wrong-in. He's going to get away with this. Pulls it away, but no power. Just the one. Want to say hello to Amila Nadika. Saying hello to me in the chat. Hello to you. I'm looking forward to the Rome series. That should be great, starting on Monday. Hello to Peter Hambley. And thanks for posting the link to the ABC Sports story. We've been talking about that a little bit so far. It's a fantastic article and a video as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Corey Ruckers. We were talking about highest shirt numbers, weren't we?
Yeah.
And this is really cool that it's come back, because I happened to stumble across this. And in the chat, I can tell you now, this is the highest shirt number we've ever had. Mukhtar Singh of Defentis in Rome.
Oh, my
They were actually playing Venezia at that stage in that game, and he had the 666 on his back.
I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. That looks silly.
Mukhtar Singh. Well, I assume it's because he has done that at some point.
If he
in
puts
that game, I can tell you, he was out for 2 off 7.
If he puts that upside down, is that 999,999?
I suppose so. Well, there you go.
That's the silliest number I've ever seen.
Unprecedented amount of cricket on ECN.
That has to be the record.
Yeah, well, that's 666,000. It's a lot. Okay, continuing with spin. It's up and away, though, as Ankush Kumar comes into the attack and he disappears. It's just a little bit too short. So Lovepreet gets away for the first time. His first boundary, as Trentino Aquila try to recover from the loss of their openers.
Yeah, a lot of love for Lovepreet there. Gets a bit of bat on that. Splices it away, 4 runs. Good start now.
Thanks for posting that, Peter, in the chat. It's wonderful. And, yeah, very good video. It goes with that article as well from ABC Sport. Well, this is slightly mishit, but it's going to fall safely. It does. Gujar's able to block it and somehow knocks it forward, which prevents the second run. So just a couple of lucky ones for Lovepreet. Mishit a couple, but mishit them well enough that it hasn't got quite to the outfield.
Yep, absolutely. Sometimes the luck's in. Sheik on strike now. Batted well this morning. I think he's going to fancy the off spinner here.
Wide, straight over the line. So some people wonder why we are so harsh on wides, but I think in a 60-ball game, you want to give the batters every opportunity to play their shots. So you want to discourage defensive bowling, or at least don't give the bowler kind of the ability to bowl around the batter as much. Sheik's good hitter though, isn't he? Can't hit this.
Just trying to overhit that a little bit. Points in the ring. Short third man. Just have to time it through there. See, this is what I don't like. Look at this. They're bringing 45 over now. So now they've got 3 backward points just because he missed a ball.
But I think it's also saying it's daring the batter to maybe go for that gap. Because
if he bowls it straight, it's a big miscalculation.
He's been pretty good at finding the hole there. And so that's why I think maybe it's clever. Hey, let's have a look at some of the top performers this week. Gujar's been important, hasn't he? 306 runs to this point. And as for Trentino Aquila, you can see Tanvir featuring prominently.
Yeah, I mean, if Gujar's got 306 and Rashid's not here, that means the next highest run score for them, 69 runs in the week. So a big differential there. Pulled away. Gujar do the mopping up, just the single.
So, single digit over would be handy, wouldn't it? Bologna trying to work their way back into this game. The 50 has come up, though, in this 5th over. And this time gets the uppercut again. I can't see this being stopped. This is lightning fast. And so, second boundary of the over does take it into double digits. Nice up and over. He was able to get enough bat on that. It's the end of the over. 54 for 2 at the halfway point.
Yeah, very important boundary that. Nice shot. 3 backward points. Doesn't matter if you go over them. 4 runs.
Got to say, Lovepreet. It's been a bit of a slow start in this innings, but he's very, very capable. Got Ali Saqib Ashad, the captain. He's listed to come in next. They do have a fairly long batting order, Aquila. As someone like Marufkel, he knocked up 25 when he's batting at number 10 the other day.
Here we go. Back to the leg spinner. Good option. It's well bowled. Sort of mistimed out to the leg side. Should only be the one.
Yeah, so that's Mohammad Adnan out there doing the fielding. This is a big over. I think you don't need to be too crazy against Huzaifa Mahmood. Wait for him to bowl your half tracker like that and pound it, but he might have found the fielder, and he has. Another sensational outfield catch. Chuck it up there style. And Huzaifa Mahmood Well, it wasn't the best delivery he's ever bowled, but Bowinder Singh was in the road. It was the miss hit, and Lovepreet doesn't get away with this one. He departs for 10, and the score is 55 for 3.
Yeah, Lovepreet's going to be absolutely devastated with himself. That was short. Probably should have been sent outside the batting cages. Unfortunately, he hit it flat, and he hit it straight to the man. Good catch, though. I mean, low to the ground. Your eyes are falling. And what do you call this? Chuckity Fatte style. What do you say?
Yeah, chucking them up there. It's like a Punjabi celebration.
Chuckity Fatte.
Chuckity Fatte.
Yeah, I like it.
And it has its origins, I think, in Kabaddi.
Is it the most popular celebration you see on the ECN platform?
Yeah, it's right up there. Yeah, I think it's pretty common. I mean, there's probably some others. The old fist pump gets a
That's not a celebration, is it?
common. All right, here's a guy who is capable. Hasn't necessarily scored as many runs as he might have this week. At least Akib Arshad coming in with pretty much half the innings to go. You're working their way back into this. He doesn't care which way it's turning. He just slams it sideways and, well, loses the towel here, I think.
No, that's the floppy hat, Vinny.
Is it? He's wearing a white cap.
Yeah, and a floppy. I can't. I'm glad he didn't lose his powers.
You're right, he's gone the double hat.
Yeah, good option. It is warm.
Oh no, gets this wrong.
Oh, it's a Gundy ball, Vinny.
That is Gundy ball. And that is gone. Maximal. That one is into the forest. Hansel and Gretel better leave a trail of candy. That's when he gets it wrong, is when he gets his length wrong. That's when he's hittable, Hazif Mahmood. So, that's a pretty good shot by Ashik. He's just starting to flex his muscles. That's a bit too wide and called.
And that's our 12th white kookaburra that has been lost today to the cricketing gods. And, well, Trentino Aquila, they'll be pretty confident at the moment. They've got a good platform to enjoy these last 4 overs.
It's pretty well played. It'll take some stopping, but that's nicely done. They will take the opportunity to take 2. I think he just gets there.
Yeah, they haven't even gone up to the limited review system.
It's good running, isn't it? It's good fielding in the first place. Had to be careful. So he does just get home. So it will be 2. Takes him up to 65. Last ball for Mahmood coming up. He's picked up 2 wickets. Has been a little bit expensive. The Sheik. Is he careful with him?
No.
Not really. But gets away with it. He'll get 1. And will retain the strike. He moves to 12. As we see a stationary ball fumbled. The score at the end of 6 overs, as we see another fumble. And now, let's call it over. It's 66 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, 66 for 3. Platform set for a big finish. And look at the bowling scorecard. 5th bowler hasn't been used. I'm always amazed at how many teams don't use their 5th bowler till late.
But sometimes it's because they have a genuine death bowling option, but they think that that's when they're going to bowl, right?
Okay, but that also means if he doesn't have a good day, you don't have flexibility in it. You are then panic stations.
Yep, true. And
in the first 6 overs, I think 5 bowlers should have bowled. 1 would have bowled 2. The other 4 would have bowled 1. And then the captain has a decision to make about who bowls where to finish. And one person would miss out on bowling his 2. But you get that flexibility. And you have options. You want your captain to always have options.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's an interesting one. But when you've got somebody, if they are a genuine death bowler, they want to bowl late, don't they? And I suppose you're gambling. And even if they have a bad over, they can come back and still execute their skills at the end. Or you might have a reserve guy that you're not planning to bowl, but he's your kind of emergency parachute.
Yeah, but that's your parachute in the 10th, and that's a scary parachute.
True. Hard. Wow, that's almost well fielded as it takes off. And, well, Hazif Mahmood is pretty lucky to still have a head after that, really. He goes down, the ball goes up. And, yeah, it's the second bounce. It hits the skateboard ramp, and that's out of here, 4 runs.
You can't blame the fielder for that at all. That is just a pure bit of bad luck. That was laced. Takes a wicked bounce off the turf.
One of the lower bounces we've seen today in that he was able to get a hand on it. Ankush Kumar with the ball. Caught wide. So, you see, this has been his tactics all along. They've still got no fine leg. Do you get a bit funky here? Maybe make a big movement to off and try and jink to leg?
If this was me with no 45, no fine leg, I'm batting on off stump,
Yeah.
if not outside off stump.
Yeah.
And
Allows him to push a bit wider, though.
and let him do that. And if he still wants to push wide, then just hit it over point.
Yeah.
You know where the ball's going to be.
2 deep points. 6 fielders on the offside, only 3 on the leg at this stage.
But this would be great. I mean, you got to try pull out a lap sweep here. You can't let a bowler bowl to you.
Because again, you just don't need to really swing at it. You can just deflect it
Just
to
a
that fine leg, but
deflection.
you've got to get your body inside the line of the ball. Will be a wide. I think he's stumped here, you know.
Yeah, I reckon you've got the wide stumped, Vinny.
Yeah, clever bowling. They're supposed to get the wicket to Sheik. He's getting itchy, isn't he? And so I think he knows he's in trouble. He's already started walking. I just think his feet get in a muddle and they're both out and he can't get back in time. So he goes walkabout and there you see he's crossing his feet over.
He's jumping.
And see, yeah, it's a good bit of wicket keeping the way that he actually takes a big step and gets in perfect position. But yeah, I think that always a Sheik knew. Look at that right foot. See how he gets in a really good position to cover that. So he's not just reaching with his hands. So good wicket keeping from Malik Safraz, the acting skipper, with a ball not in the side. And they create a wicket. Does cost them a run, but I think they'll take that trade-off. So the score now is 72 for 4.
Yeah, impressive wicket keeping. Never easy when it's a wind to get that ball back to the stumps quick. And he did exactly that. And for right now, Bologna doing a good job of just staying in this tie.
Really smart bowling. You see, he does try and shove that left foot back in, but it just takes too long. Ideally, you want to slide your back foot back in, but he was so off balance that he couldn't actually do that. Ali Raza comes out and misses out first up. This is turning into a really good over from Ankush Kumar. Gone for only 6, including that boundary. That was a bit of a headhunter down to Mahmood. Tosses this one up, driven, fielded, sent back, gone, direct hit. This is out, I think. I think they're just checking to make sure that the stumps are disturbed by the ball, but I have a feeling that Raza's run out for a duck here.
Yeah, I think he is as well, Vinny. What a great throw this is. This man at cover, at deep cover with 888 on his back. I think he's looking for the record.
Hardeep Singh.
What a throw.
Wow, it's a lucky number in some cultures. But you see here, I think the keeper knows. Oh, interesting.
Nah, that's out.
Stumps with his gloves first. Look at this. So there, he knocks it, but I think there's still a bail on, which is dislodged by the ball. So, yeah, it's a really interesting one.
I think that's out still.
Yeah, I think it is, but he actually does not disturb the stumps with his gloves first. Look at this. Look at the bail on the right-hand side and the keeper's left glove. He does knock the stumps there.
The bails are on. I think
and
the bails are still on.
Yeah, one bail I think he dislodges with his gloves, but the second bail I think is dislodged by the ball. You see? So I think this bail on the right-hand side of our shot here is kind of disturbed by the glove, but I think that the ball knocks off the remaining bail. So I think that they're going to get a bit of a break here. Again, maybe there's an element of doubt there.
I could also see why the third umpire and officials might say not out here, because you give benefit of the doubt to the batsman, and if you're unsure, I get it.
And the umpire's call may be not out because of that issue. So if they're inconclusive on the video, then they'll normally go back to umpire's call.
It's been given.
Has been given. I think that's the correct decision. I've got to say that I think there was a bail still completely on, despite the glove hitting the stumps before the ball arrives, and I think the ball ultimately is the reason that bail falls.
Yep.
So, I mean...
That's what we have the technology for.
Yeah,
Vinny.
it just shows you that there's a bit more than met the eye to that. You see, had no reason to hit the stumps. I think just realised that he got a bit too close for comfort, lost his bearings. Anyway, it will be a wicket to finish the over, 72 for 5 after 7. Interesting one, hey?
Yeah, one of those ones.
What about the good throw? We've taken a bit of attention away from the throw. It was a very good piece of fielding by Hardeep. So today, Corey, it's an exciting day, golden ticket day, because one team from the 3 left will go to the Super Series, back to live action. It's just bunted down for a single first up. I think that was a little bit about Ali Saqib Arshad wanting the strike there. This is the first ball of this over.
Yeah, you're right. Golden ticket day, Vinny. I mean, it's a big thing they're playing for, isn't it? It's a chance to get themselves to the ECL 2023.
It is.
Any other teams we know going there now?
I can go have a check in a second. Short. Not too much pace on the ball. Nazar's been a good bowler, hasn't he? Especially at this stage of the innings. That's why they're pretty confident that he can do the job in overs 8 and 10.
Yeah, he's had good experience at bowling at the death, and he's done a pretty good job of it. Not the tallest man, but he gets it through. He's got some good change-ups. He'll be looking to keep them pretty restricted here.
So this will be a good battle. At least Akib Ashad on strike.
High.
Yeah, high. Yeah, good decision. Takes a moment to think about it.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the line there at all. It's straight.
Yeah.
It's going over. And that's the last thing the umpire thinks about. Pitches in line. Hits in line. But he's a big man. That ball's rising. Good decision.
I agree. But I do like the way the umpire took his time. They had a good look. Processed it. I think for sure that's heading over the top. This is more pad. I think it could be kicked away, but how far? It is going to be kicked once again by the fielder. And so I'll sneak through for a couple of leg byes this time.
A couple of leg byes. You can see Nazar's a bit quicker than most people think. Really skids it through. Gets to hit that length, which is top of the stump's length. And I'll tell you what, Bologna, they're pegging this back.
Last time these two teams met, Trentino Aquila, they batted first on that occasion as well, you know. Here's Nazar. Gone. And, well, it's not a shot Hussain I want to watch back. He tries to launch it out of the ground. All he can do is get a little inside edge. It crashes into the off stump. So he goes for just one. Trentino Aquila. Oh, again, they've just hit a bit of a wall in this innings. Walking 677 and another man walking 77 for 6.
Well, this one was a little underneath edge, but what length was it again? Vinny, what do I talk about?
Top of the stumps.
Top of the stumps around that region. And he's one of the best exponents of it. I know there's an underneath edge, but that was still that sort of height.
Yeah, especially against batters that aren't set. I think it's a difficult length. Yeah, so what I was going to say is last time these two teams met, it was in match 16. And on that occasion, Trentino Aquila batted first and made 89. Bologna, they chased it down with 3 balls remaining. And that was the game. Tassin Mustafa, they needed, I think it was 14 off the last over. He went 4-4. It might have been 11 off the last over, but he went 4-4-6 anyway. And so Bologna, at the moment, they're hoping to keep it down to something a bit like that. Maybe early 90s now, but last ball of the over for Nazar on the stumps. Just cracked away on the leg side. Handled out there by Balvinder. End of a pretty good over. I can tell you that there were 6 off that, and half of them were leg byes. There was also a wicket. The score is 78 for 6 after 8.
Well. What's going on here? I'll tell you who's licking his lips is Gujar, Benny. If he comes out with the bat and has a day on, he'll chase this down.
And remember the first game this morning had a similar feel. Venezia ended up scoring 89, in fact, and Bologna, they got there, took to the last over, though. They did lose Gujar for a duck, though. You can't see that happening again. Pressure's on. Here comes Mohammad Adnan to bowl his second over. He went the journey in the second over of the innings. He went for 18, including 2 sixes and a 4. Now let's see if it's a different story in the second last. Bowling to Marufkal. Gets one that seams into him and he pulls it away. Marufkal was batting down at 10 the other day when he scored 25. A pretty handy knot.
Well, the one thing with these two still at the crease, you know they swing hard, especially Saqib Ashad. He's a gigantic man, and he swings as hard as anyone out there. These are very, very important 11 balls in the context of this game.
Context of this whole tournament.
Wow. Deep, Finny, deep.
This whole Italian summer.
Deep.
The whole ECL 23 and the landscape of cricket in Europe for years to come.
Deeper. Go deeper. Deeper than that.
The current state of cricket in Europe as a whole and the generational change slowly being imposed, but really the aggregation of moments such as these.
Comes to these 10 balls.
It's one of them, and it's a ball we'll never remember. as it's just dragged down to deep mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah. It is important, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot on the line. That ticket, I got to play in the first ECL. Unbelievable experience.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And I mean,
think back then,
it was still very raw then. There was only 8 teams. Doesn't matter.
I don't
Trophy
mind
still
saying
counts.
this,
30
back
teams
then,
now.
we were still very new at broadcasting cricket
Yep.
and running cricket. I won't say that we didn't have a clue what we were doing, but not far off. But it did go to something like 140 million households. So certainly put European cricket on the map in a different way.
I remember it was on Fox Sports Australia and places like that. Unbelievable coverage.
And like I say, 140 million
30
pairs
teams.
of eyeballs.
30 teams. It's going to be massive.
Yeah, it's huge. It's grown from 8 teams to 30 in just a 3-year period. Not really out of the middle of the bat. Take 1 here. This is going to be tense second innings. I'm telling you that much right now.
Sorry to on that 30 teams. Is there any new nations or new?
So the only difference, well, it's not a difference from this year, in fact, because Russia, unfortunately, due to circumstances, not participating, but Gibraltar hold their place. So yeah, we'll see the same 29 nations competing. No difference this year. 2 teams from Spain instead of 2 teams from the Netherlands. Adnan takes one in the shin bone. Looks nonplussed. That's the end of the over, 82 for 6. And this good comeback continues for Bologna. And Adnan, after going the journey in the second, he went for 18 back then. He only concedes 4 singles in the 9th over.
Very impressive. Very impressive. We said the next 12 balls determine European cricket's future. And it only goes for 4 singles. Impressive stuff.
Helix is asking, did I have a grappa or 2 during the break? Because I was getting all philosophical. But I think
I like it when
I'm just inspired by that article today on ABC Sport in Australia.
I started to welly up. I got a few tears in the eye. Last over.
He's kicked a few, hasn't he? And he's annoyed, but he's going to go down to the other end and give Maruf Kell a turn.
Tell you what, these two need to find the boundary, and soon. This isn't many runs on the board just yet. What a great comeback. Peter Handley's thrown the article back in. That a boy Peter, 1%ers.
That's the way. There's the article and there's the video.
It's getting hot here now. It is starting to get
when
to
there's no wind, we're boiling from the inside out. Hit and hit well. Maruf Kell does it again. Adios, Pelota. New balls, please. Maximo. Maruf Kell, he's a back end specialist with the bat. And he sends this one out of the ground into the forest.
I'm telling you right now, if we were playing at Etihad Stadium with the roof, that would have hit the roof. That went miles up. That didn't go too far, but for height, unbelievable.
This is going to be just 1. It's weird. Maruf Kell's probably hitting the better of the 2 at the moment. Alex Kibashad is frustrated. He's 4 off 7, though. He does have a couple of leg byes. He could probably add on to that, but he's just struggling to find the boundary.
Can they get to 100? That's the question. There's a chance still. Really impressive from Bologna here.
3 balls to come. Can they somehow manufacture their way to 100? Well, not like this. And Alex Kibashad, he's annoyed. Needs a wider bat.
He's just having a bit of a shocker here, isn't he? Get it off the square.
Had a question in the chat asking about when was the first game of ECS, and just answer that. Well, the first game of ECS was actually on the 2nd of March 2020. The first game on ECN was an ECL match, 29th of July 2019. You were playing it. Did you know that?
In the first ever game?
Yeah. Pretty sure. In the air, should be caught. Hazaifa's not going to drop this, and he does it. So they take a wicket off the penultimate delivery. Ali Sakib-Ashad, his frustrating time at the crease comes to an end with only 4 to his name. He becomes the 7th wicket, and Maruf Kell is stranded at the non-striker's end. The score now is 90 for 7.
Yeah, good catch. And, well, Vinny, how important are catches in winning tournaments, do you think?
Very, because they can catch you. They can save you 40 or 50 runs.
Well, you're right. I was playing in it.
stretch.
Who do you think took the first ever Champions League catch?
Was that you?
I was at cover. Short cover.
And do you know who that was you caught? I'm pretty sure it was Nubby.
It was Nubby, my best friend now.
Yeah, Nubby.
Piers Fletcher, the bowler.
Yep.
It's in the record, but that's
second ball ever or first ball?
second ball
Second
ever
ball
of
on
EC.
ECN. Or ECL 19, but it's the first proper cricket we had
did.
on ECN.
Yeah. So I'd like to be a pub quiz question one day. Who took the first ever catch?
And I'll go with who's got the highest strike rate in the ECL. I know where you're going
Records
with
keep
this.
tumbling.
7 balls faced. All right, everyone hold on to something. Here's the last ball. Missed. Missed.
Good boy.
Oh, I think we would have had 3 misses there, but it'll be a bye. So strike 1, strike 2. The bowler eats it, doesn't want to throw. So they'll get to 91. And remember, last time these two teams met, something really similar. On that occasion, Trentino Aquila, they were able to put 89 on the board. Bologna would ultimately get there with 3 balls to spare. So, yeah, looking forward to this. They do have the runs on the board, 91 of them. Nobody can take them away from the Eagles. And Bologna, well, they need to win 3 in a row today, and they're in a decent position at the halfway point. Plenty of thrills and spills, as we used to. Finals day, the action really hotting up. But Asad Tanvir, he was losing kookaburras. They were going further and further.
Yeah, absolutely. He is the key for their batting lineup, and early him and Kashif got them off to an absolute flyer. There was the car taking a kookaburra on the way home, but Guja, he responded with the first wicket in this important match.
Well, he's on a pair. Guja is going to come out and open the innings, I'm sure, in the second half. But Asad Tanvir just got a bit crazy, and well, it took what seemed like 2 or 3 days for him to leave the field. He was so disappointed, and really, they never quite recaptured the magic, did they, after Asad Tanvir left? Good catch out there by Barwinder Singh, chucking their foot their style. And so, always a Sheik, again, he is a real dangerous customer, but even he couldn't quite find his mojo. Did get this one to bounce over the long off, but then he chased a wide one. He got stumped, got his legs in a bit of a muddle. Wouldn't be winning any twister board games. This was a funny one. The stumps were disturbed slightly by the keeper, but I think it was a good decision. I think the ball knocks off the remaining bail, and this one was just kind of walking windy wolf. Ended up on the stumps as well. Ali Saqib Ashad couldn't get too much production happening as he fell late in the piece for 4. Marufkel was able to smoke a Maximo in the last, which dragged them up over the 90 mark, but that's pretty much where they stay. 91 for 7 after their 10 overs. And you saw Asad Tanvir, 32 or 14. He was going like the clappers, wasn't he? Kashif did almost cause a car accident in his 7 off 5. Apart from that, Lovepreet got to 10 but wasn't convincing as Sheik. He wasn't quite himself but did smack a ball over the fence for 16. Marufkel with 10 or 6 in the end could prove to be important if this goes deep. I think he'll have an important job to do with the ball. Marufkel versus Gujarat could be a big one-on-one contest in the second half of this one when we're back in just a few minutes. And looking at the bowling, I can tell you that there was a bit of pain in the figures early, that's for sure. I think Adnan's over went for 18 in the second, but Gujarat 1 for 10 was pretty miserly, and to get the early wicket, 2 for Huzaifa Mahmood, but he bowled the odd bad ball, went for 26, 2 for 10, Nazar at the death. They trusted him to bowl the 8th and 10th, and he certainly delivered for his team. The other wicket went to Ankush Kumar, the off spinner. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and when we do, we'll be finding out exactly who will be mixing it up with the cricket stars in the final. Will it be Bologna? Can they chase down this 92 required for victory, or can the Trentino Aquila Eagles defend this 91 and book their place in the decider? Well, mark my word, said Corey Ruckers 24 hours ago. Trentino Aquila will make the final. Well, they'll have to bowl and field very, very well if they're to progress from this stage. Join us at the Oval Rustiniano in just a few minutes for the chase. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. Hope you are enjoying yourself today. Check out the article and the video on ABC Sport about ECN today. If you haven't already, I'll put them in the chat. But make sure that you are back with us for the second half of this qualifier number 2. Anybody's game and a spot in the final up for grabs. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. This is the European Cricket Network and it's our coverage of the Italian summer adventure. FanCode European Cricket Series hitting Italy for 5 weeks. This is the last day of week 3. Every week we're adding teams to participate in the 5th week, the Super Series in Rome. Right now it's narrowed down to 3 teams that could be the representatives from the Bologna region. Be either Cricket Stars or one of these 2 teams. It's Trentino Aquila who are going out in the field now after amassing 91 of their 10 overs. Bologna are the team that want to chase the 92 for victory. And well, I think that man on your screen, Umar Gujar, is a very, very important player. Did go for a duck this morning. Let's see if he can get away here. I think there's 2 ways this can go. Gujar making something, Gujar making none, and it could be a vastly different outcome. Here's Kashif with the first ball. Played away. He'll be happy to get off his pair. Gets a single. So, great opportunity for you to throw some questions or comments into the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Made sure that I put the link to the article and the video from ABC Sport this morning in Australia. Big write-up on European cricket. If you want to know a little bit more about us, it's actually quite informative. I do get a lot of questions about the history and how we got to be where we are today. Palwinda, who starts with one he can turn away, just a single. Sajib asking me which team I think will win. Honestly tell you, I have no idea. Probably with Gujar there and with a double-digit score, narrowly a favour of Bologna from here. And Bologna did do this the other day. A very similar target. The target was 90 on that occasion. This time it's 92. On that occasion, though, it went really deep. Tazim Mustafa was the last over hero that got them over the line. Oh, this won't help at all. It does get a glove on this. What a fantastic piece of fielding, though. Down at the... I don't even think there is a name for that position. The backstop position. Because this one looked to be still getting to the boundary despite the keeper taking a bit of the sting out of it, see? But that's Lovepreet. And yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. He taps it back in before he crashes into the rope. And well, basically, he saves 2 runs for his team there. Sheaf gets this wrong again, though. Another wide. And this is costly. I'd say for me, it's a total 10 to 15 below par. I think scores have been going up as we've gotten deeper and deeper into this tournament. Scores have gone up as the temperature has gone up as well. Vinny Sandhu here for the European Cricket Network. Mr. Maximo, great to have your company. We see one cut the batter in half, goes through for a dot. Joining me once again in the commentary box is good friend, carbohydrate eating last night, tricycle riding, fairly rosy skin toned, and ECL winning player, Corey Ruckers. Welcome, Corey.
If you didn't put the last one in, I thought you were describing a clown.
Yeah, you're a bit of a clown, I guess. Oh, this one gets away from the keeper, but no run. So,
well,
yeah, Kashif.
Game on.
See, the old box of licorice all sorts so far, isn't it? Some of them are doing things though.
Funnily enough, Maroof Kell's opened the bowling all tournament. He's bowled number 1 and 3, but because he had a bad over this morning, they didn't give it to him, and I don't like that. I would have gone with Maroof Kell, but they're thinking something different. Kashif, the man it is.
Guessing they'll go with them in the second over though, right?
Oh, surely.
Oh, that's another Jerry Jinker. And this time it is going to cost him 5. Well, Kashif, well, life is like a box of chocolates, and right now his bowling's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. This time they're going to get 5 for nothing.
Yeah, big bag of licorice, all sorts. I don't see enough bowlers who start spraying it, hold the ball cross seam. He's still holding the seam up, trying to swing it. And he just can't control that new ball at the moment. These are crazy runs to give away, Vinny. Both batsmen are only on 1. They're on 10.
Yeah, it's nuts. And he is actually moving the ball both ways. He doesn't really know which way it's going himself. Better ball. I mean, he likes it, but I don't think anyone agrees with him. The keeper is kind of wandering away.
One of the worst appeals for a wicket I've ever seen. It was not convincing at all.
Kashif had to win himself over first and his teammates. He's missed that by some distance, maybe bat hitting the ground. Kashif likes it.
So the more Kashif started doing it, everyone started to go with him a little bit.
Now there was more, huh? There wasn't really a full-blown appeal from anybody except him. This one would have been a wide as well, but it clinks into the knee of Bologna. And so it's a real weird first over. In the end, it's 11 for no loss after one.
Yeah, weird sounding clink as well. But Vinny, the
More of a clunk than a clink.
The barometer of a good team, Vincenzo,
Yeah.
is you can defend good scores, as we see the
True.
graphic 3-7-1.
True. Go on.
Now, Trentino Aquila, for me, have been one of the more dangerous batting lineups to watch, exciting to watch. The batting group hasn't fired in an elimination game. If they go on and win this, I think they could go on and win the whole thing. This is what determines how good you are, defending a low total.
True. Absolutely true.
Thank you.
And the thing is also, the coin toss in the final, I think, is big.
No, don't say that, because then it makes me think that we shouldn't be doing coin tosses.
Well, how would you do it?
Flip of a coin.
Okay, that could work. You're a real thinker. But I mean, first things first, you can only really navigate to the next fork in the road, and that is the next 9 overs. And now we are going to see Karazai Marufkel bowling over number 2. And this is cut. It'll take some stopping. Very good stop. That's a lot more difficult than it looks. Keeps down, keeps in front of it. And Sadiq Ali saves 3 runs, just a single. Now Gujar facing Marufkel. This will be a good battle.
This is the matchup you were calling before the game. This could determine quite a lot. The best batsman for Bologna CC, and we think the best bowler for Trentino Aquila. Head to head.
The most different kind of bowler.
He's good.
Too high.
Very high.
But just one. Gujar has had some moments, hasn't he, in the series where he's kind of had these mini slumps where he hasn't quite had his timing at the moment. He's only had the 2 balls, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true. Give him a little bit more time to find his mojo. I think Marufkel's been pretty good all week, personally. He's a wicket taker.
Wow, this is trouble. They can't quite get there. He's running it as quick as he could. It'll just be 1 in the end. It's probably 1.5, but they're happy with 1. Oh, and then this one was interesting, you know. At the end, Malwinder was run all the way back to the bowler's end. Another shin buster for the bowler. Have a look at this. Oh, yeah, if that hits, he's out, I reckon.
Yep. Good pressure from the fieldsman. But look, going into this game, I know these two teams were even on wins and losses, but I think even the viewers and ourselves a little bit, we thought Trentino Aquila probably were favourites for this game, right?
Yeah.
And right now, they're under the pump. I'm excited to see if they can respond. Are they a championship
We
side?
know these two are neck and neck in the Super 5 stage as well, in points and also in their head-to-head matchup. Goes for it and absolutely busts this one out of the ground. Well, even the fielder had to applaud that. A Sheik, who's no stranger to a big ball himself. This one is absolutely lost forever. Send out the search party. New balls, please. Maximal 6 runs to Bologna.
You said this is the matchup. Marufkel versus Gujar. Well, I'll tell you what. If it's a boxing match, round 1 goes to Gujar. That is a glorious hit.
Got to say a quick hello to Lincoln Becks, who's popped into the chat from Australia.
Hello, mate.
Lincoln. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday night. Marufkel with a comeback ball. Can he see the back of Gujar? Wow, almost. Yeah, so bit of a walking nothing shot from Gujar, wasn't it? Yeah, maybe lucky to get away with that one wide-wise, but also I think the batter was lucky to get away with it without nicking it.
This is a hot contest, this. Marufkel, he's hit him on the hip once, beat the bat once, but also been put over his head. Last ball.
On the charge, Edges gets away with it, and he's going to get 4. Well, it's not easy fielding anywhere on this field, but especially in that vortex. This one's gaining speed. Gujar, well, gets whiplash from his neck, turning around so quickly. He wanted to make sure he was safe. He was, and he gets a boundary. So 2 overs down, it's 24 without loss.
Might sound crazy, but usually in most cricket games, 50 over T20, you have maybe one of your lesser fieldsmen at third man. on this outfield and the way this pitch is and the outfield is, I would actually have one of my better fieldsmen at third.
Yeah, probably.
I'd put a good fielder there.
Yeah, a lot of balls going that direction.
And you're saving 4 nearly every... It's a high-pressure situation, that spot.
Got some news. Do you want some news hot off the press?
Talk to me.
Night Series is coming, and it's coming in only 5 days.
Oh.
5 teams in Coimbra.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, so...
Is this fake news?
No, real news. First, let's just have a look at this one. Probably just below the shoulder. But, yeah, so we'll be at the Miranda de Corvo Stadium once again, and Charlie Hunt will be taking you through that. It's basically a 2-week series, 5 teams in Portugal. So night cricket is back, and it starts on Thursday. So we'll still be...
You're telling me 5 games in Italy and then 2 games in Portugal in the evening?
Yeah, it depends how many. Probably 4 in Italy most of the time. Down the leg side, this is a wide. So
Wowee.
yeah, so get your fix. So starting Thursday, and there's 2 games a night. There are a couple of days. I think the Sunday there's 4 games when we're off. So I'll have something to watch on my day off.
How exciting is that?
Brilliant. 32 matches over 14 days. So there's a 4-game day. I think there's a couple of 3-game days.
That's a lot of T10 cricket, Vinny.
Look forward. Marlowe will be up and about, I think, in that series.
Very strong team.
Half-hearted appeal. So, yeah, there's a 5-team series there. So it's quite interesting that I think invitations were given in Portugal to the top 5 teams in their domestic competition at the moment in the T20. But Oeiras, Conrad Greenshield's side, aren't in the top 5 at the moment. So they are not in that competition. We won't see Conrad. Well, not for Oeiras anyway.
Oh, that hurts. I'm sure we'll see Conrad in some other form, but...
He'll be around the traps, I'm sure.
Disappointing.
One of our favourites. That's
Shot.
going to be 4. That's asking for trouble. Kashif, he doesn't really know where he's putting him at the moment. And that one is going to be a simple put away, something he can turn on. And Gujar wasn't going to miss out.
I'll tell you what, this is difficult now. Trentino Aquila, your tournament life is on the line. You've played great cricket all week. You've only got 62 to defend. I know it sounds tough, but you've got to switch on here. They're not bowling great. They didn't bat great.
True.
They need to get it together. They're a good team. They're better than this.
Yeah, agree on all.
You're lucky. That ball's gone under the fence as well.
Does that count?
Yep.
Yeah.
15.
New balls, please.
You go 16. I'm 15.
Yeah, I think I'm getting you back today on that one because Cricket Star's still going to come. second match they'll play today. Better ball. No, it gets a bit lucky here. Gujar. That could have gone anywhere. Goes down to long off. And then he tries to run himself out but doesn't. But just a single.
Well,
Yeah. So the teams we'll see in that Portugal tournament, Coimbra Knights.
Yep.
So they'll
Andrew
be
Winter.
Yeah, they'll be essentially the host
Panda
team.
what up?
Panda. Wow, Panda will have to be a walk-up start. Marlowe, of course, they always win everything in Portugal when we go to town. The Jam Shazad and crew will be there. Down the leg side, another wide. You'll be worrying about time here as well. A lot of extra deliveries being bowled. And then Gorka 11, we know them very well as well. There's always no love lost between Gorka 11 and Marlowe when they play. Lisbon Capitals, which formerly known as Wild Panthers, with Azhar Andani, who's actually one of only 3 centuries we've had this year.
Okay.
Azhar Andani in Portugal. And you know you're going to love the 5th team. It's a new team to ECN. Hit to the leg side. The 5th team is Gamblers Sports Club.
Tell you what, load up.
And that is Jitu Balkrishna, formerly Oeiras captain, the new side.
Why would you call your team Gamblers?
Well, I guess you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Not really.
That's the way they play their cricket,
name, is it? Gamblers.
I mean, the first tournament we had of the year, we had sloggers.
Well, yeah, okay, I get that.
Gonna roll the dice sometimes in cricket, don't you? Anyway, it is what it is. That's the name. No friendship or fighters. That disappoints me a little bit. But end of the power play. And right now, Bologna cruising. And it's Trentino Aquila taking a bruising. It's 34 for no loss after 3.
34 for no loss after 3. And it is all on the line for Trentino Aquila. You got to feel for them a little bit. He's 18 off 8. And
well, last time they took this deep, with a similar kind of total. So, I mean, obviously, got to remove the threat of Gujar. I think that's key. But I think that there's still plenty of cricket left to play in this one. Again, you're right. They have to just switch on and find something. Otherwise, before they know it, they'll be out the door.
Well, Guja is 18 off 8, but Balwinder Singh's only 5 off 10. So they've got to get Guja. I mean, if they let him bat for another 15 balls, game, set, match, they have to get him out right now.
Yeah, well said. Here comes Ali Saqib Ashad. Couldn't really do much with the bat. Let's see if he can make an impact with the ball. Short, just leans on it. Beats the infield, doesn't beat the outfield, 1 run. Now is an opportunity, I suppose. You know, you really got to try and make Balwinder work hard to get off strike.
Well, yeah, exactly. He's only 5 off 10. Get cover tight, point tight. They're 2 men that should be trying to save 1, not sitting back on the ring like they are now.
Still, they're ahead of where they need to be as a team. Balwinder swings and misses, make that 5 off 11.
He's having a bit of a shocker, really. You can't be 5 off 11 not in any format.
Test cricket?
No.
How many can you be off 11 in Test cricket?
2.
Okay. Wise words from Corey Ruckers. Nowhere at the moment.
Because what he does by chewing a few dots, it means Gujar at some stage will want to try explode at the other end to release the pressure, and that then is a bigger chance of him getting out. So Singh here, Balwinder, just got to get a bit of bat on ball. Everyone's deep. That helpful. Oh, keeper. Wide.
Just very...
Tension.
The tension can come back so quickly. There's a lot on the line, and this is more than your average series, more than your average ECS, because there's a bigger storyline at play, isn't there? I mean, these guys have dreams of going all the way to Spain. One of these teams, their dream will end today. Oh, this is a good cut shot. This is going to be 4. So, well, try again. This time, Balwinder does get the cut shot going, and he gets it pretty good. Gets it away from the fielder, gets it down, and he gets 4.
Yeah, disappointing. Really disappointing ball. He'd bowled a great over. This time it's really short and really wide.
Hold on. The more breaking news.
Talk to me.
I told you about the night series.
Yeah. Morning series?
I've got another scoop after this ball.
Oh, gelato scoop, I hope.
So he gets the pull. He'll get 1, but yeah, Gujar's got a bit cold at the other end. He'll get 1 ball to face here. Well, Animal in the chat is getting a cat.
Well, that's a terrible decision.
Do you think so?
Well, if you have an option, you get a dog, surely.
Really?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, maybe this is a poll we need to put up. Cat versus dog. Or neither. Or other. Gujar gets 1. He gets the strike. It's the end of 4 overs. And the score at the end of 4 is 42 without loss. Well, Animal, wishing you all the best with your cat. And so somebody asked him what breed, and he said male. Further questions? Look at these 2 characters. Tell you what, at FICO last night, we were looking slightly different than that, but we're still on our best behaviour, that's for sure. But you can follow us on social media. Follow me at Mr. Maximo. I haven't done a live yet. Maybe I'll do a live soon. Maybe I'll save for the final. But Corey Ruckers, you also get him there. It's great to have Corey with me for this week and next week. That's why we're seeing plenty of Corey before the end of the year as well. Don't forget, follow at European Cricket to get all the best bits. And we have had quite a few highlights. That's going to be a busy feed today and tomorrow as we catch on some of the highlights, particularly that second match of the day, Trentino Aquila and Cricket Stars. I mean, there was all sorts going on in that game, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I like this call. Maruf Kell's back to try and break this opening partnership. Wasmatron's deleting his messages because he said, "Shut up, Corey," and he gets a bit nervous that we might have to block him.
Well, Wazza doesn't mind a block. Wazza's got more blocks than Jeffrey Boycott in the chat. So
I think Wazza deserves a timeout for that comment.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Time yourself out, Wazza. 300 seconds. Here's Maruf Kell bowling his second over.
Glove.
He's gone and he walks. Well, that's really good sportsmanship as well from Balwinder. And nicely taken down leg side as well by Kamran Hussain.
Well, what I like about this, the captain has gone, we're not going to save Maruf Kell. Let's go again. We need the wicket. He gets the wicket. A little bit of glove down the leg side. Good movement from the keeper, Kamran Hussain, as you mentioned.
I've got to say, it's good sportsmanship as well.
I think he would have been given.
And he's very quick to go.
Yeah.
Doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. Umpire quick to give it out anyway. And so, yeah, Maruf Kell, not the best ball he's ever bowled, but he gets away with it. Balwinder did hit that boundary he thought might get him going, but he departs for 10 off 15. He's the first wicket to fall, 43 for 1.
Does it just open a slight door for them? It's not going to be easy, let's be honest. They have to defend another 49 runs, and there's plenty of time for the batting unit.
Neville in the chat saying Corey looks a bit trimmer now than when that photo was taken. Do you reckon that's fair?
Yeah.
Is that before last night, though?
Well, after the amount of buckets of gnocchi I ate last night.
I ate 5
main
meals.
meals.
If you just joined us, we went to FanCode, which is
Disneyland
the
for adults.
Disneyland for adults and food.
Oh.
I think I ate 5 main courses. And you're right, you could get the gnocchi by the bucket. Maroof Kelp on to the new batter. It's the captain, Malik Sarfraz. He gets one.
Love it. Love
Going
it.
upstairs a little bit. Maroof Kel's a real kind of interesting
Heart
bowler
on your
to
sleeve.
watch.
He's a hard on your sleeve bowler.
Yeah.
He wants it.
But he's hard to, I mean, that you wouldn't practice against someone like this.
A lot of Fidel Edwards in his action. It's hotting up out there. Can the Aquillas get another one?
Animal, you are not annoying at all in the chat. We're loving your contribution.
Catch it.
Oh, he will.
Great
He will.
catch. He's pumped.
Why not? Maroof Kel, he gets a false shot out of Malik Sarfraz. He has 2 in the over. And this one, I just was wondering if he could change direction quick enough. He could. And he takes a little leading edge. So 2-4, and the game turns 43 for 2.
Credit to Ali Saqib Bashard, the captain. He went to the young fella. He said, they're none for 40 odd. Come back on, get me a wicket. Well, he's got you 2 wickets. Game back on. If they get Guja now, Trentino.
Now from Trento.
Aquila.
Yeah, look, it turns around and
Look at that, big jump as
I
well.
was wondering for a second, if he doesn't catch it, where's Gujar? You see? But I think he gets back, so it wasn't an issue of, of him getting potentially run out. But Maroof Kelp just does what he does, and he does have a second wicket. Brings Ankush Kumar to the crease, so
Game
again,
on.
every wicket just puts a little bit more pressure on Gujar.
Made and Waters in chat. Did you say gnocchi by the bucket?
We
yes.
did say that.
So imagine a KFC bucket full of chicken and replace it with fresh gnocchi and parmesan, and I had 2 of them, and it sent me to the moon. Still very full.
5 main meals. Still could have eaten another 5.
Oh,
No ball.
Oh, run out chance, surely.
No.
Oh, why is he deep? Why is cover deep there? It's a new
I
batsman.
love it when you get all coach mode. You start banging the table.
Put
Let's
him
have a
in
look at
tight. It's a new batsman. There should not be one there. Oh, it's bad captaincy.
this. Yeah. See Maroof Kel. Is this a back foot no ball?
Let's have a look.
No.
No.
It's a front foot
no ball.
Yeah. Threat with both
You know,
feet.
the bad
Great
thing
camera work there, guys.
Guess who's got the free hit?
Uh-oh. Sound the horn. Hit pretty well. Where's the bounce? Yeah, well, he doesn't even get to play on this ball. Kashif, this one, I think it's maybe going to go over his head. It shoots sideways, and so the free hit's cashed in. That just kills the momentum, doesn't it? Gujar gets on strike for the free hit and puts it away for 4.
Just kills it. I mean, Gujar, while he's there, we have said he is the key batsman, maybe the best batsman in this week in Bologna. And, yeah, they have to dismiss him. They have to dismiss him now. It's getting a bit late in this.
Last ball of this over. Nice looking drive, isn't it? That'll take some stopping. That's pretty good fielding by a Sheik. So the 50 does come up, and they're on that 10 and over at the moment. 50 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, 50 for 2 after 5. 42 or 5. I mean, look, it doesn't sound like much, but if they can get Gujar now, you never ever know. He's the key. 26 off 13. I mean, there's still more batting to come. We know a Cash Deep all the way down there at number 8 can hit a long ball, but you've got to believe if you're a Trentino Aquila fan.
Yeah, so getting a few questions in. And when we say it's Disneyland for adults, we're not saying it's particularly adult. We're just saying if you are an adult, you enjoy it.
Had foosball, Padel, mini golf.
Actually, also,
they had
I mean,
winery tours,
it would have been
museums.
good for kids. It's just we went after dark, didn't we?
Yeah.
There weren't a lot of kids there at that stage. Gujar is happy to take 1.
Okay, so they've got the 1 here.
Do you squeeze Kumar a bit here and try and get a few dot balls?
Yes. I mean, sometimes this really irks me. You've got the
if
new
you're
batsman in.
Put yourself in Kumar's shoes right now. What's he thinking? He's thinking, I just got to get 1 here.
Yum, 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 yum,
Not a
yum,
lot
yum,
going
yum,
on, you think? No, he's thinking, I want 1. So you make it a bit more difficult for him. And they ski Bashard with the ball.
See.
Knocks it down. Gets 1. In fact, he only really needed 1. He's going to get 4. This runs away down into the vortex. It's going to be 4. So, wow, things just conspiring against Trentino Aquila. Despite those couple of wickets, they feel like the game is in a situation where they're chasing it again.
Well, look, just watching them out there, they're flat. I don't think they believe they can pull this off. They've got to find something. Their tournament's on the line.
That one went square of the third man. He's pretty fine. You can understand why.
See, straight to cover, and covers on the ring. That is ludicrous.
Oh, wow. Talk about making it hard for your teammate. I don't mind that throw because an overthrow kind of walks Gujar back to the other end. But I tell you what, I was scared it was going to bounce over the fielder and go into the fence for 4 overthrows.
Yeah, it's just you're giving a 1 to the new batsman. It brings the hot-handed Gujar on strike. Shot.
Pulled straight. Again, no easy stops here. That will be handled. Askar's a pretty good, Ashik, I should say, is a very good fielder. Well, Maiden Waters is interested with a gnocchi behind the bucket. She says Bologna is now on the family holiday list. Check it out. FICO World Italy, where we haven't really talked. We've talked about food. We've talked about the laws of society don't apply in there.
Well bowled.
You could do anything you wanted in there.
Yeah.
We got up on the counter and we were doing all kinds of things.
Yeah, it was quite fun.
Yeah. And a huge, giant bottle of red wine we took some photos with. That was pretty cool as well.
You grab food from any restaurant and then go to the next restaurant. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, take whatever you want, eat whatever you want. It's like Charlie's Chocolate Factory Italian edition.
Well bowled.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka, of course, was his factory. I was just waiting for a big chocolate river, I thought, for dessert. I mean, we only saw about 10% of it. So I reckon if we go back tonight, we'll check it out again. Anyway, game's tightening up here. 6 overs down, 57 for 2.
Well, one thing they've done, Vinny, because they knew the importance of trying to get wickets early, they've bowled their 3 spearheads, have all bowled 2 apiece. Kashif, Marufkal and Ashard. We will not see them with the ball in hand again. So it's actually going to be up to their 4th and 5th bowlers to bring them into the game. That is a huge ask.
Michael Germany in the chat saying he thinks maybe this is golden ball territory.
Nah.
If Gujar stays there, it's hard to see them not chasing at the rate required. But also depends how much strike he gets, right?
No, while he's there, he would just time it. He'd time the run.
Here's Awais Askar with the ball in over number 7. And he starts with a Gundy ball down the leg side, unreachable.
Yeah, that was not a nice start.
Go back to some of the extras early as well. I mean, you take those off the board, and I think probably Trentino Aquila might even be ahead in this game, but
They might be one of the better teams I've ever seen that might not make a final. They're a good team,
yeah.
Vinny. Really good
You
team.
did say, mark my words.
Take them back.
I'm waiting for that to come back. Driven, slightly mishandled, allows a run. But Gujar just gets the one off the first legal ball of the over, so I don't think that's a bad result. But now, yeah, you got it.
You got to
up the
squeeze.
pressure on Kumar.
You've got to try and get a couple of dot balls. You've got to do something. What is it required? 33 of 23. It's tough. Tough to see. Well bowled.
It's a good shot though. Just clips this down to long on for 1.
Yep. You just feel like there's a big moment coming. Gujar's going to try and hit a 6 to break the back of this chase. Will they hold on to the chance, or will he clear the pickets?
Yeah. If it gives you a chance, you better take it, because you might not be getting another one. Askar, just to find the radar, doesn't. Oh, let's just take some of the pad, does it down the leg side.
Yeah, I think it just flicked his pad on the way through. There's no complaints about it not being a wide. He's getting it to swing in quite a lot.
Yeah, it just flicks maybe the foot or the bottom of the pad. So he catches a break there.
So he's swinging it quite a long way. If he can start it on 5th stump, bring it back in.
And what will Gujar do? Probably just flick it over the fence for 6. We'll try to.
Probably, he's a good player.
So, fingertip
To
up.
us.
About that's coming our way. And, well, bang straight into some of our equipment. And that's 4 runs. And I'm going to have to go fetch that from underneath. Well, Comcam saved us this time. And I think that will be the end of the over. No, it won't be. No ways. Probably going to have to grab this throw.
Why'd you throw it? There's a guy in front of you. Just pass it to him.
Kashif only throws hard. So I'm saving Kashif's arm. I'll tell you what, my white trousers were under attack. Then you see, I think you saw that. So this has literally hit the camera that goes on us. Have a look at this. We realised we had to stop, drop and roll. And bang.
I wasn't too worried. You were up and about.
I was just a bit worried because that's the kind of bounce that goes straight into my laptop. And those of you following European cricket, there have been a couple of times I've had to save it this year. Now, I think there might just be a change of bat here potentially. Now, there might be an injury to Asghar.
Really?
Well, where's he going? I mean, well, nobody's come to replace him, so maybe not. There's something going on here, and I have to get to the bottom of this.
No, I'm not too sure.
No, he's coming back.
Okay, no, so
Maybe
there's
just
no
an
bowler
equipment
replacement.
change.
Maybe just a conversation with his captain who's standing at cover.
Yeah, again,
Gujar, though, he is still there doing his thing.
no real time problems, I think, at the moment. Oh, gets it wrong. No ball.
Game
Out
over.
of here. Maximo Gujar. It's a no-doubter. Put it on the list, Corey, because this ball is not coming home. 7, free hit, whatever they talked about. I don't think it was that. See you later.
See you later, Trentino Aquila. I hate to say it, Vinny. I just don't think they can come back now. That is the moment that might be spirit-crushing. I'm just looking around the field. Their heads are down. They are a really talented team. But Bologna is going to do them twice in this tournament. And it's a free hit.
Oh, we marked your words. We marked them yesterday. Gujar turns this into a full toss and knocks it down the ground.
I mean, man for man, I still think Trentino Aquila are a better side with better match winners, but they just choked with the bat. 92's not a 91's not enough.
T10 format, hey. T10 format. Anything can happen. Anything will happen.
Gujar has stepped up again at the right time as well.
Last ball of the over. We've seen
Stop
that a few
doing
times,
that,
haven't
Vinny.
we? Well, I haven't mentioned this, but there's plenty of times I say it and it's not a wide, but it's confirmation bias. You only notice it when it happens, when I say last ball of the over, and it is a wide. I had a bit of fun with it last year in Bulgaria because we had 7 consecutive wides on the last ball, the 4th over, and I'd say that slightly differently every time. Well, last ball, 3rd over, actually it was. Anyway, Asghar, suddenly, that 7's really killed his figures. Another full toss. This time it's patted back.
I don't think he'll be getting a second over.
Yeah, so he goes for 16 off that one. 7 overs down. The score is 73 for 2. So they need 19 off 18. Pretty much run a ball pace. This is where we are in the day because the final is coming our way in around about an hour and a half from now. So there'll be a break of about an hour and 15 minutes at the end of this game. Cricket Stars versus the winner of this game. We can't tell you who that is just yet. But the winner of the final, match 26, they are going to be the 4th team qualified for the Super Series. That will be happening in just over a week's time in Rome. And so the winner of that going to ECL 23. Big prize on the line. Italian summer, it's heating up. Join us on our adventures here at ECN.
Well, is there a miracle? Is there a way, a double wicket, 1 run off it or something like that?
Get Gujar, squeeze a new batter. Get that above a runner ball.
Hope a comet hits the earth. I don't know, Vinny. I can't see it happening.
Don't give up just yet. Here we go. Sadakat Ali, over number 8. That might help. It's in the air, though. Kashif, we almost manufactures a fantastic catch, and I think it's probably worth going for. Even if he's any chance to catch this, in the end, he can't find the drop zone, and it bounces away for 4. And that one is another twist of the knife for Trentino Aquila.
Twist of the knife's right. I mean, they're devastated out there. I can't hear a peep from them. And they're going to be more than likely out of this tournament. And that is going to crush their soul. They have been really good this week. But just not in this last hour and a half. Wow.
Well, do we have a late twist here? Because it's edge and it's gone. Gujar. Well, he congratulates Sadakat Ali for getting his wicket. I mean, they could have got him almost the ball before. So, well, who knows? I mean, if they keep that to 1, he's probably not on a strike the next ball. They have a little glimmer of hope, though, now. With Gujar gone for 44, it's 77 for 3.
Okay, they need to be tactically smart here and try something. They need to get cover and point tight. Maybe even bring mid-off up for a ball. They need to not give a 1. They cannot give a 1 and let the batsman strike just the feather edge. And he's gone, but they need to get some dot balls if they can. And maybe they can get themselves back in the game. Great innings by Gujar, though.
Yeah, it was. I've got to say, well done to him. 44 more than he made in the first game. And so you knew if he was to make a few, It was hard to see them losing this game.
They need to get a dot ball here, so they've got to get tight.
Yeah, because the new batter, again, put yourself in their shoes. What are they thinking? They're
Oh,
thinking, I need to get away from the strike here.
Cover and point are still deep. You've got
Look
to
who
get
it
tight,
is.
fellas.
It's Mustafa that got them home. A very similar chase during the week. And he's searching. I think he's coming off a duck as well, you know.
He is. See, I think I'm bringing mid-off up here as well. Got to try something different here.
Yeah, Mustafa showed he can hit the ball pretty well in that area, though. But that was ages ago now. That was a whole other day. Sadiq Ali, fantastic. Fantastic over from him so far. Creating chances. And everyone sitting back. Maybe the scars of Mustafa's hitting the other day. That's what he wants.
Oh, I'm
He's
going to
gonna
pull
get a
my
little
hair out.
dab.
I'm going to pull my hair out. There can't be...
Go on. Go full coach round, Tommy. What would you be saying now if you're coaching Trentino Aquila?
You just got a new batsman in and you've left point and cover deep on the ring. Oh, it just grates my gears when captains don't notice that. I mean, they've just given a free one and it was the easiest one you could give.
Kumar hasn't really hurt them yet. He's run a ball as well.
They'll win if it's one a ball, Vinny.
Off the pad, they sneak another run.
See, 45 could be tight mid-wicket. Shift everyone around. There's just, you got to think on your feet here, Aquila. You got to. Otherwise, this will get away. I know it's a long shot, but you got to believe. Stay tight.
Well, you've done the hardest thing you were going to do is get rid of Gujar, and you've done that.
They need 12 or 14. You got to take a risk. Take a risk.
So they get Ali trying to close out his over without any damage. Throws it a bit too wide, and it's called. Ouch.
Not happy.
Well, I'm not Sadiq Ali. Don't whack me.
I'm just disappointed. Trentino Aquila.
You're right. I mean, they've got all the potential in the world here.
Oh, they'll be heartbroken. They're a good side. Outplayed by Bologna.
I like it when you go into coach mode, grumpy coach mode. You can see the clipboard snapping over your knee right now. Maybe some choice words after the game. One comes back a bit, but still called. Doesn't like the call. Let's have a look at this on the replay. This one does come back. I think it's still a wide though.
No, I don't.
I think it is when it passes the line. Umpires call at least. Can't gamble too much with the wides at this stage. But that's the way they've umpired all week. Well, nervous 10 still to get. Oh, this is smacked. It's swatted sideways, and that's for Mustafa. Well, he is going to just crouch down. And, well, it was a swat, wasn't it? He's on his haunches. He gets 4 and gets him close to that victory target.
I told you, mark my words, Vinny. Bologna will make the final, and they'll be up against Cricket Stars. And
Cannot
mark
wait
my
for that
words,
email
it's
to bounce
happening.
back to me. I sent myself an email yesterday. Corey said Trentino Aquila and Cricket Stars will make the final. Mark my words. I'll mark them. Surely they'd have to fall over to lose from here. They can win it with one swing of the bat now, in fact, Bologna. And Mustafa cover himself in glory like last time. Well, he might. It's up. It's in the air. It's not going to go for 6, but it will go for 4. And it takes him within just a couple of runs of victory. Mustafa, back-to-back boundaries. He moves to 9, and they're within the reach of the finishing line now. It's 90 for 3 after 8.
Would with this game coming to a, well, let's say a close for Trentino, but very exciting for Bologna, would you say they're one of the better sides you've seen to not make a final in any ECS?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you'd probably look again just at last week with Brescia CC not making the final when they got knocked out.
Have they lost players or?
They lost a couple. They had no Ali Raza Islam, and obviously Baba Hussain leaving hurts them a bit, but and no Bashrat Ali, the left armour as well.
There's quite a few big outs there.
Yeah, but still very
Where's
good side.
Bashrat Ali playing?
What's that?
Where's Bashrat Ali?
Not in the country at the moment. Yeah, so.
We see, look, now they start bringing a few people tight, and the message is too late, fellas.
All right, 2 will win it. 1 will tie it. I'll just take the 1 here. Well, Mustafa, if I was him, I'd stay right there because he can cover himself in glory one more time. He was the one that hit the winning runs in the last over the other day. But we're into the second last over now. And 1 run away from the final.
There it is.
And that'll do it. So, well, I'll have a shot at the stumps. They get home, and congratulations to Bologna. They had to do it the hard way, and just shows you how quick your life can turn around in 24 hours. And they were 9 runs away from the double chance. They were bitterly disappointed last night, but they've played good cricket this morning. They go back-to-back. They take 2 big fish away. Venezia first, and now Trentino Aquila, the team that were top of the standings after the Super 5. But they go down in straight sets on finals day. Disappointment for the Eagles, but we have loved their week. And once again, Corey, you said it. They are a very, very good team not to make the finals. They'll be so upset, but it just wasn't their game. And look, you've got to take your hat off Bologna. They held their nerve in the chase.
Well, I credit the Bologna bowling. They kept that dangerous Trentino Aquila batting side only to 91. That is a great effort from the bowling group, and then it was capped off by the batsmen. They should hold their heads high. And for Aquila, I'm sure we'll see him again in the future. A good team, and I was pretty impressed with them this week.
Well, that was the issue last year on finals day as well. They finished second with a 5-3 record, but they lost the final. It was 2 versus 3. They lost the semi-final, didn't make the final last year either. So that's
they've never won a final.
Well, they've never made a final. Yeah, so, yeah, I suppose, yeah, they've never won a game on finals day.
Finals games.
Yeah, 0-3. Different format last year. But still, now we can confirm that Cricket Stars and Bologna, the 2 sides that have the opportunity to progress to the Super Series. Coin toss coming up pretty shortly in just a few minutes. Stay tuned to the live chat. Stay tuned to the website, EuropeanCricket.com, and the scorecard for match 26, the final. It's coming our way in around about an hour and 25 minutes. That's 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 4:30 in Central Europe, 8 p.m. in India, 8:30 p.m. in Bangladesh. And I can tell you that it is 10:30 p.m. on the west coast of Australia and midnight on the east coast. 2:30 in the morning if you're in New Zealand, but it's worth waking up for, because I can tell you that only one team can make it to the Super Series. Well, early on, Kajar had a slice of luck a couple of times, but then didn't bowl well to him at times. And I'll also go back to some of the wayward bowling early that leaked runs. But this man always tries his hardest, doesn't he, Maruf Kell? And he was able to come up with a double strike that just changed the narrative for a moment there.
Yeah, it changed it for a brief parting moment, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. The Gujar show just continued. He was the key and he rocked up. That's what big players do in big games. Some glorious hitting down the ground, falls all around. And while he was there, we knew this was a 7, a no-ball 6. That broke the back of the game. Another 4 to the left to deepen it off. He was dismissed late, but let's be honest, the damage was already done. And good sportsmanship from the opposition there, giving him a nice handoff.
Yeah, I mean, the cricket's been played in good spirit for the most part, as you'd expect. I mean, these players know each other really well. They're excited to be part of the Italian cricket community, but yeah, well done also to the umpires. I think they were pretty good. And look who's excited. Abul. Well, he was demoted from 12th to 13th man that game.
Good decision.
But I tell you what, he is their number 1 supporter at the moment. That's for sure. Bologna sweep their way into the final, winning both their matches under pressure. With the chopping block there, they've survived twice. 44 for Gujar, the playmaker, only taking 22 balls along the way. Another good knock from him. He's had such a good week. 2 Maximos, 5 4s in that one. Apart from that, pair of 10s. Not a bad starting hand in poker, and not bad support in the innings. Balwinder Singh with 10 and Mustafa with 10, but extras 20, including 16 whites, 2 no balls. That really hurts when you're trying to defend double digits, Corey.
Yeah, it's impossible to defend 92 and 20 extras. Absolutely. And it's come back to haunt them. We look at the bowling figures. Maruf Kell picked up 2, but no one else besides Ashad, who only went at 7.5, could control the batting lineup.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, extras were a big factor. Sadiq Ali tried hard as well, picking up a wicket late on of Gujar, but he did go for 16 in the over. So we will be back in around about an hour and 20 minutes. We'll find out exactly who will be going to the Super Series from this Bologna week of the tour. Coin toss coming up very shortly. Well, sit tight. Maybe catch the video if you haven't seen already of ABC Sport in European cricket. But whatever you do, set your watches. Be back here in 1 hour and 20 minutes. The final is on the way. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo alongside Corey Ruckers. Finals day action is hotting up, and it's only going to get hotter. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and adventures on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, fasten your seatbelts, everybody. It is the conclusion of week 3 here in Bologna, match 26, the final. Cricket Stars, well, a team that didn't win a game last year. They're one game away from the Super Series. They've got a galaxy of stars. Bologna, though, on a dream run. They've won 2 of the 3 matches they need. Can they get over Cricket Stars in the final? A price to pay for the losers, but the winners, they get the glory of a spot in week 5. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Bologna final, and it starts right now. Hello, welcome back to Bologna. It is time for the final match number 26. Cricket Stars, they were the first team to qualify for this final because they won qualifier 1 earlier in the day. Bologna, they came from 3rd to get here, and look, these 2 teams have had a couple of battles already this week. More about that in a second, but first let's get to the coin toss. I think it's a big one because I think whatever team wins, they are going to want to bat first and put some scoreboard pressure on the opposition. So let's see what happens at the coin toss for the final. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Okay, Bologna to call.
Head.
Heads the call. It's tails.
You bet fast.
Okay, good luck, guys. Thank you. All the best in the final. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
So Lovepreet Singh of Cricket Stars wins that all-important coin toss, and he has elected to bat first. No surprises there at all. They've been untouchable when they batted first in this series so far. They put scores on the board of 148, 151 and 151 on the board, including last night in match number 22 between these 2 teams, where Bologna, well, they were chasing the double chance. They needed 103 to do that. They could only get 94 in response. So that is just 24 hours ago. I'm sure it is fresh in the memories of Bologna. And look, earlier in the week when these 2 met in the group stages, they were both in Group B in match 9. Cricket Stars, they were also able to win chasing after holding Bologna to a score in the 90s. So it's all going to be about if Cricket Stars can click again with the bat, but that's all history now. This is the final, but I've got to tell you that they've got a long, strong batting order. They've got depth, and I think that they know they can continue to attack all the way through the innings. Nazir Ramzan was incredible, not only with the bat striking a half-century earlier today for Cricket Stars, but also some of his catching behind the stumps, even though some of them were a little bit unusual. I didn't see them anywhere in the textbook, but still, I think Cricket Stars, they have to be favourites. But Bologna, can you really count them out? I mean, they seem to be timing their run. They have lost Rashid, but Gujar is a very, very good player. He's a match winner on his own, but let's see, it's a lot of pressure on him, I think, to carry Bologna if they're going to get into the Super Series. Temperature here, currently about 36 degrees. It is pretty hot out here in the middle, but I think the cricket is going to be pretty spicy as well. Corey Ruckers, I know you've enjoyed your first week in the Italian summer adventure. Let's get over to you now. Cricket Stars, they get what they want. They win the toss, they're batting. Let's see how many they can put on the board. Over to you. Let's get the final started.
Thank you very much. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back everyone around the world. We're in beautiful Bologna for the final of what's been quite a sensational week. Exciting cricket. And in the end, Cricket Stars and Bologna, they are the 2 teams that have made it to the final. And well-deserved finalists, I think. Very evenly balanced teams with a couple of stars filtered throughout, and looking forward to this one. And let's take a closer look at the 2 lineups and who's going to be the man that can step up for their team and get them through to the final week in Italy, the Super Summer Series. The Cricket Stars, well, they're heavily, well, I'm not going to say heavily reliant, actually. They're pretty well spaced out, but Baba Hussain, the number 3, I think he's the number 1 batsman I've seen this week. He's a talented player. Not taking anything away from anyone else. Sandhu, Atiq Rahman, Sukhpal Singh, all very good players. And for Bologna, Umar Gujar, he is their standout. He's definitely a standout. He'll open the bowling, he'll open the batting, he'll field it long on the whole time. If he has a good game, he'll get them close. The expected score from the super computer, I should say, 112 to 106 for the Cricket Stars. Very tight indeed. So how will this final work out? I think when there's finals pressure, the supercomputer can't put that in there. The emotions and the feelings that the players will have on the ground always makes a couple of crazy things happen. And it's a good opportunity to welcome back everyone in India via FanCode. Good luck out there for your Dream 11 teams. And, well, there's Spring Productions. Thank you for another good week. They're enjoying themselves. Hope you have a good last game here in Bologna as well. And welcome back everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Enjoy the final, get your questions in, and let's see how this match pans out. T10 final in Bologna, Italy. Hot, sunny cricket. Gujar top of his mark. We're ready to go, almost. No, the umpire walks in the way. Slight delay. And Gujar has a bit of a laugh with him. I see Vinny Sandhu running across in front of me as well. He'll be with me in a couple of minutes. He's all excited. I think the heat has definitely gotten to a few people. It has been scorching hot, searing hot. Well done to the players who have gone through a pretty trying week. And after that false start, we're almost set to go now. Here we go. Seed. Absolute peach of a delivery. Well, how this guy doesn't play for Italy, I have no idea. He's a talented, talented player. Opening batting, opening and bowling, fielding in the right areas, and this is an absolute corker. Thanks for coming. And he's coming up against a good opening pair, though. Rahman and Sandhu have been pretty good so far at the top. Hammered. What a shot that is. That's the first boundary of the final. 4 runs. And, well, the third umpire will take a closer look if it went the whole way. I've called 4 early. What a shot off the bat that was. Let's have a closer look on the replay. Yeah, well inside. So 1 bounce 4. That starts the final. I guess the question is, can this Bologna bowling lineup stop this dangerous Cricket Stars batting lineup? The Cricket Stars, they'll be looking to bat them out the game. They've done it a couple of times in this week of cricket already. Boundary riders are deep cover and deep mid-off. Not sure about that. Let's see. Big out-swinging delivery. So only 3 men on the leg side. Basically saying he has to keep it outside off. Just like that delivery there. He's had an outstanding week, Gujar. I think irrespective of how this final goes, he will be player of this week for many people's fantasy books. What a seed that is. Well, that's a cruel game. The wicketkeeper can't do much about that. The last ball has swung out an absolute mile. Watch this one. That is an absolute corker. That was shaping to swing away. And it's actually decked in a mile. Oh, this guy is that good. Have a look at this. It went to go away. And then bang. That is an unbelievable. I don't think any keeper in the world could have taken that. What a ball. 4 byes as the result. This Gujar, he's multi-talented cricketer. Short shot, 4. Well, you can be as talented as you want, but if you bowl it short and on the hip, it's going to go for 4. What a good start this is for Cricket Stars now. He gets that short ball, he's sweating on it, he's looking for it. 4 runs. Sort of feel maybe a tactical error. Not sure for Gujar to have a deep mid-off. Not an easy shot to play against him. He's quite tall, gets a little bounce. Maybe deep backward square would be the better option just for that pull shot. But it is what it is. Nice message from Vinny Sandhu in the chat. What a week, it all comes down to this. Yeah, that is correct. Finals pressure. Last ball of the first. He's decided to come around the wicket. Interesting tactics. Well, leading edge. Lands in no man's land. Cover was deep. Decides not to throw. So that will be a single to end the very first over in this final. And the score is 13 for none. Well, good opportunity to have a look at some of the statistics. And, well, Rahman, he's in at the moment. 204 runs spread out with Hussain and Sandhu, 150, 140. So the top 3. And Gujar for the opponents Bologna, 350 runs. The bowlers, Hasib Khan, he's been good. And Nazir, the death bowler for Bologna, he's leading with 11. So pretty well spread out, but good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, yellow suit wearing and master of finals cricket, Vinny Sandhu. How are you?
Nice to be back. Look at Nazar's economy rate for a guy that bowls at death, 7.8. That's really good, isn't it? You can see Gujar, top scorer this week, and daylight next for Bologna. bit more evenly spread for Cricket Stars. And they have stars even outside those three that feature. So really looking forward to this final. I'm already enjoying it. What about some of the deliveries that Gujarat was producing in that first over? Here's Mohammad Adnan in over number 2, and he gets launched first ball. This one will just stay in the ballpark, but not by much. The result, Maximo. 6 more to Rahman.
Well, what a shot that is. First ball this over. He got every piece of that. It just stayed inside the fencing. It's pretty important Bologna keep their nerve here because Cricket Stars could bat them out of
I actually made a joke to the Cricket Stars just as they're about to start the game to lighten the mood, saying please hit him into the fence, not over, because I think we're running a bit short. Rahman taking me seriously. That one hits about 3/4 of the way up. Adnan bowls in the slot and gets punished. He's had a good week though, Adnan. He's normally had the answers in the end. Pitches up, and this is what happens. You start to get carried away with your own brilliance, and this shot wasn't really on for Rahman.
It could have been on. I mean, he just swung himself off his feet, didn't he? He tried to hit that too far, if anything.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the way they can play at Cricket Stars, and they've only batted 3 times first in this series. 148, 151, 151.
Well, my maths is pretty good. 149.7 average.
I'm going to say... Is that what you worked out already? I reckon you're probably right.
It's pretty impressive batting first. Adnan, how does he respond here?
Actually, 150 average. Close, though.
Round her up.
Yeah, round them up. I like the way you added a decimal to make yourself sound smarter. Anyway, how's your week been? It's been good, hasn't it?
It's been good to be back, yeah, because, I mean, obviously a little bit busy in the summer, so it's been good to be back. Obviously, I did a lot of ECS in the ECL earlier in the year. Good to be back. A couple more weeks with you guys this year. Really value this company and being a part of it.
Some people in the chat, they thought you'd been given the heave-ho. But I said, no, don't worry, Corey will be back when the schedule allows. Full toss. Doesn't get any of this, but he'll get 4. Rajmani, it's inside out. Kind of edgy drive, I suppose. But what he does do well is place the ball, and he does get 4 runs.
Yeah, look, there's a big wall of fielders on that offside, and he splits the gap perfectly. He gets 4 runs. Good batting. And, well, 4 off 1 for him. Just want to say a big thank you to our crew here as well. Handed a bit more fresh water. It has been a hot week, but a very enjoyable cricket week.
Yeah, because the water we do get ends up pretty much like bath water because it's been so hot here. But Rajmani Sandhu, left hand, opener. He drives this down, beats the bowler. They do have long on back, that's Gujarat. Gets a Tortuga, but can deal with it eventually. Keeps it to 1. So what are you thinking here? I mean, Cricket Stars, they have just battered teams out of games when they've batted first. What is chaseable for Bologna here?
Honest answer, I think they might struggle with anything that's over 110.
Okay.
Anything under 110, game on.
Okay.
But, I mean, that man, Gujarat, he is pretty important.
Expert comments from Corey Rutgers. Getting more down the leg side. Yeah, it's been a funny week. It's been lower scoring than last year when we were here. But what I can tell you, as we get to the end of the second over, and the score 25 for no loss, I mean, the run rate today has been 11 and over. So that is that 110. Now, this is where we're at in Bologna, match 26, the final. A couple of extras this week because of the format. You see Trentino Aquila, they finished as the top seed, went out in straight sets. Good cricket team. It was just net run rate that separated the top 3 in the Super 5s. Venezia, they were the story. It never really happened here in Bologna this week. They were champions of their series last year, but only finished with a 1-4 record. Cricket Stars, well, they had their kind of blip the other day, didn't they, where they got outplayed. But since then, they haven't gone wrong at all. Sweeping aside Trentino Aquila this morning, getting some revenge. And then, with Bologna being the story of the day, winning the 2 sudden death matchups so far. So Bologna trying to do it the hard way, but with someone like Gujarat, you just think they could be capable of springing an upset here. And this is dragged away to the leg side. Now, the biggest story with Cricket Stars, and I sometimes forget this because I look at the team out there, and it is completely a different unit than we saw last year playing Cricket Stars. They finished last year 5 games, 5 losses.
Yep.
But I suppose when you replace 10 of the 11 players, you're probably going to have a slightly different outcome.
Yeah, they've put in a bit of recruiting in the off-season and, well, they're reaping the benefits of it.
To be fair, last year there was also a Royal Palmer team that kind of came under the same umbrella. The Il Mondo group of teams have been consolidated into this Cricket Stars lineup, and they have played like stars. Gujar sticking around the wicket to Rahman, who gets something that he can turn on, and this is flying away. This is going to go for 4. So this is the issue, isn't it? Once the ball pitches outside leg stump, you've got your body as a second line of defence. So Abdul Rahman goes up and over, and he gets 4 more.
Once again, Gujar is not easy to hit over mid-off. I'd be bringing mid-off in, dropping him back. And you can tell Rahman, he's just sitting back, hoping for anything that's on the length or back of length and just going with it. It's quite good batting.
Yeah, it's smart batting, isn't it? He knows he doesn't have to swing too hard on that. And if he gets the timing just right, it's going to fly. And just had to get it over that man in the infield. Gujar persisting round the wicket. Rahman on 20. This one is more of a glance. I think that's probably off the pad for a leg by. So Rajmani hasn't had too much of the strike yet. Yeah, leg by called there. But he'll get a chance now against Gujar. Let's have a look at these two teams. And you see they both won 7 games. Bologna only losing the 2 games, but Cricket Stars only losing that 1. But yeah, batting first, you can see why they wanted to bat first. They're undefeated. Bologna on the chase have been pretty good though. They're 4-1 on the chase, but the highest score they've chased successfully is 92. So I think that's what you're saying, is that if it gets out of control, you wonder if they've got the depth to go deep. I think that ball's okay. And so, yeah, just sneaking inside, stepping away from the ball, Rajmani. And he's an interesting player, isn't he? He showed that he can go both sides of the wicket yesterday.
He's a bit of a pulverising figure. When he stays still and plays it a bit more technically correct, he's one unbelievable batsman. And when he sort of goes and wants to power hit, he loses his shape a bit. He's had glimpses this week, you would say. He's had moments.
Any left-hander that can put balls over the fence on the offside with a minimum of effort, you know that there's a touch of class about him. Pure goodness. Hashtag pure goodness. That's been in the chat a bit this week, hasn't it? It's a slow ball. The grunt gave it away. Drives it and gets 1. Yeah, so Gujar's gone wicketless. They haven't really got him away, but he certainly is a threat with the ball. Do you think they'd be happy with something like none for 16 off his 2 overs?
Yep, I think they would. You've got that big platform, that long batting order to come. The key is in this middle overs, they're going to bowl probably 4 overs of spin. And how are they going to play the spin? Especially our leg spinner that we've really enjoyed, Mahmood.
Do you think that we see spin next over?
I reckon they'll go
straight.
They might go Adnan 1 more, but
so?
Or it's going to be spin straight away.
I think they might go straight to spin. Got a feeling. Last ball for Gujar.
Shot.
Yeah, not well directed, to be honest. He gets a bit too straight. Rahman's been pretty good off his pads for the most part. So he finishes the power play with the boundary. And 3 overs down in this final. And it's 36 without loss.
Yeah, I think he made an error by deciding to come around the wicket. I don't see it pay off too many times. He's the opening bowler. He should have stayed over. But, yep, good power play if you're a Cricket Stars supporter.
It's an angle less likely to take a wicket, isn't it? You feel with Gujar. So slight step ladder down. But 13, 12, 11, not too bad at all.
Well, it's going to be Adnan 1 more, so we're wrong in the box.
Yeah, so they're going with him. I don't mind that. Adnan took a pounding last time in his first over and they didn't bring back till later. This time he went for 12. Including a big Maximo first ball. So they've decided to bowl him out here. Rajmani is a man who will be facing up start of the 4th over. Hello to DS Mahar. Good to have you watching. I think he's watching from the UK. Is that right, DS Mahar? Let us know in the chat exactly where you're watching from. Here we go with Adnan. Short, but he hasn't got this at all. Fielder comes around. Gujar takes the catch. Oh, he makes it look so easy. He is a class performer. Rajmani gets it wrong on the pull. It ends up straight and not that far. He goes for a not-so-lucky 7. And the decision to bring Adnan back works. He takes the wicket. It's the first wicket of the final. Cricket Stars 36 for 1.
Yeah, Gujar was reading that like a panther. The moment that went in the air, we had a great view of it. He was just to our left. We knew he'd catch that. Moved so well to his right.
He glides, doesn't he?
Oh,
he glides sideways.
Look how calm he is. Just calm. Good cricketer.
Very, very good cricketer. I got to say, he surely has to be a walk-up start for the ECC for Italy, the way he's played in this series. What do you think?
Well, I'm not too sure how the selection works in Italy or anything like that, but I mean, I'd be having an extremely close look at him. He's a very talented T10 player.
He can just do so much in so many ways. He is an excellent fielder. He is a guy who you'd put in your top batters and your top bowlers. I think Italy, if they're going to make a strong run in the ECC, then he's one of my first picks based on what I've seen so far.
Well, the man coming to the crease as well, I reckon, is my second pick. And Bubba Hussain is one of the more stylish batsmen, and he's a caresser of the ball. He reminds me of a young Mark Waugh.
Yeah, I know you like that Mark Waugh comparison. Probably hasn't done so many anti-dandruff shampoo commercials.
You'd hope not.
But, you know.
Just that there's something in the setup and the way he plays it off his legs. He's a class above. I'm sure he'll be hoping for a good final.
All comes down to this. Nothing matters now except what happens in the next 17 overs. And Bubba Hussain faces up for the first time. Just angles away. Plays that shot well, doesn't he? Gets off the mark. They make him earn it. In fact, they're going to just throw away an overthrow. Probably, well, not probably. It was unnecessary. The backup fielder probably not anticipating the throw. Stayed back on the boundary.
Yeah, completely unnecessary to throw it. Just a rush of blood. And, well, gives Bubba an extra run. He'll get a 2 off to get off the mark. They keep 5 in the ring here as well. 5-leg third man are up. Point cover and mid-wickets in the ring. So, aggressive. 5 up, but now they make the adjustment. Third man's told, no, we only need 4 in. He'll go back to the boundary.
36 degrees. Probably hotter in the middle. Whips it away. Now he's going to get 4. So he sneaks the strike back. Corey's liked it. He's almost fallen over his chair with delight. Almost fainted with ecstasy. Yeah, and it's just a little tap on the head of the ball, and that's 4.
That, if anyone wants to go after this game, go look up Mark Waugh off his legs. That is identical. He is that good. Oh, I love this guy.
Well, got to say, he's happy with that. And I'm happy that so many people are tuning in from all around the world. In fact, it gives me a bit of an idea. Something I've left it very late today, but I've left it late on purpose. And after this ball, I think I might just have to have a word with some of the viewers, Corey. You know where I'm going with this?
I believe so. Early call.
Reverse early call. Adnan with the reply. Pretty good ball. Beats him in a way. Thick inside edge. Now I'll scramble through for a single. Okay, so this is my lurker call out. I'm calling it right now. If you are watching and you haven't had a chance to chat, get in the chat right now. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. We want to talk to you, and we'd love to hear where you're watching from, and maybe let us know something about you, or maybe let us know what your thoughts are on the cricket this week. So all the lurkers, I've left it late, but this is the final. This is the big one, and I want you to say hello to us so we can say hello to you, and thank you for supporting European cricket. We've got a bit of coverage today as well around the world because of that fantastic article that ABC Sport did on European cricket. Check it out. All right, back to the game. It's a little deflection from Rahman.
Yep, Rahman, a set batsman now. 24, last ball of the 4th. Good over this from Adnan. Good from Bologna. They haven't let them get away just yet.
I think now they do go to spin. They got rid of Rajmani without using the spinner Huzaifa Mahmood, who I thought is a pretty good matchup against him because of his ability to throw in the wrong end and just keep the left-hander guessing. So yeah, these two look pretty comfortable against pace for the most part. Last ball of the 4th coming up. Oh, it's a bad one. It's double bad. That's going, gone. Maximal. That is a beamer, and it's going to beam out of the ground. Free hit on the way. Sound the horn. And just Adnan up to such a good over. Loses the plot.
If I could tell you what's the worst thing that can happen for the bowling unit right now, that's basically it. It was such a good over until that ball.
Momentum swings. Adnan had bowled so well. Maybe this is one that just slips out. I mean, my palms are sweaty, and I'm not even out there in the middle, so I can't imagine what it's like for the bowlers. Gets a little tap from Gujar. That's nice.
Gets some support, but that 7 just sways the score quite a lot.
50 comes up of 24 deliveries.
I mean, if you hit the extra ball for a 4 or a 6 now, it's an 11 or 13 run swing. That
He's
is
almost
massive.
out of here. 1 for 19 he was with a ball to go. That makes it 26, and now he's staring down the barrel of ending up in the dirty 30s. Anyway, sound the horn. Here we go. Rahman ready to lock and load. Free hit. And he's going to take it. And he's going to be caught, but it won't be out. Fantastic bit of fielding. Effectively, that stops the boundary, so they get out of jail to an extent. So just a single, and the sun was right in his eyes. That's actually one of the better catches we'll see today from Melwin Singh, but it will just be a single. End of the fourth, and it's 51 for 1. Once again, want to welcome you to our Italian summer adventure. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm in the ice cube, although it's a bit more of a fire cube at the moment. Corey Ruckers is with me. Well, Corey, as you know, this is just 1 week of our Italian summer adventure. And, well, we'll find out the winner of this game. Once we find out the winner of this game, we'll know 4 of the 5 teams in the Super Series.
Yeah, and it's all to play for. I mean, you progress from this week. You've then got a shot, a 1 in 5 shot of making it to the ECL. And I guess for all the European cricketers out there, that's the dream now.
That's huge. I mean, you know yourself. I mean, what kind of experience that is. It will be held in Spain next year. Albano, Fresh Tropical and Ginebra have already qualified through their performances so far over the first 2 weeks. Now we're in week 3 in Bologna. The winner will go through, as will the winner of next week's series in Rome. He walks at this. It's a really good shot, and that isn't going to be stopped. He's absolutely tattooed that one as Rahman. He just kind of throws his hands at it, but he times it really well. You see, that's all hands and hand-eye coordination, 4 runs.
Well, I'm really surprised by Bologna's tactics here. Nazar has come on. Now, he's been bowling the 8th and 10th and been doing a sensational job. I think they're scared of bowling the spinners. I mean, this was the time. They've gone pace on again.
I am surprised that
he's been bowling so late.
He's been bowling 8 and 10. They think he's a trump card, but I don't think you should be scared to bowl your spinners here. You have to mix it up. Well, this is launched, and you can forget this one. It's going, gone. Maximo. Well, once again, they've been thoughtful. They've kept it in the field of play, but they're hitting the fence for fun. And I've got to ask questions about how we haven't seen any pace-off options yet. Rahman goes Maximo.
Yeah, it's all been a bit the same, and the batsmen are enjoying it now. They're away. Rahman's raced to 41 off 18. Could be getting a 50.
This is in the final from Abdul Rahman. And now he gets a ball that he shows some respect to. But, yeah, got to ask questions about this. I mean, Abdul Rahman is a player who we did see last year playing for Jandra Brescia in the Brescia leg of the tournament. But right now, he's made the move and he's making things happen at the top of the order for Cricket Stars. And they have stayed with this opening combination all the way through. They have looked pretty settled as a lineup, haven't they? Over the top of cover. I know you love this. This is going to almost go all the way. 4 runs, but Baba Hussain, he makes it look easy, and he moves into double figures.
I'm sorry. This guy is so elegant. Look at that. Just opens the face. There's not many players in Europe that can do that. That's gorgeous batting. He is a delight to watch. I mean, you've got maybe the violence of Rahman, and then you've got the elegance of Hussain. A dangerous combination, and for Bologna, it's starting to get out of hand.
Got to say, I think I'd probably have a deep cover back for him and maybe pull up the deep mid-wicket and try and force him to do something different.
Yeah.
Try and get him to play across the line. He looks so good. And now he's just going to tap this one as well. And there's a little bit of poise about this shot from Hussain, who just helps it round the corner, and he helps himself to 4 more.
That good. This guy is that good. I think he shows a lot of people out there that even in the T10 format, it doesn't have to be crash and bang. You can just be a batsman. If you're good enough, you can make runs at a good rate.
Can you hear the bells at the moment? The alarm bells are ringing for Bologna.
I'd be panicking now. 70.
Keep the lurkers coming through, please, and I'm going to shout you out in a second. Here comes last ball of the over. He's happy to take one and keep the strike. And so it is the end of the 5th over. The score is 71 for 1. Baba Hussain races to 16 off 6 balls himself. Okay, first, and I've got a lot to go through in the chat, but I'm going to talk about some of the lurkers who have come out of the woodwork, and we are so thankful for your support of European cricket. Hello to Hassan Ahmed, who's watching, and he's playing for Ginebra, and they've already qualified. Hello to Thunder from Bangladesh. Kuldeep Lal is in the chat at the moment as well. We saw him playing for Kings 11. Of course, we've seen him playing for Spain in the past. I want to say hello to Kamarul Hussain Kayas as well. A little bit of a gap gives me a bit of a chance to say hello to a few more. To DS Mahar, mentioned him already. To Wazza, watching from Australia. Sabir Hussain's been watching pretty closely as well. And Sundori watching from Bangladesh. To Mr. Navsta, he's saying he's enjoying the commentary. So thank you very much, Mr. Navsta. Let us know where you're watching from. Craig Element says it's almost 36 degrees in sunny Coventry, UK. So he can feel our pain. Cricket Stars to win for him. Coventry, lovely place. Student, have you ever been to Coventry?
I have actually. Gorgeous part of the world. Here's the change we wanted to see. Mahmood's brought in.
This should be interesting.
Yeah.
Prakash Gowda just wants to say hi to Corey. He's your best mate in the chat now.
Hello, Prakash.
Ria Sad said he sport the last over. Adnan, that was a little while ago now. Charlie Hunt, good to have you with us as well. So big moment in the game. You see spin already just changing the pace as Bubba's happy to take one. Yeah, Charlie's saying, surely this is a really good summer for Italian selectors. Great opportunity for players to knock on the selectors' door for ECC. Plenty of evidence on show.
After everyone you shout out, you missed the main one. You missed a big one there.
Getting down to it. Still working my way through. Oh, sends him back.
Oh, bold.
Okay, who are you looking at? Because I haven't scrolled
We've
down
got
that far yet.
from Shambler 1, an Australian in Korea. Just started watching after reading the ABC article.
There we go.
Great to see, and I hope it comes to Korea soon.
That's a great,
Wow.
That's a great shout out. Happy with that.
Shot.
Australian in Korea.
Well, could you imagine an ECS there? South Korea.
Well, we sometimes talk. Okay, we don't get too choosy.
Oh.
King Jong-il actually played cricket once and he scored 300 off 50 balls.
Pretty good innings, that.
Yeah.
That's 6 every ball.
So apparently, no footage of it though. Don't want to get political. Here's the next one. This gets up on him and it's going to keep going up. Adios, Pelota. New balls, please. Geez, I hope we got enough left. And Bubba Hussain, he just uses the bounce to his advantage and takes that off his chest and puts it out of the ground.
Well, he just shows he might be elegant and he might have some touch, but he's also got a bit of belligerence. Belligerence, can I say that? As he just pulls that hard over square leg.
Corey's been quick reading the thesaurus in the 1 hour break.
Good batting. I mean, he's raced at 23 of 8 and he's done it effortlessly. How nice is it that the ABC article's got us another viewer?
That's fantastic. Well, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. We're trying to get to 300,000. This is driven and it's off the fingertips, I think. I think he does get something to that. Gujar will clean up, but I think this is a chance to get rid of Bubba Hussain. A tough chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Yeah, do you put that down as a half a chance or a full chance? He did get there.
60%. I mean, he does get there with one hand. I guess it sticks or it doesn't. Adnan does save a couple of runs by taking a bit of heat off the ball. Happy to play Mahmood off the back foot.
Oh,
Well,
no.
This one, well, luckily, it gets a little bit of the undercarriage, I think. Slows it down.
Oh, it just went through and tickled through.
It
and
did.
Just it died. I thought it was going to go for 4.
Yeah, so it's the end of the 6th over. Scores 82 for 1. Great to have that article. I might put the link in one more time in the chat in case you missed it. You can watch it in the break. We'll have a few minutes between innings here. But, yeah, that's really nice to see. There's a video and there's an article on ABC Sport in Australia this morning. So, yeah, to Shambler, hello. And let us know maybe which city from Korea you're watching from. And we are always talking about doing an ECS abroad. I think it's inevitable that
South Korea.
ECS will leave Europe at some point.
Let's go.
It's a whole different brand of cricket. That's what you got to understand. It's short matches. It's slightly smaller grounds. That's the nature of grounds in Europe.
So this will be interesting. Ankush Kumar, the right arm off, is coming on. Now he bowls wide of the off stump, but Hussain loves hitting it over the offside. So will he just back himself to clear the 3 backward points, deep cover, mid-off cover, or does he get funky and lap it where there's no fine leg?
Might try that. I mean, I do think he might target that leg side. There's big gaps there, and he'd be hitting with the spin. That's exactly what he does, as this is going to be stopped. Really nice bit of fielding out there by Faizan Nazar. But the thing about Kumar's bowling is it's fast for a spinner, and he's been hunting that little hole inside the offside tram line. He's not a huge turner of the ball. I actually would play him a bit more like a slow medium pacer, I think, than a genuine spinner. But I do think with only 3 fielders on the leg side, even though they're on the boundary, I'll try and take him on. That's what he's done. This one's called a wide. The Rahman's moved to 43 in pretty quick time. We have seen a stumped off to wide earlier today. Toes bouncing around, but I think it always stays down. Gets this one wrong.
Oh,
and
wow.
So does the batter, who somehow gets it off the Q end of the bat.
That's the only thing he didn't need to do there. Like you just described the field, there's no one behind the wicket on the leg side. No backward square, no 45, no fine leg. All he had to do was just touch it round the corner.
Using the whole bit of the bat, including the very, very bottom.
Well, Bubba's the interesting one for me because he can go over the offside easy. So if he gets width, why doesn't he just try hit it over?
He's got cover open on the boundary. Instead, he bangs it straight. There's a bit of protection in that area. Good finalist so far, but at the moment they're up and away, aren't they, for another big total. 130's pace.
21 balls to go. I mean, they could still hit another 50 here.
We saw them lightning at the end of their innings earlier today. Cricket Stars. Could be a chance. It won't carry. Won't carry to Gujar, who spots it pretty quickly. Yeah, today, when they were batting first against Trentino Aquila in the 1 versus 2 match, their last 3 overs went 21, 15, 31.
It's not bad.
So they were actually 84 off 7, so comparable. And they finished north of 150. The wheels really fell off Trentino Aquila in those last 3 overs, particularly the last over. Decides to go over cover. Well, goes around cover in the end. Gujar's got some work to do. He's a class act. Well, now you're going to gut him down at the keeper's end. Well, this could be out, you know.
Unbelievable fielding, Vinny. Gujar, again, he's run 20 metres to his left. He's kept it in, and he's thrown it absolutely miles above the bails. This could be out.
Just double clutches because he was checking for sure they were going to run, and then he throws in a one-hop bullet to the keeper. I think this is close. I'm not convinced.
Go on.
Oh, I think... Well, let's have a look here. I think he's...
Wow.
On that evidence, you got to say it's not out, I think.
That's how you slide your back, kids.
Yeah, I mean, that's the shot. I think he just gets home. I see the ball maybe pops out, but I think it is holding it at the moment so he's got it right in the end of his gloves, so that's not a problem. I think the issue is the batter's in. So that was centimetres from disaster for Bubba Hussain.
That would probably determine him being in. Well, good running in the end.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting bit of running because he knows exactly where he's going if they're going to take that on. Maybe if he can get that on the full to the keeper.
How's the bullet arm, though?
Yeah, I mean, he's a powerful guy. So Bubba will get the strike back, survives the scare, moves to 30 off 13 balls. Last ball, Kumar's over coming up. He's avoided the damage so far. He's only gone for 7. And no boundaries in this over. The first over of the innings that hasn't contained a boundary. But maybe not for long. Gets clever, gets creative, gets funky. Sun, sea, sand, sexy cricket, and 7 overs down. The score is 93 for 1.
He's just pulled out the old batting manual and he's showing everyone at home. This is how you can play cricket with intelligence. Great cricket IQ. We said no man's there. Will he play a lap? He finally gets it out off the last ball. A great 4 runs.
Well, it was. This is what's coming up on Monday.
Oi.
A brand new week and another week where we'll find a qualifier. And we've got the Rome leg of the series. A bit of a Rome
I
field.
couldn't tell.
We've got Royal Roma and Royal Roma Campanelli. Nice to have Roma Campanelli back as well. You've got Rome Bangla Morning Sun. You will love a couple of their plays. They got some real heat with their bowling attack, playing the host Roma CC in the afternoon. Now, we are starting a little bit late on Monday. You like that, Corey. You can sleep in and have a good breakfast. Well, first, this is going to be another one which is going to bang into the fence. And I love it that they have been so thoughtful to not lose this Kookaburra. But that's a milestone for Abdul Rahman. He brings up his 50 off 24 balls. He hits his 4th 6. He has 5 4s in there, and he is doing the job for Cricket Stars in this final.
Yeah, absolutely astounding. He's 51 of 24, and he's still got time to do more damage.
This time goes offside, class shot, real class shot. He gets close to the pitch, so he doesn't worry about which way it's going to turn. He whacks it on the half volley, and judges the length perfectly on that. So another boundary, the 100's up, and Cricket Stars are now up and out of control.
Yeah, boom shakalaka, Vinny. This is just impressive batting from these two. A big partnership brewing. And I tell you what, Bologna, they need to close these last 16 balls well. Otherwise, they are going to be chasing something massive.
Mahmood, does he have the answers? Gets this up in the block hole, knocked for 1. We'll go back to the chat just quickly. Was saying the ice match would have been amazing to watch. Of course, those of you watching the video that ABC Sport put out today on European cricket would see that was a big part of our formation.
Did you play in that?
The meetings made in Switzerland. Yeah, I'll tell you in a minute. Well, bye-bye. That's gone. New balls, please. You might as well throw another one out there before it even hits the ground. That's a class shot, though. Doesn't care about picking, but plays on length, and he launches it. 6 more, and Bubba's on 40, and now he's hunting a half-century.
Well, I called him Mark War. That's a bit more Steve War with the slog sweepers. What a shot. And you see this little car in the background. Nice souvenir for them.
Yeah, well, he's both the War twins in one now, maybe.
Hey, Vinny, he's 40 off 15 with playing cricket shots. It is gorgeous to watch.
I know you love this. As an elite coach. Now it gets full toss. Doesn't quite get all of this, but he will get 6 more. Maximo. Mahmood, when he misses his length, and he's going to run into trouble. And the ball before, couldn't really blame him, but this one, he does get it wrong. And Sace Mars, up and away.
No one wants to say it too early, but could this be game, set, and match already?
Yeah, well, Bologna, you did say they'd struggle to chase more than 110. Well, we know it's going to be more than that. Oh, Corey, this is all yours. 6 more.
Wow. Well. That's his 50. What an innings. I think that's the best innings of the week. 52 off 17. He goes slog sweep over mid-wicket. He goes big pull over square. And now watch this, kids at home. Check drive over cover for 6.
And he looked confused. He kind of said, is that my 50 already? It seems like he's just getting his work started here. The man that does have one of the 3 centuries on ECN this year, and he is swinging it in the final. That's the end of the 8th over. 52 off 17. Baba Hussain is after that. And the score, 122 for 1.
Well, if you're a neutral sitting at home and you just enjoy good batsmanship, I don't think you get much better than what we're witnessing now. This partnership must be more than 100.
Might have been my shot of the week.
I agree. Do we have to whisper?
Probably not. Anyway, Kumar, your turn. Good luck. Well, Baba wants it. He's got the hot hand, but you can see there's a bit of a power struggle between the two because they both want to be facing at the moment.
Oh, I think that 50 we've just watched from Bubba might be the most complete 50 I've ever seen on ECN. That's a big call, but that was pretty complete.
Almost a perfect innings, especially for the moment. This is belted, and what a good catch. Well, one superstar gets another. That's how you call that one. This was motoring. I think it was probably going for 6. So Rahman did keep this strike. He didn't want the run last ball, and he's going to fall for 56. This could have been his 5th Maximo. Instead, the big hands of Gujar were in the way, and that's the 2nd wicket to fall. 10 balls remaining, 122 for 2.
It sort of feels like it's Cricket Stars versus Gujar at the moment because he is hunting down there. What a snare. I mean, he almost got an amazing run out. He's already taken a catch. He takes a great catch there. He's going to open the batting. He is the one man standing between Cricket Stars.
Yeah, you're right. Imagine if he can pull out a ton or something in the 2nd innings. We've seen 238 sixes this week, but I've got to say, Baba Hussain's one that brought up his 50, for me, might have been the sweetest. No, you're not the biggest, but the sweetest. And I'll just ask some of the Turkish bowlers about the stroke play of Baba Hussain.
I remember the Scottish said after they played him, he was one of the best batsmen they've seen.
Of course, that was playing for Brescia CC in the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket. Well, Nasir Ramzan, well, he scored a 50 this morning, and he's pretty keen to go straight away as well. And you've still got somebody like Atiq Rahman to come in at 5. So they just have a galaxy of stars at their disposal, don't they?
It's 9 balls of party time, really. It's already been a party. And they're still thinking maybe 145, 150?
Could be. 145 pace at the moment. Gets this slightly wrong. Now, this is a chance, but it's a real steepler. He's searching for it. He won't get there. And now they're going to get 2 as Akash Deep leaves it behind.
Go. We could have had a 3. Oh, we could have had a natural 3 there, which was 0.18% chance.
Genuine 3. But the thing is, Baba Hussain wants the strike, doesn't he? So he's happy with the 2. One of the, well, maybe the first mishit that we've seen from him.
He never looked comfortable under that. To be fair, at 45, you usually try and hide some of your maybe slower fielders. Just didn't look comfortable.
Nowhere to hide. Don't forget to hit that like button for a 6, says Wazza. Yeah, if you are watching on YouTube, please do.
Yes, please. Here we go.
In the air, and this one is going to bounce, and Gujar, of course, he wants it. And now he's going to gun a throw to the keeper's end, but slightly offline, so another 2.
Is Gujar the only fielder out there?
Seems like
it just feels any time the ball's hitting the outfield, he's the man tracking.
Bit of a one-man band at the moment.
56 off 19. What an innings. He might have one of the best inside-out over covers I've seen.
Well, last ball for Kumar. He's actually evaded most of the storm, and he will this time as well. So it'll be the end of the 9th over. Kumar 1 for 16. His figures hold up. 9 overs down, 127 for 2.
Yeah, well, when you tell someone at the start of this game you take 1 for 16 off your 2, you take it with both hands. So he can hold his head up high. Look, they're not out of this just yet, Bologna, but they can't let this over go for 20.
Yeah, that's true.
Just 10 at 10 if they can, chase down 137.
So yeah, 1 to go. Now I'm gonna smash the like button. I have forgotten to do it to this point, so I'm gonna do it right now. So if you haven't done it yet, make sure you hit the like button on YouTube. I've also popped in the chat, and I said it was so nice to have some new viewers, of course. A few turning on because of that ABC Sports article.
Interesting bowling option coming up, Vinny. I'm not sure about this.
Well, why not? Give Ghaffar Babar an over. Maybe we'll see why not in a second, but
I would have gone to the death specialist, Nazar.
yeah, would have thought so.
He's bowled so well all week.
So here they are going, plan being it in the 10th. And well, it does force a slightly, I won't say defensive shot, but a shot that will only be a single.
So they bowled Nazar in the 4th, who has been their death bowler all week, and then he didn't have a great 4th, and they've not even brought him back at the death.
Went for 20.
But still, I mean, that's his specialty.
So they're probably just saying, one of the guys there that was there when he did get hit for 20, so they're trying something different. Well, it is different, I suppose.
There you go. You got your mid-wicket in the ring. Cover's gone back, so 3 deep on the offside.
Tarek Sandhu's really excited that there's a Korean viewer in the chat. He's very pro-cricket in Asia. Well, this is launched straight and long. That's a cameraman killer. Heads up, Maximo. Hussain swings his way into the 60s, and Babar goes the journey.
Honestly, we might be witnessing one of the greatest innings we've seen on the ECN network. He's just playing beautifully, effortlessly, striking above 300, I believe now, or just under. Still 4 balls to go.
I've got another question, which I haven't had time to get around to, but I'll get around to it after this ball. It's a bit of Babar to Babar. This one's fielded with the face, but they will keep it to 1. So one of the questions was about a potential female commentator, and we do have our first regular female commentator who will be joining us as a guest, firstly in the Super Series, Nikki Chowdhury. I know she's been watching along intently. She also plays her cricket for Surrey in the UK, and she's doing a lot of good things over there in the media. So looking forward to seeing Nikki. Right now, good luck stopping this. Well, this one gains speed, and in the end, Ankush Kumar can only tip it over the bar. So there's no stopping Cricket Stars right now. Every time they've batted first, they've made north of 140, and it looks like they will again here in the final.
Well, I'll tell you what, might have been a big toss to win this, because they are going to make north of 140 again, you imagine. Unbelievable batting. There's your 140, Vinny, as it's mowed down to long on. They'll think it too. It's not on.
Yeah,
I like the aggressive
cricket.
running, and they get it.
They get away with it.
Well,
but that's smart strategically, because they're trying to force the throw to the bowler's end, and they don't really care if they lose Ramzan here.
yeah, well, the extra run from just being aggressive. Good cricket education.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that it would be Bubba that would be giving the strike away.
He's exhausted.
Yeah, last ball coming up, 141 plus this. Well, this is launched. Again, it's going to be a tough one. This one doesn't bounce as high. And well, bit of red ink special there. They just take the 1 and they'll sit on it. 142 for Cricket Stars in the final.
Well, nothing wrong with a bit of red ink. If you earn it, you earn it. 142 off 10. I don't think anyone saw that coming. I thought it would have been maybe around that 110, 120, but well done. 2 magnificent 50s from the Cricket Stars. That man at your crease, Bubba Hussain, 63 not out of 22. One of the nicer innings we've ever seen. Abdul Rahman opened up. He made a 50 as well. And if 2 men make a 50 in a T10, let alone any other format, usually you go on to winning.
Yeah, well, we talked about one of the issues. I think we were talking about Venezia this morning, that nobody had passed 30 for them in the Super 5 stage. And that they'd struggled to put decent scores on the board. When you have multiple people going on with it, like Rahman, like Bubba Hussain in this innings, you're going to put a mountain of runs on the board. Cricket Stars, a team that went winless in 2021 in the ECS. They are on the brink of Super Series qualification. Let's go back. And well, Gujar was doing some magic things with the ball early on, but he wasn't able to break through as Rahman went to work. His 56 really set up a big total here.
Yeah, absolutely. It did set up a big total. And it was Sandhu as well, got a couple away early. A nice few pull shots. I thought they could have had a man there. Then Sandhu lost his wicket. We thought, well, will this stem the tide a little bit? Gujar, he was pumped up.
Yeah, why wouldn't he be? I mean, to have to play the innings of his life if they're going to chase this down. But we did see a 150 chase on finals day last year in Bologna. And we'll just see if they can get off to a good start. We'll see if the pressure builds on Cricket Stars. We did see them fall away in the second half of a game the other day, their only loss so far. But, well, let's have a look at Happy. And this does make you happy, doesn't it? Watching Baba Hussain go about his work along with Rahman. This was the key partnership in the innings.
Yeah, it was like Beauty and the Beast. It's the only way I can describe it. Rahman was violent, and Happy, well, he was playing an elegant innings, and you can see how happy he was for his team there. An amazing 50. Gajar with another splendid catch at deep mid-off. He's been magnificent all throughout, doing his best. This was a missed opportunity that turned into an extra couple of runs. It wasn't through lack of effort.
You know, this partnership, it was 86 they put on in 5.1 overs. So that's roughly 17 and over. It's
pretty
that
good.
They were going at, and they were absolutely motoring. If there was a traffic cop around, they would have got booked for speeding. And, well, you'll see it in the scorecard there. It tells the story. They lose Sandhu after only 6 balls. He faces 1 boundary for him, but didn't really slow them down at all. Abdul Rahman and Baba Hussain with that key partnership, 56 and 63 not out, respectively. They took 9 Maximos in the innings. And, well, despite not giving too many away, just 1 no ball, 1 wide in the innings, they still concede 142. 143 required for Bologna. Well, any chance, Corey?
Look, I don't want to sit on the fence.
I'm going to give you a second to think about how can they get these runs. And I think I know one answer.
Umar Gujar, he needs to have a barnstormer.
Number 19 he took with the ball. Wickets went to Adnan, and Ankush Kumar was the one they couldn't quite get hold of. 1 for 16 off his 2 overs. I mean, Gujar early, but it was a bit of a mixed bag from him as well. He did bowl a couple of loose deliveries that did get put away. And, well, he was the only other bowler that didn't go double-digit economy. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go too far. We're a few minutes away from the resumption. It will be Bologna. We'll have to chase like their life depends on it. 143 to keep their Super Series dreams alive. Otherwise, Cricket Stars will be shooting for the Stars with the star teams in Italy in just over a week's time. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Rucker's with me. We'll see you shortly for more action. The last innings of week 3 of our Italian summer adventure is on the way. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, the biggest series in the world of cricket. Well, on the ECN this year, we will have over 1,000 games of live cricket for you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Wonderful to have your company. It's time for the race to the finish line. 10 overs remain in this tournament, and the bar has been set very, very high from Cricket Stars. They amassed 142 runs off their 10 overs for the loss of only 2 wickets, led by twin half centuries by Abdul Rahman and Baba Hussain. And right now, Bologna, they're going to have to put together one of the best chases we've ever seen. We have seen a few chases in the 140s, even a 150 here in Bologna, but it's going to be Kang, Sukhpal Singh to start off. And the first ball is going to disappear. Well, that ball did not even have a chance. We just took it out of the box, and now it's in the river. Maximo, 6 runs. Well, the second-hand value should be pretty good on that one because it's only been used once. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo joining me, Corey Ruckers, and what a start. That man Gujar, you feel like he's the one man standing between Cricket Stars and the Super Series.
That tall man right there with a blank bat in his hand is the key. He has to make 60 plus. Good start.
Kang just gets too short. Now he gets a cut and he's going to get 4 more, not off the middle, but you can't have them everywhere. Only 2 outfielders allowed in the power play. They're both back on the leg side. This one flies away to the third man boundary for 4 more.
I am all for Gujar here. I would love a Cinderella story of one man just going crazy and getting them close here. Perfect start. Tell you what, if Cricket Stars get him out, we might see an explosion of emotion. He's been the best player all week, or every team.
Oh, pretty much, I'm going to say literally. Standing between them in the Super Series.
Yeah.
But they have some other batters. But, I mean, he's the one that can handle the quality of the bowling that Cricket Stars are going to throw. This one is played. It's played to the gaps. 4 more. And this one is a little bit of panache as he just punches it off the back foot, finds the gap, threads the needle. Corey, are you tingling?
Glad you got the thesaurus out during the break. Panache, great word. What a shot. This man. He is a man mountain. He's 14 off 3. Get around him.
I start to talk in half overs, so you need 7 a half over. They got 14 off this half over.
Well, now that they've done this, it's got to turn into a huge over straight away.
Poor Kang. He needs a hug, as he said earlier today. He hasn't had the best finals day so far. And this one's launched, and that one's still going up, I think, when it passes the fence. New balls, please. Well, we might run out here. Maximo, and Gujar takes the first over magical.
Oh, my word. 20 off 4. Game on. Could you believe it? Can he turn into 30?
He is a man on a mission. Gujar.
He looks still at the crease, which is a good sign as well.
But he is playing with fire, and he just needs to get burnt once, and it can all be over. How long can the Gujar show last? Sukhpal scratching his head, and I can understand why. Where is he meant to put this? Round the wicket, changes angle. Goes straight, gets 6 more. Forget it. This is long, strong, straight, and great. Maximo. And now this over's worth 26.
Oh, I love him. I absolutely love him. What a shot. He comes around the wicket and says, see you later.
This
Game
guy
on.
Has
Game
to play.
on.
This guy has to play for Italy in the ECC.
Oh, surely.
Surely.
I hope not for the Spanish because I don't want to run into him.
Don't worry, he's not in your group. But I got to say, he is taking Sukhpal apart.
He's going again.
He's a handy bowler. He's gone for 26 off 5. He's striking at 520.
Good batting.
Now, yes, smart. He wants to strike. He wants to do it on his own. So 27 come off the first. Well, that was pretty much enough for 2 overs in this chase. Bologna 27 without loss.
Well, if you asked about a dream start when you need to chase 143, that is basically it. And he keeps the strike, just the cherry on top. Class batting. Don't even do it, Vinny.
Tell you what, there is a golden ball and Gujar's on strike. I know who my money's on.
If there's a golden ball this game, I'll throw this chair at you.
We have had a 167 golden ball before. This would be second highest. Golden ball decides ties in European cricket.
Okay.
Where the batting team gets 1 more delivery. They've got to score 2
Big
or more.
matchup.
Here,
Big matchup.
this is. It's Haseeb Khan, left arm, a different look. And this is cut, and he gets 4. He is on here. He is in the zone. Gujar, 31 runs. Team score, 31 off 7.
This is like a batsman being in the quantum realm, and he is just seeing everything. He's in a different planet right now. He is seeing it like a watermelon.
The chat's gone silent, but I think it's because everyone has their mouth open, and they're kind of in shock. Because this is an incredible start. We've seen some big chases in finals as well. Don't forget England hunting down Belgium. In the ECC, and we've seen some big ones. But this is the issue. He gets it wrong once, and you feel like it's game, set, match. He's annoyed with himself there. He is completely locked in at the moment, Corey.
Yeah, he is the man. He is the man. We said it. He's been one of the best players all week. He has the one player in this team that can strike at something crazy, but to do it for a sustained period of time is not easy. 31 off 8.
Haseeb has had a good week. He gets banged for 6 down the ground. That is straight. Rinse and repeat. Gujar goes Maximo again. Now he's after the left armour. Same result, 6 runs.
Tell you what, if Cricket Stars came off the field and thought they'd done enough, well, the answer is they haven't. While Gujar is there, this is a final to behold.
They keep bowling that challenge length, and what they're hoping is he mishits one and skies it, and then they can get rid of him. But, I mean, how long do you persist with it? Do you go to a more defensive length, like an end of the innings length? Haseeb. This one's punched, but he might have found the field, and he's gone. And that's exactly what they wanted. It's one miss hit. Haseeb gets his man, 37 and out. He has every single run. He's faced every single ball in this inning so far, but it works every time but once. Gujar show is over, 37 for 1.
Oh, my heart breaks for him because he actually whacked that. He has timed the pants off that, but this was just a bit flatter. And it's caught. Oh, I feel so bad for him because I thought we were about to witness something unbelievable. We did actually watch something unbelievable, but he's gone.
Gone too soon,
He got a lot of that. He got a lot of that.
He spanks it, but he doesn't get the elevation. And look, let's give some credit there to a guy that's been pretty good in this final. Abdul Rahman. See, Haseeb, he is fired up. Ramzan pulls the gloves off and throws them away from behind the stumps. They're all rushing to congratulate Abdul Rahman because that was a brilliant catch. That was going for 6 otherwise. And we've seen those burst through hands. And Gujar, well, he's devastated.
Well, you can't blame his effort. 37 off 10. Unbelievable. He's given his team the start they needed anyway.
No, if anyone questions how much it means to these guys, just take a look at Gujar there. He is devastated. Why not? He thought that was his moment. Maybe he could put together a ton or something and get them close to this. But that is the margins we're dealing with here in the European Cricket Series. Haseeb gets a crack to the new batter. It's Mustafa. And, well, he might be gone first ball. He is. Incredible catching. And Mustafa can't believe it.
He's been shot. It looks like he's been shot with emotion, Vinny.
Wow, once again, I mean, they pull him up. That was a cracking shot, to be fair. Good sportsmanship from Cricket Stars here. And Mustafa is beside himself. Well, wearing their heart on their sleeve, the emotions bared in front of the whole world. And suddenly, how about Haseeb? He's on a hat-trick. What a great catch that was again by that man, Abdul Rahman.
Watch this, ready? I've got the bullet ready. Bang! Oh, you can actually see the point at which his heart breaks.
Well, you Simpsons fans, you know exactly what Corey's talking about.
He's flexible as well. It's incredible. Oh, my word.
You can't take anything away from Mustafa. I mean, he is a man that came off a duck this morning, but he was a match winner early in the week. He shows he can handle the pressure. He absolutely crunches that ball, but he finds the fielder. Well, I tell you what, if he doesn't have a future in cricket, he might have a future in the Olympics, in the gymnastics, because I've never seen anyone bend themselves back like this.
Pop.
He headbutts the ground.
What's the quote on Simpsons? What does Ralph...
You can actually see the exact moment that his heart breaks in two. Well, I tell you what, it'd be a dream for Haseeb to take a hat-trick in the final, and that's where we're at. Well, if you want to see exactly why European cricket is so viral, is so popular, is spreading all around the world, just check out the first 2 overs. We're not even finished yet of this. There's tears everywhere. They might have to bring out the super sopper in the dugout.
Oh, we need the rain, Vinny.
Oh, Bologna.
This is the most exciting 11 balls to a chase in history.
You often fade towards the end of the day. There's no chance of that at the moment. Haseeb, does he even know he's on a hat-trick? Probably.
Oh,
he's calling for some more catches now.
Both of those shots were absolutely whacked. Great catching, emotion at the highest degree.
Oh, wow.
I need a moment.
I need a moment. Saying when the 33 catches the 333.
He was so flexible then.
The final has it all. Oh, wow. Well, all you chiropractors out there, you might be full on Monday. Hat-trick ball for Haseeb. Goes upstairs. Oh, it doesn't carry. And now we almost have a run-out opportunity. We almost have an overthrow. We'll get one. And you know who's watching this from the other end? Safraz. He's been there the whole time and hasn't faced the ball. So he's got the best seat in the house. And so do you at home watching on ECN. 2 overs down. It's 38 for 2. Wow.
second. I need a
You want to see it
breath.
again,
I'm
don't
starting
you?
to lose it
Corey
here.
needs a breather. Get the oxygen to the commentary cube, please.
That is the most exciting 11 balls, 12 balls you could have got.
Oh, well, we are going to Germany when we do finish our Italian summer adventure through August. We have 2 weeks in Dresden, 2 weeks in Krefeld. Belgium is going to come up after that, 2 weeks there. Then we head to Cartama in Spain, the second ever ECC. It's T10 international cricket. It really is the highest level of European cricket you can get in this format.
Oh,
But I
this
mean,
was the
I still
moment.
can't work out how he does this.
Oh, that's just the saddest thing.
I mean, how does he get this? That guy should be representing Italy in the rhythmic gymnastics. Just throw a ribbon on that. Anyway, this one's blasted back, and Haddad will get another single. Tell you what,
That's a lot to take
are you
in
not
12
entertained, Corey
balls.
Rutgers?
Well, I'm sweaty, and I don't know if it's from the heat.
Got a feel for Mustafa. He's a guy that went bang, 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 won a game in the last over the other day. He shows he can handle the pressure, but geez, it's such a game of inches.
How's the bloke that's tuned in for Korea from Korea for the first time? He'd be thinking this is the greatest thing ever.
Oh, because it is. Rajmani's coming on earlier and earlier. He gets bunted down straight behind the stumps for one. And Kang is having the day to forget, isn't he? He's lurching forward.
Tell you what, if it rains,
go
though,
out there
they're
and
ahead of
give
the
him a hug.
DLS.
He's one of the real nice guys of European
Oh.
cricket as well, Sukhpal Singh.
A
But
lot to take in.
he's had a rough trot. He'll be having nightmares about Gujar tonight. All right. Oh, slow ball, clever one, but it's picked late, and now Kang will have to pick that one off the fence. 4 more. Well, Adnan, can he put together something? I mean, the funny thing is here that they're kind of up ahead of the rate thanks to Gujar, but how long can they keep it that way? That helps.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. They need someone to still go on and play a pretty magical innings. Can another 30 off 10 or something like that. Oh, I'm so upset Gujar's out. That was unbelievable.
You feel like you're robbed of something, and it reminds me of another moment. I wonder if you remember, but I'll tell you in a second. Rajmani beats him for bounce this time. You remember the final in Croatia last year?
That was the
and you had the
carnival
man you were calling
Mertza.
the carnival. Here's that, and he was on 92 and looked to be taking them to victory, but then off the last ball of the 9th over, the ball got whacked, bounced off the bowler's foot and ran him out at the bowler's end.
I
And
might
you
go
felt
back
you were
and watch
robbed of
that
a
soon.
finish. I feel a bit like that, but no credit to the fielding team. They created the chance, they took the chance. And then he could be gone as well. Lovepreet, he's going to hold it. And well, one of the best fielders in the team at cover. He never looked like dropping that. Lovepreet's the captain. And it looks like he'll be leading his team into the Super Series if things continue this way. So a wicket for Rajmani Sandhu, and Bologna lose the third, 44 for 3.
Yeah, after the chaos first 8 balls, they've just taken 3 wickets, and Cricket Stars have one hand on making it through to the next part. They'll get the week trophy if they get it. See here, just doesn't get any of it. Lovepreet steadies himself, safe catch.
Yeah, and well, Rajmani's pumped up, and why not? He hulks out, and so does Lovepreet. He's one of the real nice guys, real supporter of Italian cricket as well. You know, he certainly does everything he can to promote cricket, and right now, Bologna, things pretty quiet over in that dugout.
Well, Gujar's still got his pads on. He's heartbroken. There's a few heartbroken people over there, but they've got to pick it up quickly. They're not out of it just yet.
I mean, you need someone to play a blinder here, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
I tell you what, they've got a couple of guys that can still whack it, and whack it pretty well. Akash deep down the order. He's one that's really impressed me with some of his hitting. Right now, they're going for Ankush Kumar. He was the other one I was going to say that we haven't seen yet. He's coming in with the ball to play in the power play.
Yeah, ball to play in the power play. And can he get it away for a 4?
If you wanted, I mean, this is why we, in the article and the video that we saw promoted today, it's part reality TV, isn't it? ECN. And you're seeing the emotions of these players making their cricket dreams come true. Well, that's not a bad shot first up, is it? And this is one guy who can swing it. Ankush Kumar gets a low full toss, puts away. Well, Diana, it's not Peacock Friday anymore, but she's still out there taking some fantastic pictures that will go up on our social media at European Cricket and on our website. But a boundary to finish the power play, it's 48 for 3. So they're going at 16s at the moment.
Well, if you had said that you guys would get 48 off the power play, they'd take it with both hands. The unfortunate part's 3 wickets. They'd probably prefer that to be 1, maybe even 2 you'd take. But they've made it under 100 in the next 7. So you never know. 95 off 7 overs. Crazy things have happened.
Well, here's a guy that just took 2 in 2. 2 big fish. Oh, I mean, I don't know who'll feel worse for Gujar or Mustafa going first ball lacing one. The young man, his big moment, smacks it. Absolutely
They both
smacks
smacked it, to be fair.
Yeah. And Gujar, that was that challenge length. I'll talk about what I mean by that in a second, but first let's go back to Hasib. He was the wrecker in the second. And this one's belted. And, well, Rahman, he's just got super glue on his hands or something at the moment, and that was a difficult bounce, but he negotiates and keeps it to a single.
Well, fielding can win games, and right now he's having an absolute blinder at deep mid-off. 2 catches, saves a 4.
Yeah, so... Yeah, one thing I was going to say, they kept persisting with that challenge length, which you might call the slot at the end, but it does induce a miss hit now and then that can create a wicket. Pitching outside leg stump. Uh-oh. No. I was a bit worried there. Gave that a bit too much consideration. Actually, I think they think there's inside edge on that anyway. But, yeah, so the thing is at the end of the innings, the value of the wicket isn't as high because there's not so long to go and it probably won't make too much of a difference. But at the start of the innings, the wicket's everything, especially when it's a big wicket like Gujar. So they persisted with that, what I call the challenge length, and eventually he got one that created an opportunity, even though he whacked a few out of the ground first. But they're well ahead in this game, Cricket Stars. Well, lucky they made 142 though, because imagine if it was something more like the par, the 110. So you've got to give credit to the Cricket Stars batters in particular, Abdul Rahman and Baba Hussain, for making the most of their partnership.
Yeah, they did make the most of it, and they got them up to an absolutely daunting 142. I don't want to give up on Bologna just yet, but those 3 wickets have made it look a little bit difficult.
How good's Hasib been? I talked a little bit about players coming back from adversity, and he did get a pasting earlier in the week in one of the games, but he has really come back and performed well. He provides that variety to their attack as well. More people in the chat. See that Archie Watson has been watching 31 degrees in Swindon at the moment. Been lurking since 8 o'clock this morning. Hit straight, hit pretty well. Fielder is happy to take it on the bounce. I think that's smart. Atiq Rahman keeps it to 1. Yeah, so he's watching from the UK. He's enjoyed the day's cricket, and how could you not? Keanu loved the Simpsons reference. Prakash asking, what is the whole budget of ECN? Well, I don't have a figure on that, but what I would say is the ECN exists primarily to develop cricket in Europe and run on a shoestring budget compared to some other organisations. Well, first, I'll look at this 4. And once again, we see a pretty good shot. I like the way they're hitting through the line here. Sarfraz gets a boundary. He's only faced 3 balls before that in almost 4 overs. But that's a pretty good shot, confidence builder.
Yeah, good shot. They had 2 covers in the ring, actually, and he lofts it over both of them. Good confidence builder. Here's Gujar. Well, pads are off.
Well, pads are off. Everything else is coming off next.
Looking pretty good, actually.
He's an athlete, isn't he?
Strong boy.
One more ball for Hasib, who's done his job, hasn't he? Those 2 early wickets. Well, this is belted, but how far? It is over the head of Kang. Well, poor Kang can't take a trick. He's one of the tallest guys on the field, but he can't stop that. Maximo 6 to finish the 4th over. And Bologna, well, they still stay ahead of the rate, 62 for 3.
Well, one good thing about when you have to chase a score so big, there's only one way and one thought press as a batting unit, and that's to go, go, go. There isn't any thoughts about running it round or anything like that. They're going to attack everything, and that's a clear mind and good way to bat.
Well, you hardly have time to take a breath, do you? And we want to welcome you no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on ECN, European Cricket Network, our YouTube channel, or FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. We have millions of viewers every day, literally millions of viewers every day. And whether you're new to us or whether you've been with us a while, we want to say we really appreciate you because you're on board with what we're doing, which is trying to grow European cricket. Okay, we need to stay in business to do that for sure. That is important. But, I mean, ECN, considering the resources we have, we're not a big organisation. We're a handful, really, of committed people that are trying to grow the sport in an area where it's not traditionally played so much in modern times. And so, I think our viewers get that. And I think the one thing that I realise in some other places where cricket is well known is I think ECN's a bit misunderstood because some of these clips go a bit viral and they think, well, that's it. It's all just a bit of a blooper reel. Well, first, we'll watch this ball, but this is high, and this is going to be real touch and go. It's going to be just out of the reach of the 2 fielders that gathered to watch the ball fall. Maximo to start the 5th. Well, if you think Bologna out of this, I think no one forgot to tell the 2 players in the middle because they still believe.
Yeah, absolutely. They still believe. Great to watch. 6 off the first. Can they turn into a biggie? They've gone to the umbrella field, Vinny. I like this when they do 4 people behind the wicket and everyone else in front. Haven't seen it all week.
Yeah, true.
Just shift them all a little bit more. But yeah, it's the old reverse umbrella.
Good club selection there. Just getting it over what I think is one of the longer pockets of the ground. Kumar, 11 off 4. Now he gets a little edge. He's going to get 4. Well, that's what happens. That's the risk with the umbrella field. You've got no one back protecting those back boundaries. And that one races away. Cuatro, carreras más.
Well. No one told Bologna they're out of this. They are coming. I tell you what. Oh, if they get this is 10 off 2. Turn this into a 20 or a 23
run over. There, the more they'll believe as well. Yeah, so just to be clear, I mean, I think that ABC Sports video and sports article does a really good job in a few minutes of summing up where we've come from and where we want to go. And it is something that will take years and years and years and years to establish cricket on the continent, but still, how far we've come so quickly is really encouraging. So thanks to everyone for their support. Shekhawat, normally a pretty good bowler. Once he got in store, gets driven down the ground. He's pretty straight there. I know you like that. Because Atiq Rahman, pretty straight at long on, pushes the mid-wicket a little bit further around, a bit straighter as well, right?
Mid-wicket comes into that hole, and it's good to see them experiment with their fields a bit. I still think T10 can be exploited a little bit more.
This will be one of the biggest comebacks I've ever seen, if they can come back from here, Bologna. Goes straight, drags it. Watch the Tortuga. Oh. Atiq Rahman had the kangaroo boots on there, ready to jump up in the air, but he's fielded enough on this ground to know to be prepared for anything. Does keep it to 1.
And they find one more boundary this over. They had a great start to it. Hit
Bang.
hard.
That's a really good shot, but they've got the cover back now.
Well, it's the umbrella field, Vinny.
Yeah, so normally, where would that guy be? Probably a deep square leg.
Well, yeah, and you'd have cover in the ring, and that might have beaten cover in the ring.
Yeah,
so
I think it was a really good shot. He cracked it. Sometimes when batters charge, they lose a bit of their balance and their shape, but he looked really good there. Big swing and no significant contact. So they stay at that 15 and over, and they're ahead of where they need to be. But how long can this show last? That's the question. It's a question we were asking ourselves at European cricket once upon a time. But it's 75 for 3 after 5.
Well, they're hanging on by a knife's edge. 75 off 5. Double that, 150. Look at that. No wides. No balls. No buys. So they're being very clean. Cricket Stars with a lot on the line. Safraz, the opener, he's still there.
Do yourself a favour, if you haven't already, why don't you just copy that link down I put in the chat right now, ECN European Cricket Network. There's a couple, actually. There's an article and there's a video. And when you get a chance, maybe after the end of play, have a bit of a read of it or a watch of it. And you can understand a bit more about ECN, our origins, and what we're doing, our reception around the world. I think it's one that you really should be sharing around, because if you have family, friends, co-workers that love cricket and love drama, then you need to get them watching the ECN, which is always trying to grow. And of course, that just makes it more possible for us to follow our dreams of building up European cricket. All right, here's a guy who was brilliant before, Sukraj Singh, 3 wickets earlier today. And he gets driven like a tracer bullet. And this is in the gap. Well, they've got as many outfielders as they could find out there. There's still not enough. And a boundary. And like I say, these two putting together a very, very useful partnership for Bologna.
I don't remember them batting this well in the middle overs all week. So they're clicking at the right time. There's the 12th man with a couple of extra bats just in case.
As an Australian, Keanu is thrilled the ABC chose to do the article. It's a great write-up. And I've got to say, Dan Weston, ECN founder, spoke very, very well in it as well, articulating what his vision was for European cricket. Goes straight, goes long. This one is going to be 4. So, again, picks the gap. He's straight, but not that straight. And right now, they're finding the gaps, aren't they? And look, he is up and away, Ankush Kumar.
Well, not many people put a man straight. I tell you what, they are giving this a right old chance. Kumar's 25 off 9. What they're doing well, Vinny, they're finding boundaries early in the over.
Yeah.
Just takes a bit of pressure off them.
It's such an interesting game. I mean, you feel there's no chance, but we have seen big chases before here. We've seen unlikely chases. We saw Kings 11 chase 150 down last year in a must-win match.
60 off 28 now. It's almost 2 a ball. I mean, it's not that bad.
If this can continue an over or 2, suddenly they're not too far from the finish line. Oh, this one forces a defensive shot. Just couldn't really do too much with that, but he knows the value of staying there, I think, Kumar.
Yeah, you can't do that too much, though. Can have the odd one.
And the alternative there is probably
whack it.
Yeah, but might hit it straight up in the air. He wasn't in position to attack on that. It just came back at him a bit off the deck. Sukraj's gone for 8. Now gets it wrong and beats the fielder. And that is going to be a pretty good stop, I think. And Kang finally gets down to terra firma, one of the tallest guys on the field. They do hustle for 2. But, yeah, very good stop, because I thought what you thought. I thought once this gets past the infield, it's going to be 4. But have a look at Kang coming around. And that foot's inside, no problem. Bit of foot, bit of hand. Could be an important stop. Guos is on the slot, and it's going to be dropped. And I think that's gone for 6. No, it's gone for 4. Well, Kang's hurt himself there as well. This looked like a wristy, and it's going to go out of the ground. Let's have a look.
But I thought it went for 6, Vinny.
Yeah, I thought it did too originally, but look off the...
Dropped.
Where does it bounce?
6.
That is 6.
That's 6. That's
wow,
6 runs.
So, Kang
Game on.
did so well. He saved 2 runs, but then he gives away 6. Or even when he's fielding the ball, the ball's following him.
Oh, wow.
And that's got to hurt him.
You're right, he has hurt his wrist.
He may need to leave the field. Who knows?
Vinny is
only
down to
bowled the one over.
12.48. They're coming.
Big moment in the game. Could have been out instead at 6. Well, what do you think about this action? Let us know in the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. And this is what European cricket is all about. The adrenaline's flowing, the temperature's hot. And right now, we've got 2 teams desperate to win and keep their European cricket dreams alive.
What a chase this is so far.
Backs away, kind of wants the offside, but drags it to leg. They'll just walk 1. Kumar's got the hot hand. He wants the strike. He'll get it. 34 off his bat off only 13 balls. 6 overs down, 92 for 3, and 51 required off the last 4 overs here in Bologna.
Look, if you told me that they would be in with a shot here after Guja got out, I would have said no. But they have a shot here. Wow.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance now. There's a red-hot chance. One more big over, and they are right in it.
But here's the thing. Sukpal got taken to the cleaners. 27 came off his first over.
What about Lovepreet?
I don't know if we'll see him again.
What
Do you
about
think maybe
Lovepreet?
Lovepreet to just mix it up?
As the captain, to take ownership
He's
on the situation.
He's a partnership breaker, isn't he, Lovepreet?
He's grabbed his hat. He's coming on.
No, it's a fake. We thought we were going to see Lovepreet, but it was a fake hat takeoff. So, oh, no, it isn't. You know, this is a guy who, why wouldn't you turn to him? You see Sukpal's getting the cold spray.
The magic spray always works.
Yeah, so Abdul Rahman's coming on. Here's a guy, he's taken 2 show-stopping catches, including getting the talisman, Gujar. And then he took one very next ball to get Mustafa. He's got a half century in the game. He's also been a bit of a go-to player towards the end of innings when they've needed a bowling option. He's not the quickest, but he just will vary his pace. And, well, let's see if he can shut the gate here on this resurgence.
Well, 51 required off 24. Kumar's 34 off 13, sorry.
Keanu's watched a lot of ECN cricket in the last year and a half. He says this is one of the best matches and finals he's ever seen. Just great action. Here we go. And, well, they're going to get lucky with a little bottom edge, but I think it actually gets some of the keeper. And they're not going to get back for 2. So, just 1.
This is up there with the Croatia final we watched a few years ago, Vinny.
Yeah, so look at this one. It actually doesn't get any of it, maybe. I think he just clinks his feet together, and that's what hurts. I'm surprised that doesn't run away for 4, to be honest.
Yep.
But he's hard to time up, Rahman, because he's got no run-up. You lose your timing mechanisms. That has to be wide, unless he's hit it. Has he hit that?
Not sure.
Wow, let's have a look. Well, if he hasn't hit that, it had to be a wide. Oh. That's a ball that's been burnt. Full toss, has to go, but he doesn't have the timing and is gone. And well, the magic spray does the trick. He stays inside the field of play, and we have the wicket. The partnership is broken. Safra's gone for 14, and the score now is 93 for 4.
And it was an absolutely poor ball. It should have cleared the rope for 6. He didn't get enough on it, unbelievably, and he's gone.
Oh, well, again, all the air's sucked out of the atmosphere here at the Oval Rustignano. See here. Yeah, I mean, it's borderline. Yeah, it's a good catch for a guy who may have broken some bones in his forearm based on what we saw last over. But, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It probably is just okay. Probably just below the waist, so he gets away with it. Well, Abdul Rahman, everything he's touching, turning to gold. As they're going to bring Nazar out now. I want to say I might have been tempted to go for Akash Deep. He's been the other guy who just seems to be able to come out and whack 6s straight away. But a key partnership broken. But they have stayed in the game. That partnership for the 4th wicket turned out to be worth 49 runs. And it came up pretty quickly.
This is the thing. 3 balls have completely changed the momentum. It's only gone for 1 and a wicket. And when you don't get the boundary early in the over, it really fills that pressure up. They need to find a boundary still.
Dinesh was asking if we ever had a golden ball in a final. Not in a final. We have seen it on finals day, but not in an actual final. He completely misses out on this one. First ball.
This is the game-changing over, Vinny. I mean, they have to find a boundary. You can't let go .1 or anything like that.
I mean, you still need 50. And it's about, there are 20 balls left down the ground. And so, just get one. Nazar's thinking something crazy, but it doesn't decide to come back. So I think that's smart. So here's the issue you got, Kumar. I think you're running out of balls. So even though it's last ball of the over, I think you've still got to go at it. You might get a one anyway and keep the strike. Goes long,
got it.
Goes strong, and he nails it. Maximo! Kumar, the band plays on. 7 overs down, 100 up now. 100 for 4, 3 overs remaining.
Most important ball in the chase was that ball, because that had been an excellent over for Cricket Stars. He had to find the boundary. He got the boundary. Game on.
43 of 3 overs.
More importantly, 42 of 3 overs.
Oh, you feeling it?
No.
Well, tell you what I'm feeling. We get sleep in Monday morning. Just a quirk of the fixtures with the setup in Rome. So we will start 2 hours later on Monday. It's our first day of 6 in Rome. That's week 4 of our 5-week Italian summer. We have 2 weeks in Rome. The first week is the Rome Series, and the second week is the Super Series. And the winner of the Rome Series will join the winner of this match, as well as Albano, Fresh Tropical, and Gina Brescia as the top 5 teams in Italy. And they'll be battling in week 5 for 1 spot in the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket. Join us 8:30 a.m. GMT on Monday morning, which is 10:30 in Central Europe. And it is 2 p.m. in India. Rajmani, pretty good option. He's got good variations. He's got good control. But can he stand up under pressure?
Yeah, they're just changing. They had 5 in the ring right then, so they can drop another one.
Nazar needs to get out the way right now. I think he needs a 1, 4, or a 6, but he doesn't want a dot. Only 18 balls left in this series. Watches are wide.
At what time? Check time for me.
Right now, I think they're okay. Got 2 overs to bowl, and we started. Yeah, so right now they've got until they've got 9 minutes to bowl 2
so
overs.
okay.
No stress there.
Just want to double check everything's
I
on
have
the
to
line.
mention something. Speaking of time, I haven't mentioned this yet, but I am going to mention it after this ball. Depending on what we see from Nazar, facing up, goes for it, doesn't get it, might get lucky, might not. 1 is the play here. They need to stop, and up goes the stop sign. That's correct from Kumar. He's the man that can maybe take this even deeper. An email came back to me, a very interesting email, and thanks to everyone for contacting me in European cricket, those that I do give my email. But what I will say, it was a message that I sent to myself yesterday that I scheduled. It said, Corey says Trentino Aquila and Cricket Stars will play in the final. Mark my words, 10:04 a.m. yesterday.
Let's focus on the cricket, Vinny.
Just had to bring that up. That's pretty well bowled. Now, what does that hit? Seemed to go nowhere. Now, they're trying to manufacture a way to give Kumar the strike back, but there's no chance. So I think they just have to eat it and take a single.
Yeah, well bowled. This is the wide Yorker. You can't do much with that.
Seemed to hit something and really take a weird turn. But anyway, it's just a single.
Look, scores were adjacent at this time. Wickets, obviously, but scores were the exact same.
It's not going to happen for Nazar. You've got Akash Deep sitting in the shed. I mean, feel like need some help. Well, that's all right, but Lovepreet's going to go straight through his fingers, and it's going to go, and it's going to be kicked over the line. Nazar gets 4. Game's alive. Quarter of the innings left, and Bologna up to 107, and that's an important shot for Nazar.
Tell you what, if Lovepreet catches that, he saves 4 runs and the wicket. It burst through those hands. Unbelievable.
I mean, it was hit well. Lovepreet did pull in a good catch earlier, but this one just slips through the fingers. And, well, what's worse, it goes all the way. Attempted foot fielding, and results a foot fielding fail. Rajmani just not quite at getting it in the block hole. Game's still alive. Perfect ball, really. And all these tops are interested. No, that's not going for 4, is it? Well, now they're going to go for 2, and I think the fielder out there pretty happy in the end that it's not 4. So Nazar,
I'm sweaty,
come the moment,
Vinny.
come the man. 109 now.
I'm sweaty. This is getting tight. What a final we've had here. Who would have thought? High scoring thriller. 16 balls to go.
Rajmani gets this one pretty right, but it's called wide. Gets it right lengthwise. Rajmani can't believe it. But if this isn't wholly within the tram line, it's going to be called, and it is right over that tram line. Good call by the umpire. In fact,
easy call because you can see exactly where it
literally
lands.
bounced on the line, didn't it? So Rajmani knows he was just about one ball width away from where he needed to be.
Both teams were on 110.
3 wickets more lost. Gets it exactly right.
Well bowled.
And a valuable dot. Well, this has to be a free swing now for Nazar. I mean, I know he's hit a boundary this over, but do you take a 1 here or do you kind of lock in Kumar facing?
Still taking the runs.
You're still taking it, okay.
Yep.
Kumar 42 off 16. I think I wouldn't want a 1 here. I'd be pushing for a 2 if the throw goes to the keeper's end. I think Nazar's dispensable. So he's a wide. What's the bonus?
These are bonus ones. Really bonus. What do we need now? 32 off 13.
What a game.
Oh, we're going to the last over. We've got a last over classic for the final. That is for sure.
I say that umpire's been fantastic, Keanu says, and I do agree. Well done to Stefan Gooch and all the umpiring crew. High standards this week. Last ball off the 8th. Slower ball, does him like a dinner, so it might be a blessing in disguise, I think, because they still got to run off the last ball for the wide, and it will be Kumar to face up. He's on 42. Game's alive, Corey. 111 for 4. They need 32 off the last 2 overs of this final.
So 16 and 16, isn't it? Just dipping down, just at that back end. They've been above the rate the whole time. This is the first time in the game they've just gone under. So 16 and 16. I mean, 32, if you hit 3 sixes out of the last 12 balls, that will leave 14 off 9.
How's the pressure? Shekhawat is a really good bowler, but I mean...
Do you think that's fair, Vinny?
Yeah, no, I agree.
32 needed. If you can get 3 sixes out of the next 12 balls at any stage, that leaves 14 off 9.
Yep, true. And Maximos have so often been the difference. I've got a comment from Danush, which I think is a little bit old, judging by how it reads now. Cracks it. And now you've got to go for 2, but I don't think you can because he's going to run himself out here. And, well, it's a bit of a wide throat. And I don't think that he actually gets the ball down on the stumps here.
Well, I'm not too sure. They aren't celebrating too much, or maybe it's just adjacent.
Well, maybe. Well, let's just see, because I'm not quite sure what happened here. I thought he did have the ball originally, and they like it. And, well, they're going to have a look at it.
I think he might be gone, just looking at their
Yeah,
reactions.
so he grabs the ball and does get back. Does the ball stay there? The ball's in the gloves, I think. Oh, hello.
No, I think he's just out.
Is he just out there? Oh, it does seem like you can still see the line, can't you?
Yeah, I think he's just gone, and I mean just. Big call for the officials.
Well, geez, if it's a borderline one, they might go with umpire's call here.
Tough to tell from this angle. Let's have a closer look.
See if the keeper's in the way here of the bat. Probably is.
Well, that's not going to do anything for
Yeah,
us.
so he does have the ball. That's what you can tell from that, because the ball pops out a little bit later. But this is the one. We'll try and freeze it right here. That's the one where I don't know if I'd want to be hung on that evidence. This is a genuine 50-50 call. I've got a feeling, my suspicion is he's out, but I think you
safe.
can't give it, and they have given it not out. I think, all things considered, I think it's a pretty good decision. If it's inconclusive, you go with the umpire's call. The umpire's call was not out.
Yeah, I think that's the right call as well. We're in between frames there. You see that happen, and it's in doubt for the batsman, meaning the decision's not out. More importantly, there's 2 runs, and he's back on strike.
Yeah, so I thought that was suicidal, but he escapes with his wicket intact. Kumar moves to 44, 30 off 11. They need something this over, don't they? Still 5 to come, though. Bangs it again. Lovepreet does the fielding, an important stop. And yeah, you do have to have these runs. You just feel Kumar can't win this game on his own. He needs help from Nazar, maybe Akash Deep if he comes in next. But yeah, you don't want to leave yourself over, let's say, well, definitely not over 20. Ideally not over 16 in that last over.
Not over 20. You'd think that would be too much. They need a boundary. Can they find one? High in the air. Won't be a boundary. Watch the spin, though. They'll probably settle for a 1. No, they're going to come back for 2. Suicidal. It might not be the worst, though, because I think Nazar, he wasn't really getting going. And it's a 1 and out, and that does bring in a Akash Deep who we know can hit a big ball.
It's exactly right. I mean, they get one off that ball. I feel like it wasn't a bad time for a shift change. And nothing against Nazar, who's capable, but he just didn't quite have it in the latter stages here. Just the 1 boundary. So I think, you know, they needed to change something up. The game was kind of drifting. So who knows? Akash Deep might come out and just start slamming balls out of the ground. It might be his day. They need something to change. That time, Ramzan had plenty of time to whip off the bail.
Cricket stars are still well ahead in this game.
Oh, for sure. But the
mean,
fact that we got a contest, I think, has surprised everyone here.
Absolutely.
115 now for 5 with 9 balls remaining.
Yeah, 150, yeah, so 28 required off 9. I mean, They've just kept their noses ahead the whole time. That wicket helps, but I think they've been pretty comfortable still. There's been moments it's gotten a bit twitchy.
Yeah, a bit. Well, I want to say hello to Ronnie Spraggan, who's saying another great week of cricket on ECN. What a final. True. And hello to Chris Smith as well and everybody. And I see Nikki Chowdhury has popped into the chat.
Hello, Nikki.
And Corey says hello as well. Pity you guys will miss each other because you leave and she comes.
Yeah, that's okay. Give her a bit of a tilt. And good luck to her. I hope she enjoys the ECN crew.
Have to have a debriefing at the end of this.
Here we go, Vinny.
Series. All right, game on. Akash Deep, is it his day? Check what's in. He gets one that's in the air. Lovepreet's back. It's out of his reach. That's one that was a bit of a teaser. Akash gets away with it. Just a single.
Yeah,
and now it's getting to last chance saloon now, isn't it?
You've got to find at least one big Maximo in this over and leave it to 20 off the last at least, but you've got to find a 6 here. 6 in the next 2 balls.
How about 2 6s?
Oh, that would be great.
It's on 45. Ankush Kumar has had a very good final. Gets a pretty good delivery. Has to be fielded and is. They take the one. And now, yeah, it's just spiraling out of control. 26 off 7.
Yeah, it has spiraled. 1-6 here. Breathe some life into it. 20 needed off the last would be amazing. What an effort it has been from Bologna, though. Many people wrote them off. I wrote them off about 10 overs ago. I didn't think they'd get close.
You got to keep your options open on ECN because we have seen some dramatic cricket matches. Not surprising since we're over 2,500 cricket matches deep now. But right now it's Akash Deep who goes bang, slightly mishits it, and he's caught. Nice catch by Atiku Rahman. So he just doesn't quite get all of that. I mean, they actually cross, so it's actually a blessing they cross back now because Kumar will face up, but he needs a miracle. 26 required off the last. It's 117 for 6.
I think that might be all she wrote, Vinny. It's going to come down to Kumar. He's 46 not out. He got a fair piece of it, but he picked out the fielder perfectly and a good, safe catch.
I'm going to tell you a story, Corey.
Oh, I like stories.
Story time.
Yep.
The most runs off a last over to win a cricket match all time on ECN. 26 by Kings 11 against Baraka Prato, match 1 of this series last year. Now, they only needed 23 on that occasion. They finished 26 off 5 balls. They actually had a ball to spare in the end. Will lightning strike twice. They do have the set batter on strike, Ankush Kumar, and they are going to go for Abdul Rahman. He's an awkward customer because he runs in a different speed that he bowls. I just think he's another one that's a different look. He's what I'd call a hybrid. But, well,
you need a minor miracle. But miracles do happen, Vinny. They do happen.
Now we're talking 4 balls out of the 6. Got to go to the boundary or over.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Strap yourselves in. Last over in Bologna. First one is lasered. And what a good piece of fielding. They're only going to get 1 here.
That straight fielder who they've put there recently, he's fielded a lot of balls. He's been good at teak.
5 off 5. What a final.
Can sing. Get one away. What about a little no ball 6 here?
That'd get my attention. Well, here's a full toss, sliced away. Poor Lovepreet needs to be taller. Now, do you take 2 here?
Yep.
You know, you take every run now, and we could have trouble. I think he does get home. So Kumar, despite being on 47, I think knows the value of every run. But I don't know, is it it seems like a big difference.
Tough to know in the moment, Vinny. Really tough to know in the moment.
I think it's a bit of a... So it's actually Hardeep Singh who's out there. So it's not Akash Deep, I just realised. But, yeah, I feel like I'd rather have 24 or 4 with Kumar on strike. Although that's a wide, so make that 23 or 4.
3 6s and a 4 now.
Anything that's not a boundary, you can pretty much get the non-alcoholic champagne on ice here. There you go, stays in the park. Lovepreet makes a key stop. And hasn't he been inspirational the way that he's put this team together?
Well, he's been inspirational with the recruiting drive he's done because it looks like he will be taking Cricket Stars to the final week.
Team that didn't win a game last year, 0-5. Slower ball, missed out, and I think this could be stumped. You're going to have a look at it. So, yeah, it would be a shame for Kumar if he misses out his half century. He's really kept his team alive here. Ramzan seems ambivalent about it.
Nice word, Vinny.
Kind of, maybe, he says. This tells me he's not confident enough for this to be out. Oh.
That's out. No, that's out. I reckon there's nothing behind that line.
Marginal. I think you're probably right. But I'm not super short, you can tell. I don't know if we'll see anything with this. We'll try. That back foot. Yeah, you can't really get a look at line. I feel like this will be not out, even though I've got my suspicions. I don't think it'll really matter. The main thing is it's a dot ball. So, well, really, I know it's a small consolation, but I would love to see Kumar get his 50. I think he's batted really well. It's on 47. I'm going to go with not out, but who knows? It's the one that could go either way. Don't really get a great look at the line. And, well, this one just probably prolonging the pain for Bologna now. And does get away with it. So 2 balls to go. Kumar at 47. Oh, Cricket Stars, what a story. But Bologna, well, what a day of cricket they've played. They're going to fall just short. This one, is it going to bowl him? No. Onto his foot and back past the stumps. Oh, what a ride we've been on, though, Corey. This is what we love about ECN. What a great advertisement for ECN on a day where
260-run final, Vinny.
Yeah, it's huge. Last ball, he lifts it up and he will get it out of the ground. Well, 50 for Kumar, well batted to him. But the story from here in Bologna is that Cricket Stars have won this and they are thrilled. And why wouldn't they be? A team that didn't win a game last year, they go all the way. They become the 4th team in the Super Series. Well, what a team effort. They had the depth and I guess ultimately they had the nerve and they held their nerve under immense pressure. After blasting 142, they defend it, but only by 14 runs. What an entertaining final. Commiserations to Bologna, but the Cricket Stars, they will be in that Super Series.
Not just an entertaining final, entertaining week. I've seen some unbelievable cricket here in Bologna. Absolute pleasure to be a part of. And, well, Bologna can hold their heads up high. They've just fallen short to Cricket Stars. And congratulations to the Cricket Stars. They've been a magnificent side. They've come here, it's a new look group, and they've come away with the victory.
Yeah, and so Cricket Stars, they will have their sights now set on the Super Series. And we will see them against Albano as well as Fresh Tropical and Gina Brescia and whoever the champions are in Rome. But look, Bologna, that was a gutsy effort. I mean, think about their 24 hours. 24 hours ago, they struggled, couldn't get the 103 to lock up the double chance against Cricket Stars. But they played like they had nothing to lose. They threw caution to the wind. They lost Gujar after a lightning start.
And great sportsmanship between the two teams as well. A really heated contest, but look at that. A really good sportsmanship moment.
A lot of mutual respect, and you can see why. I mean, of course, Gujar was devastated. We saw that, didn't we, when he was out after whacking the first 37 runs in the second innings. But ultimately, he wasn't able to carry on. And look, credit to Cricket Stars. I mean, they took their chances when it counted for the most part. I know 1 or 2 went awry in the second half of the game. But when it mattered, particularly those 2 wickets in consecutive balls, they were red hot. And you'll see they're just going to take a moment here. But they will be celebrating. As you can see, Ramzan, he provided a viral moment earlier in the day, didn't he? With a catch that bounced off the square leg's shoulder. Not something you often see a wicketkeeper do. They see Lovepreet just taking a moment to have a chat. It's a team that really will believe they can go all the way now. If they can win the Super Series, they'll book their ticket to Spain, but they're going to have to beat 4 very, very good cricket teams.
How do you rank them against the other teams, Vinny?
Very highly. But have a look here. Let's let them enjoy the moment. Right now, they have reached the next step in their journey to European cricket greatness. It is Cricket Stars, the champions of Week 3 here in Bologna. And now they are the 4th team to qualify. Albano, Fresh Tropical, Gina Brescia, and now Cricket Stars. They have qualified for Week 5. And there's just one more piece of the puzzle, Corey, and you'll be with me for that starting on Monday, as we'll see who will join them in the Super Series. And ultimately, one of those teams will make it all the way to ECL 23. Well, cue the music. It's time for the highlights. And, well, you better be sitting down for these because it was a breakneck start. Gujar put the first 37 runs on the board himself.
Yeah, and he put the first 37 runs on the board in 9 deliveries. It was action-packed. We couldn't handle it in the commentary box until this moment here, the game-changing moment. Well caught. You could see how pumped up Cricket Stars were. And then the next ball was something we thought we'd never see.
Yeah, well, have you ever seen a man bend himself backwards? couple of times, but I wasn't expecting that. Firstly, Rahman, he was athletic with the catch. It was nothing compared to what we saw from Mustafa.
No.
Who reverse headbutts the turf. He was helped up. He was devastated, and why not? And really, you could be excused for riding off Bologna at that stage. And when Lovepreet pouched that catch, Adnan gone for 6. You thought it's all over Red Rover. But then we were going to see something pretty remarkable. And it was that man, Ankush Kumar, and along with Malik Sarfaraz, just put together a bit of a fight back as the runs still continue to flow. And they stayed ahead of the rate for a fair chunk of this innings.
Yeah, they did, and it surprised a lot of us who started to ride them off a little bit earlier than maybe we should have. And Kumar played an unbelievable innings. It's his best innings all tournament. Kang made a little bit of a mistake out there, hurt his wrist, but glad he was okay. This was a big moment. Sarfaraz getting caught right on the boundary because that sort of just tilted the axis back to Cricket Stars.
And some days you have just one of those days. Sukhpal was having it, and then we saw a bit of strategic stuff late on, a couple of wickets going down, tactical stuff, just moving the needle. They sent out Hardeep ultimately. Ankush Kumar, though, was the man. He ended up getting to his 50, but it was bittersweet, wasn't it? I mean, he hit 53 off 23 balls with 4 sixes and 4 fours, but it wasn't quite enough. The final, 142 to Cricket Stars, 128 to Bologna, and well, in the end, 270 runs coming in the final, and the Cricket Stars, they booked their place in the Super Series. Still a week away, though, and we roll down to Rome, where we'll spend the next 2 weeks. We do have 2-hour delayed start on Monday morning just for logistics. So we start 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, 2 p.m. in India, 2:30 in Bangladesh, 4:30 on the west coast of Australia, 6:30 on the east coast, and 8:30 if you're in New Zealand, and middle of the night if you're in the US. But what I will say is there's 5 teams there in Rome. Well, 5 doesn't go into 1, and there still is that last spot in the Super Series up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it, Vinny. I've not been to Rome in about 10 years. New teams, new energy, and the final week before the finals.
Well, Roma came from nowhere. They came from 4th and only winning 2 games in the group stage to win that series last year. Roma CC topped the table and got knocked out straight away by Royal Roma. Roma Campanelli, haven't seen them since 2020. Rome Bangla Morning Sun, good cricket team. And Sharif Raihan for them, he is an absolute gun, opened with a century. In fact, we had 2 centuries in the first 2 games last year in Rome. Very quick pitch. I think it's the quickest pitch in Europe that I've seen. It's like the Wacker. It's basically the Wacker in Rome. So bring your helmets, see you Monday morning. But before that, let's have a look at the scorecard from the final. And, well, Gujar set the ground on fire, didn't he? As he whacked 37 in quick time. Speaking of fires, looks like there might be one in the background. That might be one of the kookaburras landing and setting some of the ground alight. But 37 off 10 in the end. Rahman was so important in this game, Abdul Rahman. He took 2 catches in consecutive balls. He got Mustafa, who couldn't stick around. He lasered one to long off first ball. He bent himself backwards in anguish. Apart from that, Malik Sarfaraz with 14. But the key innings there, Ankush Kumar, 53 off 23 balls. You see Akash Deep went late on. He was caught by Atiq Rahman, and 128 for 6. They really gave that a good shake. But have a look at the discipline from Cricket Stars. Just the 5 extras in innings, just the 4 extras in the innings. And, well, that's what good cricket teams do. And they are a very good cricket team.
Yeah, they are a good cricket team, and it was pretty impressive from Bologna, giving it a shake-up. We look at the bowling figures now, and 2 wickets for Haseeb Khan, 1 for Sandhu, 1 for Shekhawat, and 1 down the bottom for Rahman. They all sort of chipped in a little bit. It wasn't Kang's day, but everyone else held their own, held their nerve, and they got up with the victory.
Not easy for Kang either. I mean, bowling to someone like Gujar in full flight. He was a man on a mission, but they did get him. Haseeb was the key man for me. I still probably put him best of the bowlers for his 2 for 24, just because he turned that game, made it real tough. And really, nobody was super economical, although Shekhawat and Rahman at the end ended up going for under 20 off their 2 overs. And, well, a breathtaking final and a fitting final, I think, what's been a really good week of cricket here in Bologna.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fantastic, and congratulations again to the Cricket Stars.
Yeah, so once again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone here. Thank you so much to Kyra Bull, who has been such a great host. I know he's had a tough week, and I want to say big thank you to you. And bad luck about your Bologna team in the end, but they certainly entertained us. Bologna had to do it the hard way. They got this close, didn't they?
Yeah, they did get this close, but they did finish in 3rd. Trentino Aquila were a very good team as well. It's been a good week of cricket overall.
Yeah, sure did. So, yeah, they battled all the way from 3rd to essentially come a very close 2nd in the final to Cricket Stars. I want to say a big thank you to Meeta, all the Blue crew, all the umpires. I think they've been fantastic. Of course, we don't have a trophy ceremony because we'll keep that for the end of the Italian Summer and the Super Series. But I want to say big thank you to the umpires, big thank you to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, and everyone, all the scorers, all of our crew, everyone that helped. I've got to say that Huzaifa Mahmood was really helpful around the ground, getting us drinks and keeping us hydrated on what's been a really hot week, hottest week so far of the whole tour.
Yeah, the cricket was hot, but it was also hot in the ice cube. I don't know how that works, but it was a sweaty week, but enjoyable.
Yeah, the cube was on fire, but the cricket was on fire as well. So we want to leave you with some highlights of the day. We want to encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel if you don't already. We are nudging towards that 300,000 subscribers, and that Ice Bucket Challenge sounds great that we said we do if we get to the 300,000 while we're in Rome. Also, go to our social media, check out some of the highlights today, and there were so many of them. But why don't you come in here, guys? This guy, we're just talking about Huzaifa Mahmood. Had a great series. Congratulations. We're so disappointed for you that you couldn't go all the way, but we want to say a big thanks to you. I mean, these are the real stories of European cricket, folks, and these guys often travel a long way. They put in long hours, and it's a lot of work that goes without notice sometimes. So congratulations on the great series. Wishing you guys all the best for the rest of the season. But Cricket Stars, they are the team that progressed from Bologna. So now, on behalf of all of the European Cricket Network crew, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Corey Ruckus, Huzaifa Mahmood, one of my personal heroes here in Bologna as well. On behalf of all of us here at European Cricket, hope you have a happy and safe weekend. And well, you better be ready because week 4 is on the way and we will fill in the final piece of the puzzle. We'll leave you with some highlights now, but be happy, be safe, enjoy your cricket, enjoy your life, and we'll see you for week 4. It's coming Monday morning. More FanCode, European Cricket Series, Italian Summer Adventure. See you then. Good night, everyone.